when we start. Do you know what I'm saying?
I sincerely hope so.
I don't know how it works, or else we missed it, and that would be sad. Let me listen to our audio. I wonder how. No, I don't know. I don't know if they heard that.
I think they did. I think they did. Because like
I'm
it goes back.
lock in. Yes. Hi guys. Hi. Are you guys here? Are we good? Do we sound okay? Sorry for the feedback, but I had to. What am I trying to say here?
Way
you guys
down,
know.
Pentagram Town, way down under
anyway,
the ground.
I had to listen to ourselves to make sure that we were okay. Hi guys, what's up? Nothing yet. We're gonna get started in a couple minutes here. We are gonna let people, you know, file in to the stream and stuff. I'm gonna make sure that the stream health is okay. Hopefully, knock on wood. Apparently we're gonna get a thunderstorm here. So hopefully that does not.
You do not double negative us. If something happens to this stream, I will blame you in the double negative.
I know, it's not good. So hopefully everything
I love how
okay.
Cal has the actual keyboard, and they just gave me the wrist rest.
Well,
so I feel like Maggie in the opening of The Simpsons, just like pretending to drive, like,
well,
I type 2.
I'm trying to make sure. Okay, so we're pretty much gonna skip over Katie's newscast here and just start at the song.
I gotta say, I love that, like, whomever is writing those is putting in the work.
Oh yeah, I think that the person that said that, like, they did the news thingies at like 3 in the morning one night when they were like couldn't sleep or something. They did them all in one night. Hi, Idiots React. Hi, Cherry. Okay, so you guys are good?
That makes so much sense because it really does have that late at night stream of consciousness.
Like sort of writing.
Nothing
to
makes
it.
sense.
I like that. I like the canon of that. You know.
Art resembles reality.
Yes.
Imitates life.
But yeah, I'm just making sure that you guys are all good. Okay. As far as I know, I might check again on my phone, but do you want to talk about, you were going to say something. You're definitely feeling more positively about, is that what you were going for? About the show these last couple episodes?
I don't think I was going to say that.
Oh,
but I
what were you going to say?
I think it was something about the ticker. To be honest with you, I appreciate the degree to which, like, it feels a lot like, Hazbin Hotel feels a lot like Hell of a Boss in that it's a very dense.
Yes,
like, it's like a Mel Brooks movie. Just things are like constantly hitting you, and like you almost have to rewatch it once or twice, pausing a lot to get it all. I really appreciate that. But as for the actual show, we kind of mentioned this. We were talking about this before we like got on air.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did not expect it to go this well. I know.
It's kind of honestly a little shocking.
If we've seen kind of negative, especially about the last 2 episodes or about Gravity or whatever, it's mostly just because like. In comparison to, like, everything else that has been really good, Charlie being dumb and Gravity being just kind of okay has really stuck out as a sore thumb.
I will say, though, like, I don't think there has been a bad song this season. There's definitely songs I feel like are sort of weaker, or, like, they're missing the oomph, or, like, the thesis, or, like, that twisty twit, like, that thing that I keep talking about, right? I definitely feel like that's the case, but, like, there were songs where, like, whatever it takes is genuinely terrible to me. I've explained it in a video before. It's terrible for the show. It's instrumentally terrible, because they don't try to contrast Carmilla's sound with Vaggy's sound at all. Like, it sounds like the opening of a Hannah Montana PS2 game. Like, it's just, you know, like, but I haven't felt that.
Was there a particular Hannah Montana
there was.
PS2
It was,
game you had in mind?
Rhythm, it was like a rhythm game, but you were like Hannah Montana World Tour, and you played as her, and like, you dressed her up in outfits and stuff. It's like a long story. Oh, okay, so you are recommending music. I will write that down. Yeah, whatever it takes literally pains me.
Is she solo? Was she in a band? Huh, interesting.
But yeah, gonna release on Prime a month before YouTube. How are they gonna do that, though? Hell of a Boss has such a sporadic, like, are they gonna do 1 episode a week? Or, like, how are they... I guess we'll have to stay sub to Prime, which I'm not that happy about, but...
Honestly, I have an account you can borrow.
Yeah, I know, we gotta start doubling up. Oh, what I was gonna say, okay, so here's what we have to talk about before we talk about, like, the actual episodes, alright? I have reflected more on why I like VOX, okay? Because I wasn't like this 2 weeks ago. I wasn't like this in season 1. And so I know that the question that everybody is asking is, how did this happen? And I finally figured it out, okay? So everybody, you know, stay seated with us, okay? It is because Vox is pathetic in episode 4. Like, we find out about Vincent. It's episode 4, right? Yeah.
Yes.
It was episode 4, right, where we saw the flashback. So I think that that's what changed it in my brain, because it's not enough to be like Lelouch or like light Yagami. Like, that's not enough for me, okay? The men have to be sort of pathetic. And that's what I think the difference is. Like, I wasn't really obsessed with Roman Torchwick until Roman Holiday. Because what did Roman Holiday do? It made Roman a little pathetic, right?
I'm so curious here. Like, what about the patheticness does it for you?
I think here's what I think it is. Here's my theory, okay? There are multiple ways that you can do this. It doesn't need to be through the patheticness. But being pathetic lends itself to a certain degree of vulnerability. And so most men, right, have problems being vulnerable. And most writers have problems writing male characters to be vulnerable, right? Not all, I'm not saying all writers in all the world, but like there's certain things like, I don't know, it's hard to explain like the male gaze. Like if you want to think about something like James Bond, I don't know, right? Yeah. Like movies that are for men,
fucking a
right?
Bunch of women.
Like that sort of thing. Like the men, you know, they don't get written in the same way that men get written for women in romance, whatever. And even in romance stuff, right? Somebody gaslit me into thinking I would like the Sarah J. Maas books because they were about fairy tales and all of this shit, and I hated them, and I thought that they were so bad.
You have so many of them.
I know, I have to sell them, I have to get rid of them. But, like, I just hated the men, because they're just toxic, and they're mean, and they don't have, like, it's not like they're mean and they have a heart of gold, like, they're just fucking mean, right? And so I think that, like, that's the sort of thing. It's like, the patheticness means that there's vulnerability. And we talk about this, you know, in the last video I did about the Disney princesses and this idea of that villains need to be desperate, right? To be the underdog, and they need to have desperation, and the desperation is how we get to see them be vulnerable, right? So I think that, like, the same sort of situation is, like, exactly. Like, he's pathetic, but he's also intimidating when he wants to be, and that's very nice. I thought that that was great. And that's probably why I don't just, like Alistair, even though last season he was, you know, dangling the loan sharks in this, he was a giant Coraline monster, and that didn't, like, do anything for me. It's because Alistair's not really pathetic either. So, yes, I will do that. Probably not right now. But yes, I'll make another. I was actually gonna, kind of outsource some work to you guys and ask how I should, frame a video that is positive. Because I always have trouble with how to frame title. Like, we have Preminger, like, we have how can I refuse is a masterpiece. We got masterpiece, we got what we can learn, but it doesn't seem to be doing it in the same way that, like, the negative YouTube title. So I was gonna crowdsource that one and be like, what titles do you guys like when the video is positive?
Vox and why I want to kiss his big flat face. No.
Like, is it like, oh, something is better than you think? Like, is that sort of enticing? Because, like, oh, this thing is already good, but it's even better, and there's a secret. Right, so I was thinking, anyway, we'll talk about that another time, but
Vox
go
and
ahead.
Why I want to plug in all of his
oh my god, not this again.
HDMI cords. How does your boyfriend feel about you liking pathetic men?
I don't know. I don't think Arnold's here right now. Maybe we can get a quote from him later if he joins this. But Arnold knows, I mean, because Arnold, like...
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm just saying, like, because Arnold knows that I like Roman. Like, I'm sure he understands the premise, right? Better than you think is intriguing? Okay, good. Okay, good. I'll try that next time. Let's talk about Bad With Us. People on Twitter are annoying me. Surprise, surprise. Because they're like, I got off Twitter a year ago, like, and it was... the genre changes, and I'm like, that's the whole point. That's what makes it a good musical. You don't have to like it, but to say that the song is bad, because it does what it's supposed to be doing, like, I don't know. Like, you know what I mean? And that's the difference between, oh, you know, we like something, and then, oh, I like how in this picture you see that Val and Velvet are already getting cut out of here.
That is a lot of fun.
That is fun.
I didn't notice that. That's a cute little detail.
But yeah, I think this song is awesome. Like, I think it's awesome how Vox kind of chameleons into these different genres. But let's talk about this opening first, right?
Here's a thought.
Yeah?
A bunch of people, because, like, this show is fan with the Zoomers and the Gen Alpha, you know.
Yeah?
They're with the youngins.
Sure.
That lady was just holding a newspaper.
Right.
They probably were not alive when people read newspaper.
Well, Well, she seems kind of hip, though. This could have just been a newsy. You know how in Bridgerton, which we just started watching,
yes.
Lady Whistledown delivers the papers for free?
Yeah.
I feel like Vox did that, just so people would talk about him.
It's like the equivalent. He's like the New York Post, basically.
Yeah, like, you know, so I think, like, this was, like, a service. But yeah, I love this, like, this guy. I love their Okay, well, I don't know who told you that, bestie. We had to, let's go by that pretty quickly. But yeah,
I like the Steven
Soderbergh,
awesome. All the different split screens. I enjoyed that.
I know, and, like, we never get the ensemble. Like, the only time I think we've heard other characters sing was Cannibal Town, and some NPCs did sing at the beginning of Happy Day in Hell.
I love how we just call it NPCs.
You know what
and not like background characters.
Sorry.
It's not all video games.
But you know what I'm saying? So I think that, like, this is awesome because we start to hear what, like, the people of Hell have to say. We get more of that during Vox Populi. It's just, like, guys, it's just so good because my problem with Happy Day in Hell, amongst other things, if you've seen that video, was that people just got exterminated, and meanwhile they're like, you know, got a ton of barbed wire to shove in his hole, and they're saying that, like, that's the reason why it's not a happy day in hell, and I'm like, no, it's not a happy day in hell, because you guys just were victims of the extermination 5 minutes ago. And so, like, they have this, like, kind of nonsense dialogue that doesn't actually tie into what Charlie's singing about. So to see such a strong ensemble number, yeah, exactly. And it's like the second act opener of the musical. Like, it's just great. I love this upside down sort of star because it's like a pentagram, right? The sheriff's thing. There's also an upside down cross on there. But yeah, I loved, like, I didn't even mind, like, gassed up, right? Because fast and up, like, that's kind of a fall off, but I thought that was fine, right? Surpassed and then gas also, like, that was really nice. It was nice, guys. Like, it was great. I love all of these little guys talking. But yeah, this was a great, like, shot
enjoy,
too.
Yeah,
oh my
I like
God.
this Steven Soderbergh, like, I don't know what you'd call it. Oh goodness, Brady Bunch kind of collection.
And I love, like, this clock, man. Like, there's just some great designs. Oh man, but yeah, I loved this. Who knows what moves those? Who knows what moves those? That was such a nice, right? What moves those V's will make that. Like, I just
also
love
like because that character awesome. Was the character that was in, like, the Die Young thing. That she made
it?
Back I think it is. That, like, got her famous. So I love that her little, like, special
and it's
girl
also the overlord from the meeting that was like, well, we just got here. What happened?
Australia.
Yeah, V Tower, right? Is looking great.
Hi everyone.
I'm not one to rest on my laurel. Look at him, guy. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. There's gonna be a lot of, like, just looking at Vox.
This is gonna be a 5-hour stream.
Appreciating Vox.
Just because you're gonna have to, like, stop yourself from drooling at. I don't know.
Anyway, I love Velvet in her little, like, kind of Marilyn Monroe kind of thing right
it's
here.
Like poofy and kind of classic. I really like it.
But yeah, I love just all of them dancing together. I thought that this was really cute. Why should we keep crossing swords after all? Like, we're overlords, right? Our brand is perfection. So I thought that was really great. And I like this. Like, you know you want to be bad.
I like how Valentino never really changes his outfit. He's always like in his pimp coat.
Oh yeah, we did get more info. Dorals, do you guys mean? Yeah, the Dorals and then Laurels. I'm gonna excuse that because it's kind of like, oh God. I'm trying to think, sorry. Like popular, like it's like changing the word to make it rhyme. And like
Awkwardly.
They do this also in the Cannibal town song where they do powerful instead of powerful. Like her daddy, she is very powerful. So I'm gonna excuse that one because it felt cheeky. Like it was just a little like tee-hee.
Dorels, that's what it was, yeah.
I don't know what the L's would actually mean.
It also works because Vox is clearly resting on his laurels here.
Yeah.
He's like he's not considering the sort of knives glimmering look, if they can say power fell, I can say
I
glimmering.
think power
glimmering
fell was
in the back.
a bit, like, that was a bit worse than this somehow.
No,
you
but
know
that
what I mean?
works
But they're
because
fine.
Because he's like,
you know.
it almost communicates to the degree to which he kind of doesn't care.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he's not bothered. He thinks no one's going to stop him.
Like,
he's
slurring almost is where,
Yeah,
like, he's
like-
having a little cheeky little fun time, right?
It communicates his carefree attitude and the fact that he's starting to not necessarily see the threats.
Yeah, because he is recruiting people, so he's not entirely resting on, but I know what you mean, right?
Yeah. Where he's just like, oh, now I'm coasting.
Yeah,
Now,
like, he's just
everyone's
having
gonna
a
agree
good
with
time,
it.
you know?
This isn't going to be a problem for me.
But yeah, I love
This
the
is him
genre
not
change
even trying.
here. I love, you know, I loved the genre change. I thought it was so cool. No, that wasn't me simping. I'm just like, music makes me so happy. And like,
Sure.
you know, we talked about this sort of in our
Hey, Cal,
in
are
our
you playing
discussion.
music in there?
Oh man, we talked about this in our discussion, but you know, something interesting that I've always heard is like, lyrics can lie, but music cannot. And I think that that's very interesting in the context of Vox, because I would have to like go back and sort of, you know, listen to this song and see if I can find any Vox isms, even in, you know, how he kind of chameleons into other people's genres and whatnot. But what I will say is that I think that him chameleoning is kind of the truth. You know, and so I think that, like, that's very interesting that, like, this is not a lie. It is true. He is able to just kind of put on somebody else's, like, skin to appeal to them, right? And so, even though, music can't lie, like, I think that's okay in this case, because it's not a lie. Yeah, and, like, the country twang, I thought that was great. Like, it's showing, Christian's range here. I say that as if I know him personally, but I can't remember his last name. Okay, we need to talk about this because I should have said this earlier. I rewatched the entire show yesterday.
Oh,
okay?
the whole season?
Yeah, the whole series. I rewatched it all yesterday. Okay? So we have to circle back to this, but I think what we'll do is we'll go through the episodes first and then we'll talk about theories at the end of the stream, right?
Because I feel like we get a little bogged down.
Yeah, we don't want to, you know. I keep thinking they're saying it's gonna be Ratchet, but I guess Batchet is probably the better word. I like best believe, right? That was very nice. The buh of it all. But yeah, so he's basically offering them exorcist blades, which kind of solves a plot hole that I was thinking about like, how did none of the cannibals from Cannibal Town take an exorcist blade home with them, right? So they could, like, kill sinners.
They should be, I mean, maybe they, I don't know,
but he's offering it maybe to people that weren't Cannibal Town, so that's fine. I think
was
maybe
it like taking
Rosie,
basketballs in like recess?
Exactly.
You had to
Rosie
sign it
got
out.
them all
Every
back.
like, I just imagine Vaggie walking around with a clipboard. I'm like, okay, Jerry, you took an exorcist blade. Okay, well, you bet you have to bring it back.
Yeah, exactly.
You know
I
where
believe
it went?
that. I think because
Who gave it?
Rosie's the head of Cannibal Town, that's fine. Like, she probably helped make sure that everybody was in line, right? Because I'm like, how are the exorcist blades not illegally circulating heaven already? This was like, yeah, like in the reaction you guys saw, I was so happy. Like, this was the best moment of my life right here. But yeah, and I like Zestial and his pile of skulls, apparently, right?
Zestial seems like, what's his deal exactly? Just the potency
Just roughly
of death?
7 hours of Hazbin. I will say, though, I did like...
Wait, season 1 and 2?
Yeah, I rewatched all of it. I will say, though, I did
With one
sort of
hand?
like... No, I did, like, kind of rush through parts because I was looking for specific things. So, like, I didn't watch all of Hell's Greatest Dad. I didn't need to know all that.
I don't need to listen to Toxic, you know?
Poison.
Poison.
But
Toxic.
yeah,
Britney Spears,
I did
much
go
better
back
song.
and watch Poison. So, but I watched season 2, like, properly. Season 1, I just sort of, like, I checked a scene and I was like, you know, let's look at the prologue again. And I went through each episode, but I did it in a very, you know, what am I trying to say? Efficient measure. Yeah, so the streets told me that this means, like, my darling in Spanish, but apparently this can be doubled as an insult of kind of like, hey, bitch, right? Like, if you say it in
it's
a
like in the same way that, like,
context,
sweetie
right?
can be very, but also kind of like sarcastic, like, oh, sweetie.
Yeah,
or, like,
exactly.
You know?
So that's what the streets told me. I love how Valentino's just like, why would we do this?
Fucking television gringo.
But yeah, this I thought was really, really funny.
I also love how she's like, "Are you fucking serious?" He's like, "Yeah, my bad. That was like a bad call for me. I'm
it's
sorry."
the dawn of a new regime. Even though I don't like.
What is that outfit called? Like the not a like a.
I think it's kind of mariachi.
Is it? I guess it is mariachi. Adjacent.
I'm not. I don't know.
We're not the people
I
to
don't
ask.
know.
But yeah, that was like, which once again I mentioned it again in the past, but like humor really really good this season.
Yeah.
That's very very funny. It's just not going back to the like.
Sorry, it's a
same,
it's
like,
a dawn of a
swearing
new
people
regime.
thing.
So this is kind of connected to Brand New Dawn, which was part of Stayed Gone, which is a line that I didn't like because it should have been Brand New Dawn, like Mafia Dawn.
Extra funny
anyway.
mystery Mew, and the fact that he's dressed from Mexico and Camilla's from Spain.
Oh no!
That's very funny.
That's hilarious. I didn't know that either.
Boy.
Yeah, that's the other thing. So in episode 6, they're like, Val, you know I can't understand you when you're speaking that island language. And I was like, what are they talking? Do
He's
they
like,
mean
I'm
Puerto
from
Rico?
Florida. Yeah, I'm
I'm
Puerto
guessing,
Rico.
but yeah, I didn't, I was like, what is he even talking about?
Dominican, like a lot of places, you know, the Spanish sphere.
But,
Spanish sphere.
I like how people didn't like how racist Vox was. I mean, but here's the thing. He was like racist in kind of like a white person, almost well-meaning, but kind of not way in terms of the outfit. The island language thing, that was not, right?
Because he was like, yeah, I can pander to everyone.
Carmilla, yeah, exactly.
Like, because
he
he's
was
pandering
trying
to everyone else.
Her, right?
So he's like, I'll pander to her. I'll dress up as a mariachi band leader, and they're like, yeah, no.
So
no.
like,
we're like, okay, my bad.
He's like, you know, he's like, I'm not racist, but then he says stuff like that. It's kind of like,
it's the
the classic, like, oh,
sort of,
your grandpa thing. No,
yeah.
Grandpa, we don't say that anymore. Like, that's
not
kind
even
of
like,
the thing,
that's
right?
the thing, though. It's not even played off like he's racist. It's played off like he's dumb, and that's a lot funnier. Like, if they just kind of, like, drilled it in, but, like, the joke is not that he's mocking anybody. The joke is that he's a dipshit.
He's trying hard. He's just
yeah, like the joke is that it was an earnest attempt and he's dumb, which is like, I don't know, when you look at a lot of people doing.
Look at his he wants the cha-cha-cha so bad. Oh man.
I love Maracas.
That was a great song. I no notes. I can't
it.
believe there are people. Here's the thing, guys. You don't need to like it. I get it, right? If the genre changes are too much for you, you know, that's okay, right? It's okay. But like,
it's good.
You can't say it's a bad song. Like, it's not a bad song just because you don't like it. It's a very good song that executes what it's trying to do very well, right?
Yes.
I think. Oh, well, Mew, we were talking about this episode, but yeah, this part of the episode, but we'll get there. We'll get back there. But he wouldn't have been born for that, so he wasn't referenced anyway. Let's talk about Charlie,
like
what do you call it at the airport?
Flagging them in.
Yeah. I think that mostly, like, this was mostly just comedy stuff anyway. Obviously
I do love that
Vaggie trying to be like,
they lean into, like, Charlie, like, as a cartoon character, how she's, like, bending around and stretching and acting very silly. I worry sometimes that, like, you know, you want to stay a little on model, and then that's a budgetary thing as well, but I don't know. I enjoy that they're really bending her and flexing her and making her silly.
What the fuck was that? Oh, that's her magic. Okay, I was like, hello? What's this random purple puff of smoke? Okay, that's
I also
fine.
love how Vaggie's trying to get laid so bad this entire scene.
Yeah, I
She's
know.
just like, hey, wanna go? You know.
This would be so much. Okay, can I make a complaint right now?
Yes.
Charlie has a line where she says, like, all our guests are family, or whatever the note is. I don't have it memorized, okay? My throat still hurts. That's why I don't know if you guys follow me for Genshin or Twisted Wonderland, but I'm not streaming until Hazbin is over because I've, like, done too much. Even right now, I've kind of done too much, so I'm gonna try to pitch myself down, maybe. Anyway, like, all our guests are family, but also, we're gonna leave. Why do I smell smoke? Am I crazy? Do you smell that? Do you mind going upstairs and, like, checking on my mother? Sorry, because I'm in a skirt and I don't want to... I smell burning, like, like, I smell burning something. Anyway, sorry, guys. Oh, right, this would be so much easier with Alistair. Meanwhile, like, he got himself kidnapped, go get him, bestie? All our friends are family, my ass. You know, like, oh my god, what are they gonna do to him, Vaggie? I'm sure he's fine. Like, guys, am I crazy? I don't. Like, this is kind of diabolical. I know that Alistair wasn't a guest, but it's like, oh, we're just one big family here, and then, like, what? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Sorry, without Hunter, I'm like, is my house burning down? The potatoes in the oven. Oh no. But yeah, I guess they just think that he's up to something, but I'm like, shouldn't you go save him? Right? Like, I mean, I guess Charlie had that thing about, like, boundaries, right? She went to Angel Dust work and it didn't go very well, but, like, this is not the same thing. This is actually quite different. To be fair, they never liked him. Cal is having a stroke, maybe. I hope not. Cal's house is burning down. She's still theorizing. The show must go on, I mean, as they said. That's why I sent Hunter to go check. Hi.
Yeah, it's fine if I burn.
Well, what is it?
I honestly think it's, like,
the power tools or something, like what she's doing?
I went into the maybe it's that.
Oh.
Because she's not in the house. Your mom's not in the house. I think.
Oh, okay. We can't find her.
So one other thing that it could be is maybe the laundry.
Oh.
Because there's a strong smell of chemical coming from there.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, hopefully, we're not gonna burn down. I guess I'll text her and tell her.
Gas.
I'll just tell her, I smelled smoke. Hunter investigated. We can't find you. I smelled
Your
smoke.
poor mother.
Hunter looked around.
I'm glad that Charlie got laid.
You.
Not this episode, but the
Proof
next episode.
Of life?
She really needed to, like, relax a little bit. You're a little tense.
Yes.
Doesn't help.
I don't know if Charlie didn't like Alistair, though, guys. I feel like Charlie likes everybody. You know? Like, I don't know about that. I don't know about all that. Yeah, so, proof that Penchus is alive, and then the angels show up and she doesn't ask for proof, which, you know, kind of bothers me. But anyway, we're gonna go through this a bit, more,
just bedroomize Vaggie. Like, I also love, like, how competent Vaggie is. Like, we just see her walking around casually fixing everything for everyone.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's more next episode as well, but...
But, like, in this one, as she's walking by, she's like, over this way. I can open your
Cal,
door.
I feel like you're brushing... I mean, Hunter looked around. She didn't see any fire, so...
No,
unless it's, like, up at the top floor, like in my sister's room or something.
Fires generally start in the basement,
super chat goals? Okay. Let me investigate that. Yeah, we want to do wish again for the 10th time. Oh, it's not... That's weird. It's not letting me. Hello? Okay. That sucks. It's not letting me set one. It's like you guys failed too many times. Sorry, bestie. Hello? Okay. Let me try to refresh. That won't do anything to our stream, so that's fine. Nope. What's going on? Are we demonetized or something? Okay. I'll try to see if I can do it on my phone. That's very strange. That's very odd. Yeah, it's not like letting me access any of the drop downs. I might be able to do it on my phone. Okay. Well.
Back at it.
Anyway, yeah, so she's helping this guy with his key, because I guess he got locked out of his room. Yeah, this was very nice. Personally, I don't like Charlie as the main protagonist. Oh no. I'm like, that's crazy, because what can we do? What can we do about her?
That is, yeah, we're a little deep now for like a sudden pivot.
It's a little change.
I don't know.
Too late for that.
I like Charlie. She's charming. Like, she's a little dumb, but she tries her best. Like, you know, you want like as many, for every sort of character positive, they sort of need something of a flaw, right? And like Charlie, for what she makes up for enthusiasm, she has, you know, an equal amount of naivete, right? For as caring as she is, she's equally sort of anxious and easily overwhelmed.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's a good balance. Whether or not you think sometimes Charlie, you know, behaves out of character, I felt that way, right? Like, sometimes she does. Like, there's a thin line between naive and dumb, I agree, Bonnabelle. And they definitely, I don't know, because they acknowledge it, and they kind of pivot to it and they improve on it, like, I'm willing to forgive it, but I understand if that like annoys people a lot more.
Yeah,
because it really did annoy me.
I'm more annoyed about the Pentious photograph situation, just because I think that it would have been great to do a commentary about, like, AI and, you know, that sort of thing, like misinformation and all of that stuff. So I find that frustrating.
Of course we use AI. We're in hell.
My mom says it's her drilling, by the way, if anybody was, like, really concerned the house is on fire.
Smelled woody. Jesus Christ,
so anyway, I have made the goal for us to react to Wish. Now, like I said, I'm not gonna be a stickler for getting the 10 super chats in this stream. I will tally all of the super chats that we got, like, during this. Do you guys understand what I mean? Like, during the month of Hazbin, and I'll put them together, and then we'll probably make it, you know? But yeah, I did do that for the person that asked earlier. I feel like this Genshin music is just a little, like, slow right now. I need something a bit more, you know, upbeat right here. Okay. Yes, group therapy. Okay, so this is something I didn't notice. So, Angel says he has a headache. I think that's true. I also think, though, that he was avoiding the group therapy because Husk was running it.
What if he had a headache because he got
yes, that's supposed to be foreshadowing. We'll talk about that later. You know what I've noticed?
When you rewatched the show,
I found nothing outside of these 2 episodes, which I thought was kind of shitty. Like, there's Vox foreshadowing. So, for example, he's like, oh, did a little angel tell you that? Right, about Emily, when Emily tells him about Pentious and stuff in episode 3. But, here's the thing. People get really annoyed when we say, that was kind of lame. And I feel like they get more annoyed than when we say stuff is bad, because at least with bad, people can argue like, oh no, but Cal, that was done so well. But like, we were like, yeah, this thing with Angel was just kind of lame, bestie. And like, people are so, like, in our comments, they're like, no, it's not lame. I had to delete like 10 comments this morning because I was like, guys, I'm not arguing.
The brainwash thing could have been better. They could have like
it wasn't terrible, but it just,
I liked it as a twist. I wish they incorporated it in.
Yeah, because like I said, I was looking, like, all I'm asking for is I just wanted to see Angel taking a picture on his phone during season 1, like when they were rebuilding the hotel or something. You know what I mean? Like, I would have liked something like that. So I just wish that they had done it. Again, there were clues before basically these 2 episodes, but like, yeah, like the Vox side of things I think makes sense, because he's like, oh, did a little angel tell you that? Like, he knows that Lucifer obviously is not gonna be able to hurt him. I just thought that he didn't give a fuck. Like, I thought that he was just doing it for the love of the game. Like how Alistair in Hell's Greatest Dad was fighting with Lucifer and he wasn't scared. Like, I thought that Vox just didn't know and was just willing to risk it all, if that makes sense. Don't delete them, it's comment bait, but they were like, people were like being rude to other people that were like, agreeing with us, and they were like, you guys are fucking stupid, and so I was like, you can't talk to my commenters that way, so I had to delete some things.
Yeah, people need to behave.
The dysfunction we're seeing with the hotel feels, and Evan feels realistic. Honestly, though, like, valid. I understand what you're saying, Loth. Like, I get it. But yeah, I think that, like, it's
in
not
a lot
the
of
worst
ways,
twist ever.
It's believable.
I just wish that they had foreshadowed it a little bit more, because it feels, you should never be blindsided by a twist,
you know
right?
What you know what it feels like?
Yeah.
Whenever, like, people watch a movie, it's almost like the inverse, going off of what Lothrod said. Lothier said?
Yeah.
Like, when you watch a movie and there's a big government conspiracy,
right?
And you're just like, oh, yes, they're hiding things from you. They're a bunch of malevolent people that work in the thing.
Sure.
When in actuality, a lot of people who work in government are kind of incompetent. No one could ever pull anything off very well at all. Generally, the conspiracies that do happen, you know about it. You know about NSA. You know about Watergate. No one keeps their trap shut. Like... But if you had that in a movie where everyone just gave up the juice, basically, at the first push, it would be the worst movie ever, but it would be realistic.
I mean, it's kind of like how it's like, oh, this villain isn't realistic, people don't talk like that, and then you have Trump on TV talking
and
exactly like that recently.
Like, oh, like,
no. You know, I do wonder if our... like, generation will be a bit more, like, open to that idea. I mean, obviously, theater and movies and stories are supposed to be entertaining, but, like, I wonder if we're gonna be kind of different because we know about the incompetence, right?
Yeah, people, I don't know, man.
I mean, in terms of enjoying the incompetence, not about, like, actual people believing in actual government conspiracies. I just mean, like, you know, I would watch a movie about a bunch of incompetent White House cover-up. Like, I think it'd be kind of funny.
And they have made that movie, and it is funny. It's called Wag the dog. But it's like, yeah, no one would like, you would watch that and be like, no, they wouldn't be that incompetent. Part of me, that's how I feel watching to that commenter's point. Like, yeah, part of him like, this person's stupid. Why are they behaving so stupidly? I'm like, oh no, I mean like, you know, like the like Pepsi Riot race relations commercial was a real thing, right? Like,
I think
people
that,
are
like,
dumb. Like, you can't actually.
I believe it from Charlie.
You know,
I just wish that somebody else said something and she
it's
ignored
unsatisfying.
them or whatever. Like, is everyone seriously that right? Like, Emily, I can believe because she doesn't deal with problems or hardships, right? But we'll talk about that more later. But
it's
yes, Husk Therapy, I thought that was pretty funny. That was a fun little gag. I really like Baxter. He's warmed. I've warmed up to him.
Weirdo.
If that makes sense. I thought that, see, I was thinking that Angel's conscious mind thinks that Vaggy's trying to propose. I think that that's what Angel thinks. I think Angel's Valentino mind is asking for the tea to get the right, because he's hypnotized. I'm a simple creature, I like the twist. I think it was slightly in poison. Yeah, so that's the other thing I was thinking about. Lux, I think I mentioned this in my poison, like, song analysis, but I was like, why the fuck is Vox here? Who invited him, like, as a joke? And so I definitely did notice that, like, why is Vox there in Poison? So I think that that was okay. Again, I just wish on the Angel Dust side, there was more, like, Angel Dust taking pictures, or, like, we saw Vox as a contact in Angel's phone, right? But there were no messages between them because he keeps deleting the messages. So that could have been, like, a little clue, you know? Like, just a little something. Doesn't need to be crazy. Fun fact about this scene. So, apparently, I think it's this one, so the person that worked on this background said that they, included, like, Lucifer's room, but there's a lot more ducks than the last time we saw them, even though it's been, like, 3 days.
I also like the "this is a bribe, come back" mammon.
Yeah, so some people were saying that this is supposed to, oh my god, I smell the wood again, sorry guys. Some people were saying that this was supposed to be a Sin Miss gift because of the Hazbin timeline with the Helva timeline. I don't think so. I think it's literally like the "this is a bribe, come back" was supposed to be about, like, it's just they're trying to get Lucifer back. Yeah, like, to do it in whatever he's supposed to be doing, you know? But yeah, I agree. Like, it's not bad. It just had the potential to be better. Are the best twists the ones you can predict? I think so. And, like, people were like, but Kel, you're supposed to be able to predict it in hindsight. And I'm like, but to be able to see the signs in hindsight, you needed at least some people. Like, I talked about this last time, right? Shadow's House, there was a twist in season 2, and I guessed the twist in, I think, the second episode, because there was, like, a frame, like, blink and you miss it clue in there that alluded to, I won't say what it is, because Shadow's House is an awesome show, and you guys should watch it, but basically, like, and it's not about ego of, like, oh, guys, I'm good at this, and I missed it, and I'm, like, you know, shitting myself over it or something. I'm just saying that, like, I'm usually good at these sorts of things, and so I know what to look for in terms of when the writers are giving us clues. So yeah, I think obviously hindsight 2020, but you should, if there are enough clues, a theorist should be able to, like, look at the episodes and start to build the components of the theory, if that makes sense. Because, like, the
worry is that people will guess the twist.
You should never be blindsided. You should be like, oh, that makes so much sense in hindsight, but I don't think Hunter and I were like, what? When did they have all the time to be doing all that, right?
But it's like the stuff, it's like, how do you know that I knew that Lucifer wouldn't hurt me? How do you know that I do this? So it's like, they kind of sell you on it in the moment.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, and I enjoyed it. It was like, it was a fun twist.
Yeah, I think Hans,
twists that are bad are twists
sense,
that, like, don't make any sense at all. Where, like, you look back and you're like, or it's like, it's just, like, sometimes you have twists for twists' sake.
Yeah. Sorry, I meant to say Hans does make sense as an example, like, because it's borderline. He has 2 lines that
surprise,
allude to
I'm
maybe that
evil,
he's bad,
and it's like,
right?
okay, well, shit.
But they totally shoehorned Hans in there because at the last minute, well, sort of at the last minute, they changed Elsa from being the villain, right? So obviously, Hans has 2 lines. Find my own place, right? Or whatever, that one. And then he has another line, which is kind of sussy, about, like, oh, I have 13 brothers and I'll never be in line for the throne, right? So, like, but Hans is, like, a borderline. I would say the Angel Dust is better than Hans. But yeah, like, you should be able to have the game theorists be able to go in there and figure out what's happening. You know, so that's all that I'm trying to say. Now, I have a crazy theory that we're gonna save for the end of the stream that I'm really proud of, because I think that, like, I looked it up, and no one has ever said this, ever. So, this is like a Calxiyn original, and I have a lot of competence in competence, but also confidence is
I like the great Calxiyn.
So, here's the thing about this. People are saying, oh, they're referencing The Great Gatsby because Vox and Alistair and the themes of the book. Here's the thing, though, okay? Jeremy Jordan is playing Gatsby in The Great Gatsby. As much as I love for things to be that deep, guys, in this, I don't think it was that deep today. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I think they're just like,
I think they're referencing the role that he's literally doing it now.
I mean, I don't know, a big green light. He has green magic. If you wanted to go into
merch available, that's funny.
I love how they're kind of advertising this guy's other role. That's fun. I enjoy that.
But yeah, I really like this scene. Like, oh, you know, I'd go ask Alistair, like, kind of playing to Lucifer's ego. I mean, he's pride, right?
He's a little Gatsby-y, right? Because he clearly has...
Vox?
No, I was gonna say Lucifer.
Oh.
Because, I mean...
The one that got away? Or
yeah, he has the one that got away.
Oh, but they were saying Vox Alistair, like, Gatsby, because Vox is based off of this character that...
Nick Carraway?
No, I think they meant Vox is like Gatsby, like, he came up from, like, nothing, and sort of, you know, he has this... And like, Gatsby has shitty taste, I think, in the book, right? Because he's new money, right? He's not old money. Mm-hmm. So he kind of has, like, shitty taste, and he's not, like, you can kind of tell that he only recently became rich and stuff, like that sort of thing. Yes. I think that they were talking about.
So then, I don't know, Lucifer's Tom Buchanan, and Daisy is Charlie?
Know. I think it was, Vox is Daisy. Or, sorry, Alistair. Sorry, I'm stupid. Alistair is Daisy, I think, in this scenario.
Okay.
Because Daisy's always trying to impress, you know what I mean? Like, Gatsby's always trying to impress. It's been a while since I've read the book. I don't have a problem with people making that interpretation or anything. I'm just saying this one time, this is the only time I will ever say this on the Calxiyn channel, because here it is always that deep. This one time, I don't think it was that deep. I think it was just a reference to his role. But yeah, I like kind of playing Lucifer's ego against him. I thought that was a great scene. I like how, like, Charlie's literally so sleep deprived that she, at first, she's like, oh, Emily. And then she's like, oh, Emily, G to G back to work. Oh, man. Well, I'm sorry you couldn't stay, Lux, but we might be done, like, when you're... I'm sorry, we might not be done when you get back. We might still be here, so don't worry.
I feel so bad for
make sure to watch at the end of the stream for my crazy theory, because it's good. It's really good, okay? I'm assuming if this stream is, like, 5 hours, go to, like, the 4-hour mark, and you should be okay.
I like that, it's Abel.
Abel.
Yes.
Abel's the good one.
Yes, Cain's the bad one. I should know this. Abel always looks like he'd rather be, like, making Legos and smoking pot. Like, he's just not here for it. I also like that Penchus is kind of, sort of, I don't know what the word is, adjusting to Hell now?
Yeah.
Like, he has his boys, he's baking cookies.
Some people said that Penchus may help Hell, strengthen their defenses.
I can
with his, like, technology, so that could be interesting as well. Finally, I can make the stream. Well, hi, Maple. How's it going? But yeah, so the gift basket things, he's like, yeah, I'm sure Charlie would like a gift basket, but, like, everybody else down there, like, Penchus did not say to give everybody a gift basket, right? But I love how mad Loot is. I don't think we're gonna get Loot payoff until season 3, guys. You know, the gravity payoff. It's kind of like Stay Gone in season 1. Like, I don't think we're getting all that. 2 hours per episode. I am trying to go kind of fast with this one because I know that we're gonna spend a lot of time on Vox's 2 musical numbers.
Yeah.
So I am trying to, like, you know,
I love when he said it starts with sorry.
Yeah, I know, that was really nice. Apparently,
it's really funny though, because it's a bad piece of advice. Like, it doesn't work. But
well, it does start with sorry. That doesn't mean that that's the only thing you do.
That's true.
We do have to talk about Sarah's hypocrisy this episode, though, because it's crazy how she was like, I need to repent, and then 10 minutes later, she was like, colonizer logic.
Losers.
And she was like, yeah, you guys should be exterminated, because some of you are violent. And I'm like, Sarah, you can't be saying all that. Oh, you're gonna get canceled. Oh, dear. But yeah, so Penchus can't go. Here's my theory about Penchus that I posted about on Twitter. I don't think that they're just not letting him. I think what they're afraid is that, the root of evil will latch on to Penchus because he doesn't have any, well, he probably still has sin in him, but whatever. He's like reborn, like he's fresh.
He has sin in him.
Do you know what I mean? So I think that like, I don't think that Penchus can go through the portal because he is, he's like, it would corrupt him and they're afraid of that.
Yeah.
So like there's a natural barrier of like, hey, the winners can't leave.
Yeah.
You know?
Or like, we've been here a lot longer, we're kind of in charge.
Because obviously, I don't know, but I think it's like a function of the world is what I meant. Like, I don't think that they're stopping him. That makes sense. Sorry, guys, I have a weird little hangnail that's bothering me. Anyway, yeah, so they're like, bye, have fun, you know? I talked about this in my, in our reaction, but I kind of wish that they had done like the Beauty and the Beast, and what's so embarrassing is that I don't think that the audio rendered out for some reason, so it was just the silence of the clip in the middle of our video, but I do wish that they did have pictures of Penchus, and then Vox said that they were AI, and then Emily did the whole like,
yes.
no, I can prove it, right, with a magic mirror, like, show me the beast, right, and then Penchus was like crying or something, and Vox was like, see, they're torturing him, they'll never let you be one of them.
They took away his eggs.
Like, I think that, like, that would be interesting. Like, I think that they should have done something like that, because that would have made everyone a little less stupid while still accomplishing Vox being intelligent, right? Yeah, I think human souls can't leave their respective realms, which makes me wonder how it'll be with the war thing. That is a good point, right? That, like, if there is a magical barrier, Vox couldn't go into heaven, but I'm more thinking, like, the people that are good can't leave, but if the bad people go in, like, they never thought that bad people would try to come in, so they never made a safety measure for that. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of how I see it. So it's a one-way, thing. But yeah, we didn't think any of you would want to go back. Like, yeah, like that sort of thing, right? They only built the world for the winners. They didn't build it to keep sinners out, because why would sinners even, like, you know, whatever, right? Maybe overlords can pass through by force. That's true, too. If it's all magical and there's just a barrier, just, like, break the barrier, bestie, you know? The snake is fine. Like, just use his name. What was all that about? But yeah, I like how she's like, well, thanks, guys, anyway, right? Because she's just so tired, she doesn't even recognize that they're there. I think it's really that Sarah isn't making that much of an effort, like, she barely apologized. That's true, which kind of, like, I don't know where they're going with that. It depends on where they go with her arc, but I may kind of be a bit more critical of the song in the future. It's a great song. It's a great song in terms of how it's written, but that Sarah seemed super sorry and disturbed by her actions. Yes. This Sarah doesn't seem like that Sarah who was singing that song. And that could be a point. Like, it's supposed to be hypocritical and whatever, but, like, if they kind of just be like, anyway, like, if they wrote the banger and then the banger is not conducive with where Sarah's character arc's going, I'm gonna find that a little bit suspicious. But I do agree with you guys that, like, you're not gonna change overnight. You're gonna fall into your bad habits.
Also,
it's just,
like,
she's so unaware, like, that she's falling into her bad habits, right?
Like, heaven is like a suburb. Everyone there is very, like, cloistered and protected. It's a gated community, literally and figuratively. And so when you go to hell, it's like you assume you understand how people feel. You have biases coming in that you apply to people whom it does not apply to.
Yeah.
We're gonna need more gift baskets. Exactly, like the assumption. I think it's like, not just world fallacy, but it's like, it's the same reason that, like, the only people that think autonomous taxis are a good idea are like wealthy people, because they're like, oh, you'll just go in and then everything will be clean and it'll drop you off and it'll be nice. And it's like, everyone who knows better will be like, people will rob you, people will be fucking in the back of the taxis.
Who's gonna clean the taxi between rides?
You will see needles on the ground, like people who know better, but you're sort of your bias of your surroundings. And that's what's interesting about heaven, right?
Yeah.
They have their biases there. I look at Emily, and I don't think that she is, like, betraying any of her.
No, I think
statements.
though Sarah is. That's what bothers me.
Yeah.
Because, like, she's like, I commanded the slaughter of all of these people, and then she's like, no, anyway, you guys deserved it, even though not everyone is like Vox.
It was because of you that we had to do this thing.
And we'll talk about this more later. When we actually, like, see, some of the pictures, but it's a bit more, like, disturbing, I think, than even, like, what we, thought it was. Yeah, I agree, like, why wouldn't they just take Charlie up there either? Like, that's kind of crazy, but pictures, guys, like, we have the technology. Pictures, just any pictures at all. These lights have the eyes in the background. Anyways. We'll get there. Okay, so this wig, I think
do it on camera.
Valentino was supposed to be wearing this drag wig. I don't know, maybe? But I think it's for him because he's bald. Yeah. I don't think he has hair.
He's like a moth, right? I don't know. I only ever see him in his pimp attire.
Yeah, so I think that it was supposed to be, like, he was preparing his own, right? Fuck around and do it on camera. That's hilarious.
Not bondage ropes. That's also cute.
Okay. Now we're back to
Old
this.
Man
Okay, yeah,
I love how he rolls in.
Like,
and,
are
like,
you
immediately
sure
starts
you
talking
present
shit.
yourself
I
like
love it.
this to
Oh,
all of hell? Like, the vocal delivery was great. Because I'm like, what do you mean like this? Like, just how he's dressed? Also, he has little shark fin.
Oh, is that
right?
what that's supposed to be?
Yeah, because it's like a little shark tail, because he has a shark.
Oh, okay.
You know?
A little bit. Do shark tails look like that?
I don't know. Like a fin.
Sure.
Sort of thing.
A little bit.
But yeah.
Looks more like a fork than anything.
Well, that's what the streets told me. Flocked by your partners with their far more impressive contributions, which, that's not true. Like, that's just not true. Like, he's just lying at this point. You know? Like, just to get under, because, what? Okay, Velvet runs the social media, so she's, like, actually useful. What has Valentino done in relation to this plan? It's not like they sent him to go negotiate with the Overlords.
No.
They didn't send him to the Overlord meeting in season 1. Like, I guess he has his dancers, which are supposed to be part of the show. But, like, factually, what has Valentino done?
That is true. I mean, presumably he set all this stuff up behind the scenes, and you just don't see that?
Maybe. Like, sure, like, he set up, like, the showmanship aspect. I would have liked them to lean into that a bit more, but my point is, like, I think Alistair's kind of full of shit, and, like, he knows that he's full of shit. I think the content Val produces is extremely profitable. That's true, that's true. I meant, though, like, in the context of this plan. Do you know what I mean? Like, in the context of, like, their more impressive contributions, and I'm like, which contributions would those be? Like, to the like, he's talking about the rebellion, right? Like,
I mean, he also delivered, angel dust to Vox.
But Alistair doesn't know that. So what's Alistair talking about?
Unless he does.
I don't think so. I don't think Alistair would let angel dust go around
that's the
being
thing, right? Like,
hypnotized.
it may not even necessarily be that he knows it for sure. He just suspects it, so he's, like, taking a shot.
I think it's just bullshit. Like, I think he's just... Oh, sorry, this Genshin music's a little too, There's, singing in it. I think that he's, like, just... Like... He's just saying, like, he's just saying it. You know what I mean?
He's just
like, he's trying to break them up and make Vox insecure, even though I don't think that this is true. Yeah, like, in terms of the Takeover Heaven project, I don't know what Valentino's been doing. So I kind of see, I mean, you could read it either way, right? I think that Alistair's just full of shit. Like, I think that he's just... He doesn't actually think this. He's just trying to get to Vox. Exactly. Thank you. That was a lot of words to say what you guys summed up for me much better. Are these, like, ties back here? What is this?
I don't know. They look like electric bolts.
But yeah, I thought that, like, this scene was great. Like, I'm the face, right? The face of the revolution.
Fuck you all.
Fuck you, Al.
Oh, fuck you, Al.
Alistair, right? Still, but that's all. I wish that we could hear the voice acting as we're going through this. But yeah, you really think they could have pulled this off without me? Yeah, like, no, he doesn't actually. No, there's, like, no way. Look at him looking at that.
Could Vox pull it off without them?
I think Vox could have pulled it off without them.
I think you're blinded.
I don't think so. I think that the reason why he's saying this is because he wanted Valentino to know that Vox thinks that they are useless.
Come to think of it, I didn't realize that the black part was a part of his jacket. It does look like a shark tail. I see that now. It is somewhat reminiscent of one.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, I think he said that not because he believes it, but because he wanted Vox to say, no, they couldn't have done this without me, they're fucking stupid. And Valentino's like standing right there and he's like, I have vision, sure you do, right? So I think that's the plot, you know? I loved this. This was like, that they're just hissing static at each other was really funny.
They're like two cats. Like,
yeah,
pissed off cats getting angry at each other. Growling, clawing.
But yeah, and like, look at him.
Marking their territory.
At first he's like, yeah, we'll see you out there. But then he's looking at Alice to look at this. Then he's like, actually.
I don't want to be with him.
So this is just diabolical, right? This is kind of crazy. I mean, like I said, I have no love for Valentino, but I just think that this is such an interesting, you guys can like see him smile and then like you see him frown right in the corner. I thought that was great. You don't want us coming out. And I'm like, coming out? I'm sure Velvet, okay, I'll agree with you. I think Velvet could have done it, but Velvet didn't want to, right? Because if you listen to Once We Get Up There, Vox is like, Val is like, I want Angel, like, hookers.
Yeah.
And then Velvet's like, oh, I can make dresses for my fashion line. They aren't thinking about world domination, right? Vox is. So, like, I think Velvet could do it. It's about more so the willpower, right? Like, I don't know if she would want to. Like, she doesn't, I feel like that Val and Velvet are happy with their enterprise, like growing their enterprises as they are, and they don't really care about being God unless it relates to that enterprise. Oh my God, what's wrong with me? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they have very, like, their goals are a lot more narrow than Vox's.
Yeah, like, I don't want to say they're satisfied, because I don't think they are, but like, Vox wants to do something completely different than what he's doing right now, I think. You know? Yeah, like, she doesn't have the same ambition. She likes what she's got. She has the tenacity. Like, I believe that she could actually do it, right? But yeah, I loved this. I thought that this was great. Look at this. Look at this guy. Like, look at them lean over.
Old man Yowie. You could cut the
so
sexual tension with a butter
What does
knife.
this mean?
Excuses and lies.
So I've read some fan fiction since this episode came out.
Yeah, you've mentioned.
Okay, so the word on the street, okay, is that Alistair thinks that Vox was just using him, and so that's what this excuses and lies is a reference to. Like, oh, but I thought we were friends. Like, Alistair thought that was bullshit, like that was an excuse, that he didn't, Vox never thought that they were actual friends or anything, and so they were saying, like, oh, that was just the excuse you made after I caught you trying to use me. Like, that's what I've seen. That's the angst. That's what I've seen in the angst so far. But do you guys have another idea? This could be referencing, though, a mysterious third thing. Because like I said, I rewatched the entire show yesterday, and I noticed a couple things. Valentino says he owes us much more than money. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Are you still pissed he almost beat you that one time? Which implies there was a fight, but Vox won the fight. Which is confusing because Alistair's supposed to be the best, like the most powerful sinner in hell. So did Alistair lose on purpose in the past?
Fight or something else?
Well, beat you that one time. I guess it could be ratings, right?
Yeah, it could be, there's a lot of
They could have done some other competition.
A lot of things you can lose.
But that's why I don't think that this would break him out of the contract with Rosie as much as it's just like Rosie is obligated to heal him once Vox, like, I'm kind of imagining that this all works like a computer program and like Vox EXE, like after the executable file, like after the checks are recognized or whatever, then Alistair will just magically get healed. Not that Rosie's gonna show up in person and do it. So maybe they did fight in the past because Alistair wanted more power and so he let Vox beat him. And then Rosie had to empower him. And that's why he got the idea, oh, I can just do that thing I did last time, you know?
Yeah.
But we don't know that. Missing reasons.
There's just a lot of background that they hint at. And it's unclear
hopefully
whether
we'll
or not
find
they'll
out
really share.
Someday. Like, hopefully we'll find out. Because I did make notes.
Because the stuff we have learned has been kind of like, well, at least for Alistair, has been underwhelming, right?
Also, I gotta change this Patreon thing next week. I promise I'll do it, sorry. I was just, I'm so tired, guys, editing all these reactions. Like, I'm just so exhausted. People are like, Cal, why haven't you done a song analysis yet? And I'm like, I don't have time. Like, I don't even know where I would fit that in my schedule. My wig is still, like, wound up upstairs. I'm restyling it. I haven't even had time to take the pins out. Anyway, yeah, so this is where this episode was, like, amazing. and like changed my life, and like this is the best episode of the show. It all started during this scene, which now we've hit our screenshot quota, so let me just... Right after the rejection, they thought? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. It is possible. Maybe Alistair didn't lose, he gave up midway. I like that. I could fuck around with that.
Possibility.
Losing one fight and not being the most powerful anymore are not the same thing, but wouldn't losing the fight kind of make you... Like, doesn't that sort of imply a powerlessness, though? That's what I would say.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't run Rosie's contracts, so I couldn't tell you. But yeah. Lucifer. Yeah,
the visuals for the Lucifer thing were so great.
And so Lucifer has eyes too, right?
They're gold.
But they're gold,
Not
okay?
red.
We'll get back to them. Remember this for 4 hours from now when
That's
we finally
the thing, though.
get to
Angels
this theory,
have
right?
like dozens of eyes.
Yes, yes.
Circular rings.
Because we
multiple,
will talk about this. I kind of like how Lucifer's lyrics. I say this in a loving way. I say this with love. Cringe. Kind of a little cringe. Like, I'm the principal of this eternal detention. Like, that's, like, not cringe and like it makes me cringe as in oh, that's a bad lyric. I think that this is like in his character to kind of make these sorts of like comparisons and metaphors that are like a little cheesy, you know? I like him perching like a little bird or whatever he's doing up here.
Lute does the same thing when they all come down to meet Charlie. Lute's just kind of like perched up there like a pissed off owl.
We do see some damage done to V Tower here, so that's interesting, right? Yeah, Too Big for Your Screen. I thought that was a fun...
I really liked this song because it sort of felt like a fun in-between of Lucifer as like this threatening force. Like the
gargoyle, yes.
The most powerful thing in hell, and Lucifer like a silly dad who's kind of awkward and says the wrong things.
Yeah.
And is sort of...
I did like this. I like the giant snake.
The
mortal world is scared to say my name, but here they're not, right? So that was a nice little touch that he specified. I'm so spooky, which I thought was funny because I'm
exactly my point, right? Like terrifying. I'm the shit. I'm spooky. Woo! Like he's silly and frightening in equal order.
I am a living aspect of the infinite.
Yes.
What does that mean?
I think the idea is that like. Because he's an angel, right? And so, like, angels are sort of emissaries or representatives of God, and God is supposed to be sort of infinite, right?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm not, like, confused. I just wanted to know what you thought about it. Because it's interesting, right? Like, they say Alpha, Omega, like, in this episode. Like, Vox calls himself the Omega, so, like, this would be, like, the 8 symbol,
Which is,
right?
that's also from the Bible. I don't know if it's Jesus or it's... God revealing himself to someone. He says like, I am the Alpha, the Omega.
Does he?
Yes.
I
want to look that up actually.
Yeah, somebody commented, I think, on our reaction, and they were like, what do you mean the winner thing is from the Bible, right? Like how they call them winners? And I looked it up, and it's like, Jesus says like those who... Like, the ultimate winners are those who join him in heaven or something. Like, they don't call them winners as in the people in heaven are winners, but there's a passage about, like, winning and, like, the true... I'll find it. Because, yeah, because I was like, I swear this was in the Bible, guys.
I'm going to look up Alpha and Omega, and
I'll look up the...
Alpha and Omega Bible first. Revelations. Yes. Okay, yeah, so it's in the end of the world, right? So, which is Revelations, and it's I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last, the beginning. I'm the Alpha, the Omega, the first and the last, the beginning and the end. Which is the reference, right? I suppose.
I found it. Hold on. I'm holding you in suspense, but the Genshin music is chanting in the background. Da-da-da-da-da. Sorry, there's a big page of like Bible quotes right here, and I
feel like this is the most we've ever talked about religion,
the Bible,
or just religion in general in anything we've done. It occurs a lot, which is sort of odd.
to the weak I became weak, that I might win the weak. Right? I have become all things to all people, that by all means I might save some. So basically, it's saying winning over the weak, I think is what they're trying to say. So I think that that's where the reference, like, of the idea of, oh, you win, it comes from, right? I have made myself a servant to all, that I might win some more of them. So that's, I think, what Visby. I mean, obviously, though, it's also like winner, sinner. Like, it's just a nice thing that they did. But there's a couple Bible passages about this idea of, like, winning.
Very Charlie Sheen of the Bible. Anybody? Charlie Sheen reference? 15 years out of date?
Cal, why don't you just drink out of the bottle? It's too heavy.
Have
you guys seen the water
bottle? It is really...
this is like this is a torso size. And that way, like, I don't need to, you know, like, obviously I still need to wash it. Like, I wash it, like, a day or two, but I don't need to worry about, like, my mouth germs on it, like, you know. So scheme all you want, Mr. TV head man. I'm nearly a god. Who are you? Just a dead man. I have one critique about this, but I guess it makes sense. So I'm not critiquing in a sense that it's wrong. I thought he was saying, I'm merely a god, what are you? Just a dead man. And I thought merely was more funny, but I guess he's not, like, yeah, they're kind of like gods in, like, the Genshin Impact Archon way, like, but they're not gods. So I think nearly a god's fine. Like, in terms of the factual situation of what the show was talking about, nearly is fine. I just thought, like, merely was more sort of like, I'm merely a god, what are you? Right? Like, but nearly is okay, too. Yeah. I just miss what I thought it was, because what I thought it was sounded more funny.
I love how nonplussed Vox looks
Well,
here.
yeah, see, I thought, again, he was just risking it all like Alistair did.
But no,
I didn't
he knew
even
ahead
realize that he knew, which kind of makes Vox, like, a bit weaker than Alistair, because Alistair risked it all for the love of a bit.
Well, I mean, I guess you like weak.
Man, I kind of wonder if Vox is gonna get a big
wet
hat.
cat. You sad meow meow.
It's curious you stopped by to fight me nail and tooth, which is fine. You know, I don't care that much about that.
Yeah, that bothers some people. Like purposefully. I remember there was Olivia Rodrigo song where the lyric was, a wound in salt instead of salt in the wound. Oh.
That's kind of, I don't know about that one.
It's a little bit weird just because I imagine instead of like salt being put on a wound, you imagine someone rubbing a wound against a bunch of salt that just happened to be on the ground.
Because you can't put the wound in salt. Like, I guess you can if you like, you know what I mean, stick your arm in a bowl. Yeah. But like, you can rub salt in the wound, putting the wound in this. It's not like you can cut your wound off and stick it in the salt.
One of those things where it's like,
but yeah, I think nail and tooth is okay because like, when we say fight you tooth and nail, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that, I could be wrong, isn't that like tooth as in mouth and then nail as in fingernail?
Yes.
Right?
When you hear nail, I think of nails, the construction equipment. And
well, see, I was kind of thinking about maybe that's why they flipped it around, because it's supposed to be on the cross kind of thing, but maybe I'm reading too much into that. You know
I don't know,
mean?
but like, so it does kind of mess with it a little bit. That stuff
I don't think it's that bad, though, because
much.
It's not like... When we say throw caution to every warning sign, as like, that's like the bottom of the barrel, like mixing metaphors, fight me tooth and nail is okay because tooth and nail are still equal no matter what way you say it. It's just, this is not the usual way. It's like if I said Hunter and Calxiyn as opposed to Calxiyn and Hunter. Like, yeah, we usually start with our videos as it's Calxiyn and Hunter, but like if we start with Hunter and Calxiyn, those are like equal things, right? So if it was like, a metaphor where one of them was supposed to be bigger than the other, and then they had said it that way, like, or more important than the other thing, I would have a problem with that. But tooth and nail is already, they're both equal. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? I can't think of an example right now. God help us, I guess. But yeah, like, if it was something where we're talking about, like, I don't know. If it was something where we were talking about, like, okay, so this is random, but in RWBY they say, oh, you can't put the moon back together. Yeah. If it was like, you know, just like a plate, you can't put the moon back together. If they were like, just like the moon, you can't put this glass back together. Like, that would be kind of silly, right? Cheese it back. No. But yeah, I don't care about that much. I love Truth and Tooth, though. That's not a perfect rhyme, is it? I don't care. Maybe it is. I would have to check that, because it is like this part is the same. I think so, most of it, and that would make it a perfect rhyme. It might be a slant rhyme. Two peas in one pod. I've seen, like, I've always been a little odd, the only pea inside the pod, and I thought that was a cute little thing, like, the only pea, like, usually it's two peas in a pod, you don't even have one pea, you're the only pea in the pod, like, you're lonely. I thought that was cute. We say salt and pepper, not pepper and salt. Exactly. But yeah, I think that you can, I don't know if you can say one pod and two peas. I don't know if you can say that because, like, that's a little weird. But I liked how that song, It's Ordinary, from the Little Miss Perfect songwriter guy. He made it for, like, Owl House fans. Ordinary. So I love it too. It's a good audition song. I really like it. But yeah, dispense a dose of truth. I like that. Very nice. We sinners do not need a king. And then remember 10 minutes later that he is gonna say that
I want to be the king.
Wants to be the king.
I just can't wait to be king.
Well, he does say we need someone who understands. So I guess he can be that person and a king. One pod with two peas. Two girls and one guy.
Oh no.
A different kind of despot bringing respite from divine demands. Nice. Alliteration, both ways, the D and the ending. Yeah,
well,
let's go.
Well, he calls himself a despot, right?
Well,
no, he's talking about Lucifer there.
Well, I think he's saying a different kind of person. Like, what do you mean?
Well, because he said, like, we don't want you to be a king. I want to be a king.
We need a different kind of despot. So he's saying, I'm the different despot.
Yeah,
like, I'm the different kind of ruler.
But a despot is like a... You know.
Well, so I guess I see what you're saying. He's exposing himself that he already wants to rule over them again.
Yeah.
But, like, that could be a lot of different things, right? You could be, like, the prime minister and be a despot, kind of. I think despot is more like tyrant, though. I think it is more tyrant adjacent.
Like, and it helps to be sort of...
New order, like, with what Lilith had envisioned when she threatened them. Yeah, so obviously this happened. Yeah, he's calling himself the despot. Exactly, yes. And that's the fun, thing is that he contradicts himself. I agree, Bonnie Bell. It's very good. Yeah, so all of the girls come out, and that's our 8 out of 10.
That's very funny to me that they said, like, a bunch of 10s and then 1 8 for, 1 8 for diversity, and you can immediately tell. It's not even that it looks any worse, it's just slightly different than the other ones. Her face is sort of rounder compared to the other two.
And the eyes, but yeah, that's the only thing, right?
But it's very, very
fun.
I
didn't even notice these little guys.
Oh, look at him trying.
Take the fight back way upstairs and make them beg and say their prayers. Nice. I like that. Make, right? So we got that. We got back, beg. We got upstairs prayers. Very nice. And what would happen if we could run the ship, right? Hoist the mainsail, paint the decks, have a crewmate to protect, because they want us all divided. That's a little bit of an awkward
she's a little bit
say.
Like slow behind everyone else.
Yeah, she's also not following the choreography.
That's pretty funny.
Because they want us all divided. I don't know how they made that make sense now with the rhythm. That's a little suspect. I'll have to investigate that later. He probably makes it work. That is how they keep us down. That's better, like, meter-wise. So there's a slight meter issue there. We got the chutzpah, which is like, passion, I think.
It's Yiddish, I believe.
If I understand that correctly.
It is sort of
it's like sort of like, the energy.
Chutzpah.
Fact check. I liked this because this reminded me of how Angel was pointed out with all of the arrows. We got the means to seize the crown.
Extreme self-confidence and audacity.
Okay, I like that, the audacity. We got the means to seize the crown. Very nice. If you're not fucking stupid, you've only got one choice. Me, Vox Populi, the people's voice. I like that choice and voice. I always love it. Chutzpah's balls? I don't think that's what they said. Try to picture if we could escape this hole, never have to live in fear of days that angels may appear, right? So it's kind of the same fear up here. I'm not sure if there's a matching sort of like take-make in this one, which is, I would have to check that. That might be a little suspicious. Because you guys know that I like it if there's 2 rhymes in one, and in verse 1, I want those rhymes to carry over to verse 2. But this is not a song analysis today. I'm just telling you guys what I like about it. Because I know that, like, if I do an analysis for every single song, it's gonna at least take me an entire year, and that would just be focusing on Hazbin. I'm not doing all that. So this is like my mini, like, if you guys want to know what I like about the song, here's my little, you know, preview, right? Sinners can save their souls, not by changing for redemption, but by taking over heaven. So I like that heaven redemption. It's a kind of a slant rhyme. It's very nice. But yeah, I like how they spin him around. This is a reference to Christian Boyle's other, like, work. I think in a couple other things, they have him on a table and they spin him around and they hold him up like that. They say hell's too populated, that's why they exterminate. We got the numbers, we got the thunder, right? So that's supposed to match the, we got the guts, we got the chutzpah. But here they're rhyming, which I think that's fine because, like, when you hear something after, at least in my opinion, it's okay to, you can always add more rhymes.
I'm sorry.
Taking rhymes away is gonna make things sound awkward,
I'm sorry, why does that
right?
giant snake lady look like, is dressed like, no, not that one to the right?
This lady?
Like, yeah, it looks like with the beanie.
Odette, Ophelia. What's her name? The girl from.
I was gonna say Meg from Family
Guy.
Oh
no, I was gonna say Stolas's daughter.
Oh.
Octavia. Sorry,
what?
I went through like every name.
Oh right.
Before, like the color scheme.
No, her.
I didn't know you could rhyme heaven with redemption.
Different.
I mean, it's not a perfect rhyme. Right, so that's okay, like, you know, but yeah, like, can rhyme, it's not a perfect rhyme, so can you perfectly rhyme heaven and redemption? No, but like, you can slant rhyme it, I think that's okay. Let's annex their real estate, which I thought was really funny. Suggestion when the season is over, we were actually going, well, that's a great idea, Lo. The other thing we were gonna do is we were gonna do a live stream organizing our favorite to least favorite song and like explaining why, so we could get like a little something. I
guess we're not allowed to play the music in a stream.
No, I don't think so.
Although I don't know, I've known streamers on Twitch, I think.
We'd probably just lose the money.
But like from the super chats?
We would no. We would lose like ad revenue. It could be worth it. We could do it as long as the stream doesn't get blocked. That's okay. So yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out that maybe we'll do like, you know, something like that. But yeah, a tier list. I'm terrible at tier lists though, you guys. I sent one to Hunter, my tier list, and it literally said, it's not like the song is bad or anything, but it's missing something, and every time I listen to it, I just get annoyed because I'm reminded of the missing thing. Like, I'm terrible at picking stuff as my favorite things, because I'm like, if everything was defying gravity, nothing would be, like, you know what I mean? Like, every song is its own special snowflake, and so I'm like, I can't pick between them, right? So yeah, that's the only thing where I'm like, I don't know. I'm really bad at that sort of thing, but I think I could at least tell you guys, I could group them into sections, even if I can't rank them 1, 2, 3. That's why I don't do, like, you know how Schaefer Ellis does those, like 20 I want songs ranked or whatever, like that sort of thing? Like, I can't do that. I can't do anything like that. I'm terrible, like, literally okay, you guys want to see the tier list? All right. I'll humor you guys, and see if I can find it without exposing myself. Unable to save. Okay. Well, fine then, I guess. It's the content's no longer available. Well,
what?
That's not true. What the fuck? Okay.
It's right there.
Hold on. I think I did this on my computer. I think I did it on my PC, not on my phone. So let me. It's probably in my download folder, maybe. Sorry, there's also music playing. Like, there's also music playing in the background, so we shouldn't be singing. But yeah, sorry guys. I want to indulge this one person that asked. I think I did it on my PC, so it's probably in here somewhere. But yeah, that's so weird that Discord was like, this is no longer available. What do you mean? Like, what are you talking about? What do you mean by that? It's a race in terms of, I don't know where I saved it, so.
We'll try our best.
Yeah. I was gonna ask what song in season 2 would benefit from a longer time. I don't know. Like, I don't think anything is, like, that bad, like, right now, you know? Okay, guys, I got it.
I do
Sorry,
think that
so
the veggie...
It's a little blurry. Okay, so at the bottom, crimes occurred, okay? Crimes happened here. That's welcome to hell. More than I did not remember. This is where inexcusable songwriting issue. Whatever it takes, it's just the whole song, the whole thing. Out for Love, it's also the whole thing because it's not love that powers the angelic steel. You don't need to be fighting for love.
You didn't know it was bad?
You didn't know has some, like, songwriting problems. Content-wise, it's good. It just has some, like, weird rhythm and, like, Sarah's words fall off a cliff at one. It's just, so the content good, very questionable. Stayed Gone, I have a whole video about why I have problems. Mostly, like, you know, I still have the songwriting problems that I talked about in that video, but I will slightly, not revise myself, but I wish I had known more about the Disney Villain Bible back then, because I would say that Stayed Gone's biggest problem is that Vox is not a big enough threat to Alistair, but Alistair also doesn't really care about crushing Vox, so if every song and scene is an argument, right, where there's a power struggle, there's not really a power struggle. It's just Vox kind of being sad and pathetic, and then Alistair just coming in at the end and sassing him. So that could have used some more time, because you want to see the character winning and then watch the power slip away from them. You don't want him to just start out as, like, kind of sad. Happy Day in Hell, I already talked about. Thesis statement problems, right? Stayed Gone over You Didn't Know? Yeah. Well, not over. Like, you guys have to understand, like I said, I have problems with ranking things, so this is like, these could change on a different day. These are the 3 that I'm, like, really sure about, but yeah, like, writing problems. Okay, so these have wonkiness where I mostly listen to them and I'm like, we had a good time, but then sometimes I'm like, oh, but they missed the thing and it makes me so sad and I just get frustrated. So that's how I rank. Like, for Poison, I wish that they had kind of talked about, like, what Angel wants out of life, even, like, given him a bridge, basically. Even if he thinks that, like, it's hopeless and stuff, you know, we have a thing in musical theater, like, don't make a character pitiful, and so people argued, right, like, oh, but Angel doesn't imagine a life that he could, you know, like, imagine a way out, but, like, Audrey does in Little Shop, and she's in a very similar situation. Lots of characters do, right? It doesn't need to be like, oh, and I want the white picket fence or whatever. It just needs a little something of, like, and I wish, like, for that, this is the one thing I would wish for if everything was fixed. Like, that's the one thing that I don't know about Angel is, and we talk about this in the Disney Princess video, right? You can't have a character that doesn't dream of anything, or we have no reason to root for that. Yeah, I know, guys, that's what I'm saying, right? Respectless is mostly fine except for Carmilla. Hell's Greatest Dad, Mimsy comes in at the end there, and also, like, they just suddenly had this Alistair beef, even though Alistair, like, was not, like, Alistair's characterization in here kind of comes out of nowhere.
I agree with a lot of these. I feel that way definitely about Gravity and Easy, just because it is sort of like they're not bad, but, like, I feel like there's like, sometimes something doesn't quite work for you and you don't exactly know what the better version looks like.
Yeah.
And then sometimes you see a thing and it's so good, it's like, I don't know how you could improve on this.
Yeah.
With Easy and Gravity, I'm like, I don't know. There are aspects of it where I'm like, I kind of personally see, oh, the Nifty tier.
I put Nifty there just because, like, some of her lyrics are in Japanese. So, like, I still need to, like, investigate.
I love that Nifty has her own tier. Good for her.
All right, good for the story. I won't listen to you again, but, like, you did what you needed to do, and you sound good, and your composition is good, and, like, you sold it. Yeah. Right? So, for example, for Hell is Forever,
I didn't realize that Piss is called Piss, open parentheses, a love song. A love song.
Like, with Adam, him being like, and when all is said and done, it's a matter of fun. Like, I think that's the oomph. right? So even though I don't really like the Adam song, that's a good example of, like, they gave in, like, the little spicy, personal, you know, sort of thing that I'm looking for, and, like, I didn't get that personal thing with Happy Day in Hell. Like, I said this in the Happy Day in Hell video, but all I fucking wanted was Charlie to be like, and if I can make the hotel successful, I can fix my family, and we didn't get that until season 2, which is kind of crazy and diabolical. But yeah, all of these, good composition, in my opinion, good, you know, for the story, has a little oomph, right? This has all of the oomph. This is like, I've been repeating these all day and all night.
Which is just the songs
and it's mostly
of this
VOX,
season. Yeah.
okay, but like, listen.
And Loser Baby.
Yeah, so Loser Baby, guys, I'm being dead ass. I'm not trying to be like,
baby.
oh, this is clearly rage bait or something. Loser Baby is the only song from season 1 that I play of my own free will. Like, that I
it's
turn on with
definitely the
intent.
one that, like, sticks out to me the most.
So yeah, this is my tier list in terms of great for the story, has the oomph, replaying all day and all night. And Bad With Us is like on the cusp, you know? So yeah, so this is the list. I know that there's a giant fucking space because I needed to explain myself. So anyway, we'll do this again after
the contrast between
over.
how giant that is and then Nifty.
But like, I gave this to Hunter, so this wasn't meant for you guys to see. It was meant for Hunter to see, and Hunter, like, knowing my brain, if that makes sense. Like, Hunter having,
this makes
a
sense
knowledge
for you.
of my mind. Oh, oopsie. Ah! My files! Oopsie. Anyway.
For a second, I thought that this was your background, just the back of Vox.
Yeah, hold
like,
on.
that's your screen, that's your desktop.
No. Let me see. Is there anything in there that I'll be like, oh, I wish you guys didn't see that? That's just Genshin stuff. That's fine. My passport's in there, but it's way too tiny for you guys to get any personal information from that.
PNG. Vox,
Calliope's
Yowie, don't
there.
Open Hunter
oh
file?
Oh my god, okay, Hunter. That's not true. Don't tell them that. Let me look in this. Screenshots. Okay, that's just my tweets of people harassing Arnold. Okay, yeah, no, there's nothing in here. Anyway. Yeah, that's why we don't usually use desktop capture, because desktop capture is dangerous. But yeah. I'm sure that you guys will not be able to enhance my passport. What are you gonna get? My passport number? What does it matter anyway? But yeah, so let's get back to the episode. Oh, what do you guys do? I have no idea what you guys were talking about this entire time. Yeah, the Velvet's outfits are top tier. It's fantastic.
Also, Valentina had a fun outfit earlier. Like, he had like a crop top and it was like white and black striped.
Did he?
He did. Like, he looked a little different. He always wears his pimp coat. So it kind of like, it's hard to tell when it's different. Cause like the big like fur coat just takes so much of the profile and just, it fills up the room sort of.
If it makes you happy it wasn't showing your screen, oh, I thought it was. Okay, well, then maybe we're fine. I don't know. Like when I closed the tier list, I thought it was. But anyway. Yes, people's voice. Yeah, let's go. And I love, like, this little manifest destiny. As long as you invest in me, the rest will all fit into place.
Yeah, and he just starts tap dancing, which is wonderful. I think every musical should have one scene where people tap dance.
I agree. Where it's a lost art, you know?
Yeah, we just don't tap dance like we used to, you know?
Meanwhile, this king thinks all us peasants should be satisfied with an endless existence of suffering. Hell, are you satisfied? I thought that was great. Here's the thing. I wish we did see more suffering, which I know sounds weird, but, like, hell just seems like Earth, but also, like, there's weird eyes in the wall. You know what I mean? Like, we haven't really seen that, like, what most sinners do on, like, a normal basis. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, because, you know, you tend to focus on a handful of characters, but you get a general idea. Like, you know, there's, like, Husker is kind of normal. Angel Dust is kind of normal. Like, there's bars, there's...
Yeah, so that's kind of what I mean, right? Yeah, that was So You Got Trouble. I agree.
Oh, You Got Trouble.
All right,
I showed Cal the Simpsons parody of You Got Trouble.
Yes.
The monorail song, which is wonderful.
But yeah, I wish I knew, because, okay, so I had a theory, and the Discord server didn't like it, but that's okay. You guys don't have to agree with me all the time. I'll just cry myself to sleep at night later. I had a theory that maybe the punishment is that sinners can never be satisfied, like they can never know peace here, right? So they can never be happy, like they can feel happiness in terms of the temporary emotion, but they'll always want more. Right? And that kind of ties into the 7 deadly sins, right? More lustful, more gluttonous, more prideful, right? So they'll never feel a sense of satisfaction because heaven is supposed to be peace, you know? So it'd be interesting if, like, in the environment, it's mandated that they never know peace, but I don't know about all that. You know? But yeah, I really liked this. Because now Lucifer looks very bad. Like, you know what I mean? That he
just can't get the job done.
Okay. So I don't want to get into this right now, but please put a pin in chain you down here, for later. Because we'll talk about this theory that I have. It's like my guys, I'm so excited. I mean,
that's what happened to Lucifer, though. He was kicked out and locked away.
Yeah, but I'm saying, I think that's foreshadowing, and that Vox is going to also end up in, like, you know, a contract. We'll talk about it, okay? Don't worry. But yeah, Lucifer's little eyes over there. Oh man, I gotta get on the Discord. Yeah, we do have a Discord server. But yeah, I like seeing them dancing together. That was very nice. We'll direct our destinies as one nation under V's.
The blocked
I
thing
thought
was
they
really
said
funny.
Vesus, as in
Vesus.
Jesus. I thought that that's what they said, but I guess this
like
could
a
be
Kanye album.
Vesus.
Okay.
But like,
yeah.
and then it just didn't reflect in the subtitles, if that makes sense. But yeah, let me know what you guys heard, because I heard we'll direct our destinies as one nation under Vesus, like as in, again, Jesus. I did not hear just V's. Cause happy days are nigh, right? And this is a Happy Day in Hell reference. Would have been great, again, if Happy Day in Hell was like a little bit better. Vesus, yeah, see, that's what I thought it was too. Am I crazy?
Someone you need to commission art of Vox as Jesus.
Oh, I'm sure it's out there. Oh, guys. He's so attractive. Look at him.
He's a television man.
It doesn't matter.
Why
Look
do
how
you
he's
want
sitting. Look at, okay, can I tell you guys a funny story? I know that, like, yeah, we are gonna do 2 hours per episode, aren't we? Can I tell you a funny story right now?
Yeah.
So, when I was in musical theater school, I did a monologue of, I can't remember what it is. I think, like, I was one of the 7 deadly sins, and I was, like, commanding the 7 deadly sins, and my teacher was like, Cal, you have to stand more confidently. Like, you have to deliver this like a leader, like a leader would, right?
Yeah.
Like kind of Scar or whatever. And I was like, I don't understand. Like, can you tell me the physical attributes that make someone look more powerful? And so, like, my teacher literally, like, moved, like, back straight, stand like this, like spread, like kind of, you know, not man spread, but like put your legs under you and take up space, and like, you know, instead of standing like a girl, basically, like stand like a man, right? So I'm just saying, when I look at this, I'm reminded of that, like, oh, this is how people powerfully. He's giving a Lelouch. Do I have a Lelouch back there? Oh no, that's not the one where he's sitting. There's another Lelouch. If you guys look up Lelouch on Google, you'll see that there's like one where he's sitting and he's doing the arm thing. This is a very common, like, Machiavellian pose. Okay, so here's the thing, guys. I wasn't attracted to him
is a Tumblr sexy
before.
man, I
like,
do agree.
I'm just saying, I wasn't attracted to him last week, okay?
You liked
him. I liked the ship. I was into the ship. I thought that Vox was kind of pathetic.
It's one of those things where, like, you ever look at someone, you're like, oh, you're young, you don't realize you're gay yet. But
yeah.
That's how I felt about you. Like, you don't realize you're... So,
like, I'm just saying...
You don't find that television
I only became attracted to him this episode. Before, I was just shipping and, like, rooting for him and Alistair.
I'm terrified what you do to your monitors when I'm not around.
Anyway, let's take our fates to the pearly gates. We can have the keys if we trust the V's. Give applause. Hell has cause. Cause applause. Very nice. To rejoice. I think I know what you're... Yeah, exactly. Hail Vox Populi. The people's... Yay. You know, I loved it. Confidence is a hell of a drug. Exactly. I hope he never gets redemption. I have theories that you may not like later on. But don't worry. They're founded in reality, sort of. This is also supposed to be a reference to Glinda's bubble from Wicked.
That's
so
fun.
not a Bible
I like
thing.
that Loot, it just wants to kill people so bad, but she has... Oh, that was weird. When she first comes in, she has a thing in her arms, and then it cuts back to her.
She dropped it, probably.
Just dropped it, which is
maybe
funny.
in a shot that we didn't get to see. Arnold, Cal will force Arnold to I will not do that. That's not. Arnold's not like that. Arnold's a very nice.
You're gonna make your own Vox. I'm gonna find in here, you're gonna have like a...
I would like some plushies though, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I think that he's very merchable. I hope all of them get redeemed, actually.
Merchable.
Yeah, I mean, somebody was like, no, the V's need to die. They don't deserve redemption in my comments this morning on our reaction. And I'm like, your personal feelings don't matter. I don't know how to tell you this, but they don't matter. I get that you have them, but the show is about redemption. And if we start gatekeeping who we think can be redeemed or not, if the person wants to be redeemed and if they're willing, then that goes against the thesis of the show and like the themes that the show is trying to present, you know? Like, Charlie believes anyone can be redeemed as long as they want it, right? So even like the most terrible, you know, child murderer or whatever could be, after thousands of years of thinking about what they've done, could decide to change.
Which
right?
I feel like is the philosophical argument against hell.
Right. And so, like, when we're saying, oh, hell is empty, right?
Yeah.
Like, and all of that stuff. So, I hope that I hope that everyone will be redeemed, at least in real life. In the show, again, they can do whatever they want. I just found that person's attitude very strange because they were like, redemption is forced too much in our media today. And I'm like, you're saying there's too much kindness on television?
I
what are you
disagree.
talking about? Like, I didn't
Have you
understand
seen
at
the
all.
world?
Like,
we're not in peak kindness
redemption
right
is
now.
forced in all of our media. Like, I don't understand what that all means. But yeah,
Can't
the
relate.
show, Charlie believes in that. Whether or not Vox or Valentino or whoever get redeemed is different because they have to want it, right? But I made the argument in our reaction that it would be interesting to see someone who is genuinely bad at the hotel. Because Penchus, it's not great, but he didn't kill anybody. He just didn't do anything. It's not great, but like, it's not the worst thing that's ever happened, right? Angel Dust killed his dad, but his dad was a shitty person, as far as we probably know.
Sometimes you
right?
gotta kill your dad. What
So,
can you say?
I'm saying, we said in the reaction, oh, it would be interesting if a character like Vox, who is religious and once believed in God, has a literal, like, come to Jesus moment, right? And, like, it doesn't need to be Vox, but just like Vox, because he is probably a genuinely bad person. Like, he has done probably more bad things since he's been in hell than he did on Earth, right? So that's an interesting idea. Doesn't Alistair fill that hole? Alistair's not a guest, though. Alistair's big chillin'. He doesn't want redemption, right? So I was kind of like taken aback by the comment this morning, how they were like, all the V's need to die and they don't deserve redemption. And I'm like, okay, but that goes against the point of the show, though. The idea that some people deserve it and some people don't. It's as long as you're willing and you put in the work, right? You know, you may not be
Heaven
deserving,
is a
but God's
meritocracy.
mercy is not
Sure.
sometimes, like, you don't need to be deserving of God's mercy. God is going to give it to you anyway, right? Because you are one of God's children. How would he get redeemed, though? I don't know. I was just
Somehow
saying,
I feel like he would.
I don't like
I don't think he is. I
no, I
he's
don't
gonna
think he is
die.
either. I just didn't like how strong that person came off this morning of like, anyone who wants them to be redeemed is fucking stupid. And I'm like, it's not stupid to want to see the show engage with the themes of the show. Like, it doesn't need to be
true.
with the V's, but like, you know, like, that's kind of... Yeah, tiring discourse about how villains always have a tragic backstory. Let villains be evil.
I don't know. I feel like we have a lot of villains where...
It depends on what we're talking about, right?
There are a lot of villains that are like, you're just an asshole.
But we
I
haven't
agree.
gotten a lot of that lately, right? I think Guima and Ginu was a good balance, right? Because, like, he's sympathetic, but then Guima is, like, just evil to be evil, right? I have some endgame theories. Keep them to the end, Leaf. I think we're gonna have a fun time.
That's the thing, though, because I think people are more interesting when they're kind of conflicted.
Yeah.
Right? It humanizes it. Sometimes just, like, Vox is great because he's just a bastard and he enjoys it. That's fun in its own right. What I will say is that what works with Guimon and Sajaboy, what's his name? Ginu, is that, like, Ginu kind of represents, like, the forces that act on people. Like, as much as he's a character,
yes.
he's like representative of the
he's
forces that turn people
representative of the
evil.
antagonistic force, but he's also like
just
a personified villain.
Yeah.
Right? Like Gaston. Gaston represents society, but he's also a personified villain.
And like that, and those are really great. And I still think we do see those, truthfully.
Yeah, I mean, probably not Disney, right? Disney hasn't had a villain since Mother Gothel.
That's true.
So that's not great. But we have to remember, guys, there's a fine line, though, right?
Last night I watched the first Marvel movie I have in a very long time.
Oh, what was it?
Thunderbolts.
Okay.
It was. I remember hearing people. My controversial Marvel movie opinion is that they're all kind of roughly the same quality, except for when James Gunn or Ryan Coogler do it. Then it's a little bit better. But everyone else, they're all roughly in the mix with each other.
Sure.
And like, I don't get why people disliked the Marvels so much, but really liked Thunderbolts. I do think Thunderbolts is better, mind you, but I also see the like, I don't know, I feel mushy about it. But like, they just straight up have a character that's like a CIA agent that's just like in it for like the horribleness. And they have a line that like, when you start out, Julia Louis-Dreyfus plays her. There's a line she has, and she's talking about...
I've never seen this, so you're on
It's
your
okay.
own.
There's a line she has, and she's talking about how all the terrible things she needs to do in order to, like, make super soldiers and protect America. It's like, when you start in this business, you assume there's good guys and bad guys. Later, you learn there are bad guys and worse guys. And it's like, oh, for, like, what is functionally a Disney character to just be this cynical monster and also work for the CIA. That's, like, compelling.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a totally just an aside. I found that interesting.
No, I think it's interesting too. What I was gonna say is like the nuance, like for the Disney movie situation, right? In terms of like, oh, like I miss when villains were bad. Like Scar has, through a certain lens, a tragic backstory, right? He's the more intelligent one. He's the more fitting one in his mind to lead, right? But the movie shows enough of it for Scar to be desperate, but not enough of it to make us root for Scar, right? So that's where, like, the line comes in. I would say that, like, every villain has a tragic backstory, mostly in their own mind. It's just, is the audience gonna perceive it as tragic, right? And that's the difference, is that a lot of Disney characters now, it's like, oh, it's tragic by the audience and you're redeemable. Whereas, like, for Gaston, in his own imagination, getting rejected by Belle is tragic, you know? Like, it's like the most humiliating moment of his entire life.
Yes.
But the audience doesn't sympathize with him. So there is a way to give a character a tragic backstory, again, in their own imagination, without making them sympathetic, right? But I do understand what you mean, Loath. That was my additional response to your super chat. I root for Scar, and there's always gonna be a couple people, right, that are like, yeah, fuck Mufasa, right? Yeah, so Vox has a point. That's the thing, right?
He does have a point.
Has a point.
I want to
pretty much all, you know, throughout most of this, even though he is not, again, the person that should be delivering the point, he's the only one that has a point.
He's very cynical in that he can diagnose a problem, but he doesn't meaningfully seek to solve it.
No, he's only in it for himself. It's like what Zestiel said, right?
Because he persecutes and kills people, presumably, in hell. Maybe not as much as heaven, but to a pretty substantial amount.
Well, but he can't kill people permanently. He just kills them and then they respawn, right?
He certainly ruins their life. Like, he has a negative impact on it. So it's not really about...
But I'm
Charlie,
glad they
Charlie
didn't do
is
the
only
arcane
one.
sort of thing, right? Which, that feels like an insane thing to say. If you told me that Hazbin Hotel would do genocide and, like, war and depression better than Arcane 2 years ago, like, whenever Arcane, before Arcane Season 2 came out, like, I wouldn't fucking believe you.
And
like, I wouldn't believe you. I would say that you're lying and you're full of shit and there's no way, right? And there's no way that they would, like, that they had done that, right? No, but I genuinely think so far, listen, things can still, we have time for things to go bad. So far, they are kind of addressing the, you know, you can't just be like, oh, sorry, maybe we did genocide, right? Like, there need to be some sort of reparations, right? And I think, here's the salute, like, guys, pretend you're the Heaven Council in the chat. What would you do? I think it would have to be support the hotel financially or through some sort of,
something
like,
other,
support of the hotel so people have a chance, exorcism stops, and then some sort of trade agreement, like, for, you know, commerce, or like the stuff in heaven, like the Christmas movies. Not that the sinners would really give a fuck, but like, you know, we'll give you a panda. Like, China used to give the US a panda every year. Maybe they still do that every once in a while. Like, relations. I think that kind of, ooh, we shouldn't stay on the frame with the swear word. I think that would kind of work, because I'm like, how do you apologize for all these people dying? Like, that's the only thing I can think of. Like, luxuries, financial support of the hotel, open trade.
Who else thinks that Lute and Emily are like a hilarious ship?
Oh, I think it's hilarious. I wouldn't ship it though myself. I think Emily's too good for her.
I know, and that's what's great about it.
This is like the Cinder and Neo of Hazbin.
Exactly.
But I don't like Cinder and Neo that much. Like, cause I'm like, Cinder mistreats Neo so badly. Like, I'm like, you're not like Roman. You don't respect her. I
feel like someone could make a good fan fiction.
Oh yeah, you could,
them.
like, if you put a lot of work into it, I think. They need reparations first. First they have to show that redemption really did work, that's true. I would offer them some less good souls as payment? I don't think that you can do that! Guys, you can't just offer up, I guess you could offer up the exorcists and be like, oh, these are the people that committed the crimes. Okay, but they were, I don't know how I feel about
Oh, what?
that.
They were just following orders,
That's
Cal?
not what I was gonna say. I was gonna say that they were, like, mistreated by Adam.
Yeah,
and so it seems like a servant situation, so I don't know how I feel about that, you know?
Heaven sucks, which is weird.
Do you know what I'm saying? Not that, oh, they were just following orders, but more like, we don't know the nature. If you sign up to be an exorcist, yeah, like, okay, offer up the exorcist, I guess, as like, you can imprison these people in hell or do whatever you want with them, execute them, whatever, I don't know. I don't know what they did. I'm not very, brushed up on my World War II history, so I don't know what they did to the Nazis, like, after World War, like, the high soldiers that, like, got,
so a lot of them were
put on trial. I don't know if
they
just were in jail or what.
So a bunch were hung, a bunch were tried.
Okay.
A lot got off. Weirdly.
Right.
They were like,
but I'm saying, like, what happened to the one? So some of them were executed, I guess.
Well, a lot of the really bad Nazis killed themselves, like during, like, most of the Hag Command.
Right. But I'm saying the ones that, like, were tried in.
Yeah, Nuremberg
wherever,
and whatnot, or in Israel. Most of them got strung up, or they were faced long prison sentences. Or but sometimes,
that's
like,
gonna depend on, like,
it depends.
What the exorcists are.
The Trial at Nuremberg, very good movie.
I thought that Adam made them, right? And that they were created for this purpose. We can't be killing people that were created to be so, like, you know, artificially, biologically created. If they were just normal, like, winners, and they were like, hurrah, then I'm like, I would be a bit more open to that. But, like, we don't know that, you know? Not an eye for an eye, right? But we have to, you know, if they were in prison down here, and they were like, they are you guys' responsibility now. Like, that's fine. I think that that's fair enough for a in a fictional show, guys. Don't let me be a dictator of some country. Don't let me decide any political shit in the real world. I don't know anything. I'm just saying in the show, I think that, like, the exorcists are kicked out of heaven and they have to stay in a jail down here. I think that's okay. Because, like, why would heaven need an army before the exterminations, though, guys? Right? Like, that's a little sus. So we don't know the answers to all that right now. But yeah, maybe they just, servitude, or maybe they have to work at the hotel. Like, all of them have to help out with the hotel. That seems like a punishment.
Yeah.
Right? So, it's like at the end of Cinderella when the step family, they're all sentenced to doing chores forever. Like, it's kind of like that. But I thought that they were created, and so I think that calls up some, like weird, like, uncomfortable questions if they were, like, created and they didn't get any choice in the matter and, like, they were made in a lab. I don't like that. But yeah, that's what I would do if I was leading Heaven. I would just give up the Exorcists if they signed up for it and they knew what they were doing. Yes, Dictator Cal the Tyrant. No, I'm just like, there was bloodshed. You gotta do something. You gotta punish people that did the war crimes. If you weren't a theater kid, you would be a dictator. Like, you'd have... You can't just let people get away with war crimes. It doesn't mean that you go and you kill, you know, innocent civilians, but like you should do something to the people that did the war crimes, right? They're vapid trinkets, that's true. Or they're vapid words and they're hollow trinkets. Oh, hollow vapid words mocking us with their trinkets, thinking that that could make up for our fallen sinner brethren. Like, it's kind of true, like, that, kind of true, man. I don't know, I'm just saying. I think that, like, if they execute loot, I think that's okay. As long as she was, like, again, she signed up for it and she wasn't made by Adam, like, in a lab, because I think that that's weird. Yeah, so let's talk about this, by the way. And here's why I'm saying all this, right?
Because, like, Adam, like, named her, so it kind of implies they were.
But they could have been made in, like, the Heaven Factory.
That's true. Oh my god, here's the thing.
This is, like, you can't be, like, this is, like, crazy. This is so much worse than
This is like the rape of Nanking business. We're just chopping people's heads up, like, lining them up.
So this is like, oh, but Cal, the exterminators were just following orders. But you can't be doing all this. This is cruelty. This is like, you want to see people suffering, right? Yeah. Obviously, killing people on the street isn't humane either. But the fact that they rounded them up to chop their heads off is like, that's sadistic, you know? So that's not, no.
I think there's a couple other, like, it cycles through.
Yeah, so this is more what we saw previously, right? But, like, the fact that the angels are enjoying this, right? Like, and they're hunting them for sport. Okay, here's the eyes again.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So this is where I think, like,
I love how excited, like,
she's just like, yeah, we did that.
I miss the good old days.
We did the war crimes. I think that we should execute loot, is my vote now. I didn't have a plan before we started the stream in terms of how I would fix things.
Look, if you get to talk about, if you think Yowie will fix Vox, I think Yuri will fix loot.
No, I don't think you will, Hunter. No, not the pictures! Not the pictures of your subjects dying! Charlie, like, what the fuck is that?
Not the bees!
But yeah, I didn't have, to be clear, I did not have a war plan coming into the stream, so that may be, like, kind of stupid, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, just give all the exorcists over to hell or whatever. I'm just thinking off the top of my head. But yeah, again, don't let me be a real world decider of anything. I'm just saying, in the world of fiction, everyone being condemned to Charlie's Hotel, which I did see someone say, like, oh, what if Vox is, like, that's his punishment, he's stripped of Overlord status and he has to help the hotel now. I thought that that was kind of interesting.
That would be weird.
It would be weird, but it'd kind of be funny.
I don't know. It's like he's too much of a villain just to be like, okay, you're toothless now.
But we could see him still scheming to get his power back, right?
I don't know.
We'll talk about, that's not my favorite idea. I just saw it on Twitter. I'll talk about my favorite idea later. Yeah, so this was just Lucifer again, his marbles.
Dad,
I'm not clear on who they really are. Yeah, I don't know either, Loath. I'm gonna be honest with you, I got no idea.
Yeah, kind of.
Why didn't Sarah tell Emily the full extent of what happened? I think it's like you want to protect your sister. I think that that's gonna be the excuse,
But then again,
honestly.
like, that's a lot of war, right? Like, occasionally, like, you think it's a good idea, and then you see a photo of a, you know, thing coming back from Vietnam.
I don't think Emily would have ever thought that it was a good idea, but I think that, you know what I think?
Like, the denizens of heaven in general.
I kind of wonder if
As
Emily...
per, like, Loth there.
I kind of wonder if Emily didn't know that there was, like, violence, if that makes sense. I wonder if Emily thought that they went down there, they snapped their fingers, and people just disappeared. And it was random, and there was, like, a magical culling. Not, like, actual, we're chopping people's heads off in the streets, you know what I'm saying? So I kind of wonder if that's what, like... I kind of wonder if that's what Emily thought was happening, was that it was just like, you were there one day, and then you're sleeping. You know, which isn't any better. I'm just saying, it was painless. She might have thought that it was painless, right? Still wrong, but painless. So this may be genuinely a surprise to her. I'm surprised that no one just started, like, trying to grab them or whatever, right? Because their hands are reaching up there, right? I'm surprised that, like, they didn't just, like, start, because people have weapons. Like, I'm really surprised of this crowd just not even trying to, like, shoot, you know, Like
everyone had no one had a gun.
There's an amount of restraint here that I didn't think.
I mean, I guess you're also afraid of like, you know.
Yeah, I know, but they're already here. So what does it matter? Like, you know, it's not gonna work, right? Because you need angelic steel. I'm just saying. Eyes, different eyes.
Lots
this time. Sinners like you are the reason I allowed for extermination in the first place.
That's not the cell you think it is.
You can't say
Sarah.
that, Sarah. Like, you're not. What happened to Sarah's confession, man? Again, redemption is not a what am I trying to say? A straight line, right? No, it's not good. And look at Vox. He's like, yes, this is perfect. This angel admits it. She called the extermination to silence sinners from speaking out and empowering each other. You did it to keep us down. This song is so good, guys. I listen to it all the time. I listen to it day and night. Consider
I wonder what
this.
VOX DEI means.
Well, one of them means like voice of God, and then the other one is something else.
I guess DEI would be.
Yeah, Sarah shouldn't have said that. That was diabolical. I've woken up the people to the lies you angels tell. When we pay you a visit, we won't be bringing baskets. Which is kind of a twisty thing to sing, but they managed to make it work somehow. We'll be bringing decimation that'll put you in caskets. Very nice, I loved that.
I hope they're hiding behind their gift baskets.
Yeah, so voice of the people. I think Populi is still voice of the people somehow. But Hunter was asking about the other one.
VOX DEI, so
yeah.
DEI, which would be voice of God.
So
VOX
this
Populi is voice of the people.
This is a double meaning, but it is the base meaning is like a cry of excitement.
I just like that they're saying
you know,
resist, which in our contemporary is more of like a left-leaning.
Well, yeah, I know. He's
and
just
then you have
everywhere,
the fear, which
right?
is more right-leaning. Then you have the flood, the Alpha and Omega. You're comparing yourself to God and the angels, even though you're against the angels. It's just funny that he's kind of thrown everything against the.
Yes, and also his Lucifer's melody gets stolen here, and that becomes more obvious. I'm your Omega, I'm the flood. That's the same as I'm the serpent, I'm the flame, right?
Yeah.
So he literally steals Lucifer's sound, right? They do that.
So when he says you're an Omega, do you think that Alistair's the Alpha? So when
I don't
write
know.
your...
Okay, I don't know anything about that actually.
You don't know anything about Omegaverse?
No. I'm being dead ass right now.
Really?
I don't know anything. I
Really?
know, like, I know what alpha and beta means, like, but I don't know what an omega is. Like,
okay.
Is the omega like you're a switch? Is that what it's supposed to be?
So
I love how Hunter's like, Cal, these streams go on forever, and now we're doing a side tangent to it.
Do you want to talk about?
No, I mean, as long as it's not like, is it gonna get the stream banned?
No.
Okay, so just talk about it in a PG way, I guess.
Okay, so there was a show called Supernatural. Vox is submissive and breedable. That's why you like him so much.
Wait, this starts with Supernatural?
Yes.
This isn't based off of, like, werewolf, like, fan fiction?
No, well,
or,
yeah,
sorry, not fan fiction, werewolf,
so
like,
there were werewolves.
lore?
So there were werewolves in
Oh,
Supernatural.
okay.
People liked the werewolves, and they started making fan fiction about the werewolf characters.
Right.
There's a since debunked piece of fake science about werewolf hierarchies.
Or
that there's
wolf
alphas.
hierarchy.
Wolf hierarchies. Werewolves don't exist, to the best of my knowledge. That there are alphas and betas and omegas.
Okay.
And alphas are like, they're in control. Betas are sort of subservient to them.
Okay.
And there's one in each pack, and then omegas are the ones that are like the ones that breed.
Oh, so like women or also men? Like
women. Well,
Oh,
in wolves.
wolves.
In wolves, yes.
Okay.
And then they took that, and then they sort of mixed it together with the werewolves.
But this started with Supernatural?
Yes.
Like this wasn't a werewolf thing before?
No, well, there's werewolves in Supernatural.
No, I'm saying like in werewolf fiction, like in the
Yes.
60s when they were writing about werewolves, like
No, they weren't. No, this was the 2000s.
That's crazy. So
Yeah.
this is like a recent mythology.
20 years,
Like
yeah.
I haven't watched this video yet, but I saw
Also,
like, this
there's
video about-
there's certain aspects of wolf anatomy and the
Oh,
reproduction that
okay.
they apply to people.
Sure.
And it started there, and it just kind of got bigger and bigger. It started in Supernatural, but Supernatural, like, people saw that, and they started applying Omega-verse or ABO
Right.
to different shows and series, so now you can basically
But that's
find it
crazy,
for
because I read this thing about, like, or I saw this video, I haven't watched it yet, but it popped up and it was like, why don't we have new mythology anymore? I thought that system was based off of, like,
Nope.
bodice ripper, werewolf, like, women's erotica.
Nope, it's,
So that's, like, within our lifetime. Like, new werewolf mythology was created within our lifetime.
They do call babies. I'm very familiar with
like,
the
that's
Omegaverse.
kind of crazy, guys. Like, do you guys understand what I'm saying when I say that?
I'm shocked you have not.
No, because I know about alpha and beta, but I thought it was just, like, top and bottom. I didn't know about,
that's
like,
exactly, Bonneville. It's kind of furry adjacent.
Right, but yeah, I didn't know about...
But it didn't come from furries, I don't
didn't
think.
know... You know what else I learned?
What?
Well, who goes first in the ship name is who the top is.
Really?
In, like... Maybe it's more like in China and Japan fandom, and we don't do it as often, but it's whoever name is, like, so if you ship Radio Static, I guess that means that you think Alistair is the top, but if you ship Static Radio, it means you think Vox is the top.
I'm trying to think of, like, ones that are portmanteaus of people's names.
And
like
I just
Ren,
learned
Nora.
that. Well,
okay.
I think that's different, though, because, like,
Wen,
Ruby,
Claire.
like, we don't really do that in Western fandom as much. It's more about, like, I see people do that with Genshin, I think, a bit more, and, like, you know.
Anyways, he's an Omega, and
right,
they
but
will
they
have a
mean
flood.
Omega as in the
He will take
N,
Alistair's
I
knot and be swole with his pups by the end of the evening.
listen, don't talk about all that. This was a fucking cool shot, but Hunter and I kind of missed it in our reaction because we were
like robot angel.
We were too busy talking about Führer, right? And so we got
because it's
distracted.
a very politically dense.
Yes, but I love this. He's mimicking Sarah's stuff, like with his TV screens, and I thought that was awesome. Really? I've been writing my ships in I didn't even see this because we were so busy talking about the fascism in our reaction. I'm the nightmare you made when you spilled our blood, so cower and hide. I love this line, guys, so much. I've been singing it in my Udine voice, and I'm like, man, I wish Udine would get a song where she would tell someone to know themselves, or know yourself, or whatever we say, to go to the tree. And I'm like, wait a minute.
Show yourself.
I can do that. I'm the songwriter, so if I want Udine to tell someone to go to the tree, I can do that. But I just love this line so much. If you guys want, I'll make a short and I'll do it in my Udine voice, but I don't know if YouTube would like that because of the context of the line. But yeah, say goodbye to your, go say your goodbyes to your lives, to your kingdom. Ugh.
I love it.
Nice. It's just
and then we have the big robot shark again.
Can we talk about, we'll talk about Vox theories again at the, can you sing it for us now?
I like the idea that, like, he's against angels, but he's using angels' iconography.
Yes,
which is a fun visual of, like, oh, he's also not for you.
Yeah.
Like, this is just about power and bringing yourself up and being in control.
I'll do it when I'm feeling better, because I don't know if you guys can hear, like, I'm so nasal, it's so bad.
Big Short.
I don't know who opened the portal this time, because I guess it wasn't Emily, I guess Sarah, or maybe it was Abel, actually, because he goes in first, but this is gold magic, whereas Emily's is silver, so yeah.
No, wait, take me with you, I'm gonna get
can Hunter
murdered
be
by
at the
this
next
mob.
karaoke stream? I have never heard Hunter sing before.
Not good. I've done karaoke once. I was in an altered state of mind at the time. That's the only way I think I could have done it.
But yeah, so this doesn't go well. This is just not going well.
I like that Vox is kind of pleased, or sorry, not Vox. Loot is kind of pleased with it.
Well, because she wanted it to go badly.
Yeah, she's like, oh, now I get my shot.
But I like how, sympathetic, what am I trying to say? Like, feels very bad for Penchus, right? Because it's like, oh, you know, we're gonna go to war with your friends and, like, everything has gone terrible. Sing, Hunter, sing. I'm surprised nobody heard Charlie in that scene, so am I. People are leaving the hotel, right? Did the fight happen at the end of this episode? I guess it did. With Charlie,
guys, I can't sing. Stop asking for it. It's not good.
I guess we should talk about Charlie just picking up this whole
What if you
did
singing lesson
with Hunter? Maybe. Yeah. I don't know how. Like I would. I don't even know. I don't know, because I don't know what your rate. We'll talk about it. It would be funny though. Like
that's almost
I thought
definitely
about
a bad
that funny
idea
for a video, like to put you and Arnold through like musical theater school boot camp, like whatever I had to do in musical theater school.
God.
But I would need at least some clear phone space because I have no space on my phone to record. So I'd need like assistance. Anyway, I loved this fight, but it's kind of interesting how Lucifer is, like, so afraid of Charlie that he hid behind the couch.
I don't have a gorgeous voice. It's quite bad.
But yeah, Charlie's like, Dad, you fucked everything up. And we're out of screenshots space again, so hold on.
Poor Vaggie just wanted to get laid.
But yeah, I really like this fight, right? You know, in terms of, like, I am on your side, but being on your side means telling the truth. Like, I thought that was, I really liked the fallout of Charlie being stupid. I thought that Vaggie could have said more, but you know what? We'll take it.
But Vaggie is just the best girlfriend.
Is this Lucifer's wedding ring?
I guess so.
Is it? Is that right? Does he only have 4 fingers? Wait a second. Hold on. I know.
No, your wedding hand's on this wrong hand.
Is it?
Wrong hand, yeah.
I need to look at his hands again. Am I crazy? 1, 2, 3, 4. I think he only has 4 fingers, Hunter.
Yeah, that's
so
about
maybe
right.
that it, like, instead of a pinky, it's on this one?
Do you know that every I don't watch The Simpsons. I don't know why I referenced Simpsons twice.
4.
But every Simpson character has 4 fingers except for Jesus and God that have 5 on each hand.
Interesting. But yeah, this could still be his wedding ring finger. I guess it's not on his right hand, though. But some people do that, like, when their spouse is dead, they move it to the other side, I heard.
Oh.
I don't know if that's true. Maybe I just made that misinformation. I've heard that, like, when your spouse is alive, you keep it on the ring finger, but then if you put it on your other hand, it means that, like, they're dead or something.
Interesting.
It's so hard to like Charlie. Yeah, it's not good. It's not great.
I still think she's likable. She's just dumb.
But, like, you know, they could have went harder. They didn't go hard enough on her for my taste. I do think it's interesting how she's trying to call Lilith again, even though her dad did try to be there for her. I'm getting, okay, can we talk about this now just because it's not, like, the same theorizing as, like, our other stuff, right? I'm getting Lucifer death flags. I think that they're at least gonna skin him and make him into a coat. He might not die permanently, but remember how angels, like, Val's like, let's take the angels' wings and make them dresses? Like, like, make dresses out of the wings or whatever. I kind of think that, what am I trying to say? I kind of think that Lucifer, at least his wings are gonna get chopped off. I don't think he can die. I don't think he's gonna die. He might die in that, like, they kill him and then he has to put himself back together type way, so it's like sort of
No, is it the left hand? Am I stupid? Have I been doing this wrong? You're right, it's the left hand, isn't it?
But I think he's gonna be dead. I think he's gonna die. Yeah, you wear your wedding ring on your left hand. We just couldn't figure out what hand Lucifer had in that shot.
Okay, my bad, because I think I said right hand. I think I'm being dumb.
Oh, I don't know. Anyway, Valentino wearing a coked made out of Lucifer. Well, I think Velvet wanted it more, but, like, yeah, like, basically, I think they're gonna at least take his wings off. So I'm getting Lucifer death flags. Jeremy Jordan is also not in the last song.
I realized I looked up wedding finger and not, left hand.
And neither is Angel Dust. So, I thought that you thought that his hand was the wrong hand.
Yeah,
you thought it went on the wrong hand.
Yeah, but no, it's his, that was just me.
Oh, sorry.
That's his left hand. That was the.
They're gonna put him in a big hamster wheel. That's hilarious. I thought that they were gonna hook him up to Vox with cords and, like, literally plug in to Lucifer, but, like, the hamster wheel's kind of funny.
But of course, you would prefer to plug into Vox.
Oh, man. Okay. Anyway, yeah, so.
I love that her emojis show up to express her emotions. I wish they did more of that in the earlier
Yeah, because I don't remember this being a thing. Also, rewatching season 1 and season 2, you realize how much nicer this season looks compared to season 1.
It must have been budgetary constraints.
It must have been. No, I believe in them. Like, I believe they could have done it. Okay, so let's try to look at these blueprints, right? We have a giant laser, presumably, right? And I don't know what this is supposed to be. Carmilla plus Vox equals big laser that we're shooting at heaven, presumably. So I guess Lucifer is gonna power the laser, and they are going to laser into the planet. Okay, we're making good
Drill
time.
into there like Bossing say.
Well, no, not drill, laser.
Drill, baby, drill. Laser drill, same diff.
I really like them making Velvet, see, now it's not my lovely associate, it's just my associate, right? And so I like how, like, she kind of, you know, moves her head and all of that stuff. But, like, Vox, I'm on Vox's side here because he did let Velvet go to the Overlord meeting and she did fuck it up. So, you know what? I'm Team Vox on this one. But I love how hard it is for her to apologize. Like, I love this. I thought this was hilarious. Oh, man. This was great.
I just love how, like shitty and, like, so much of a used car salesman Vox is. The way he, like, moves around the room, how smarmy he is.
I know, I love this, like, oh, are you sure that was me, though? Like, I didn't do that. Like, you armed Charlie with the weapons, didn't you? Right? He's, like, clocking her tea here right now. Oh, I think that's great. I'm just, like, picking up where you guys left off, man, you know? And so I thought that that was awesome. I loved this scene. I love how he kind of played Carmilla. And I love how we recognized that she wanted to protect her daughters because that is what... Like, again, whatever it takes needed more juice, man. Like, obviously that's what she wanted. But instead she's like, I'm worried all of hell will rise to war if I get involved. And it's like, no, bestie, that's not what you're worried about. You're worried if you give them the information that they're gonna come after you specifically. So they kind of corrected that, right, with Vox here. Her outfit is almost the same as when she insulted Carmilla. That's funny, like she wanted to remind Carmilla of the incident almost. I saw people talk about Lucifer and Alistair teaming up to defeat Vox. I have some theories about where we'll talk about it at the end. I think some of that's kind of copium though. Like the Apple radio or chippers are very depressed. I've seen them on Twitter, they're kind of depressed.
Another eyeballs.
Eyes! Again, this is important. This is important for, I have a big, like, guys, I literally rewatched the entire show last night.
More eyes.
Yep. Way to throw me under the bus. So much for just fake an apology. Like, you know. And so this, we start to see the cracks in the relationship, but I'm like, I don't think Vox is entirely wrong, though, either. Like, how he says it is wrong, but it's not entirely wrong. Now, here's some beef I have, and this is related to the Angel Dust thing, okay? Again, I'm not saying that the Angel Dust twist was, like, bad. I'm just saying I thought it was lame. Just me, you know. I thought it was lame. However, what I will say is what I think it is more lame, or a little weird, is that Vox can, like, go into technology. He can look in security cameras, right? So, like, if they say, and I did this to Angel Dust specifically because I wanted to see Charlie suffer, that's fine. I buy that as Vox's motivation. But in terms of just spying on them, why can't he just listen to them through their phones? And that would have been a nice kind of, you know, 1984, and also in our present day, Siri is always listening to you, right? Like, the ads that you get on your phone after you talk about wanting that exact, like you say you want Oreos and suddenly you're seeing Oreo ads because Siri's fucking listening to you, right? So, like...
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
So why can't Vox go into people's phone camera is my question, and I think that, like, they kind of should have done that, you know? Like, I think that that kind of would have been interesting in terms of, like, we can't trust our technology because it's always spying on us, and they kind of dropped the ball by having just Angel do everything, because there are no competitors. Like, I don't believe that Charlie has a different kind of phone. Right? Vox Tech, even Alistair in season 1 has a Vox Tech camera, right? So, like, there's no competitor, I don't think, unless Charlie made her own phone with her powers. But, like, Angel, at least, is definitely on the network because Val probably gave him his phone. So, like, why can't Vox just use his technology to spy on people, man? Maybe Vox makes him sign terms and conditions so he can't. I don't think that he'd do that though, right? Because even like in the real world, we sign terms and conditions and then companies break them anyway, so it doesn't really matter, you know?
Yeah.
I think he has to be close to do that, maybe. But then we see, like, there are other times where he's like looking at stuff on, like he has, you know, in his room, he has all of these feeds and stuff. Like, I feel like he's plugged in. So, I don't know why they didn't just do that. Zestial, do we think that they're, like, romantic, or are they just, like, friends? People thought that, like, they were there was a kind of romantic thing happening here, and it's like, oh, I lost my husband, now I'm gonna lose this person too,
yeah,
you know?
I don't know. The husband thing was interesting. Especially because it, like, was it rings? Because I remember there was, like, a chain. Right, so I guess she wears it as a necklace.
Yeah.
But, like, are those, she doesn't keep her ring on? That's her and her husband?
I think so.
Did she have 2 husbands?
I think this is a cultural thing. Like, I've seen this before. I couldn't tell you where, though. They should have used the lighting for clarity. The lighting. I don't know what that means. Oh, do you mean like for the relationship between them? Did Hell have smartphones before Velvet? I don't know.
Good question.
I think Angel was no. I agree with you guys. Like, I know what you guys are saying. I'm just saying I wish they had gone for the technology angle because it's a much interesting commentary in our current day and age, right? And they kind of dropped the ball. Like, I think Vox does have the best powers, and I really like the stuff that he does most of the time.
Hers and her husband, yeah, presume.
I also do, even though I'm like, I don't give a fuck about you, Zestial, why are you always here? And I suggested replacing Zestial with Alistair and whatever it takes. Even though I said that, I do like how this parallels Charlie and Vaggy's relationship, but also Vox's relationship to the V's, because they're kind of too almost afraid to call him out on his shit, right? Whereas Zestial is up front. And obviously Vaggy called Charlie out on her shit last episode, but this is like, real friends will tell you that, you know, I'll always support you, but I'm not gonna support this, like, until you come to your senses, you know? So, I think that this was a nice scene. But she has to protect her daughters. Like, what are you doing for her, though, Zestial? You know? Like, what are you doing to protect her, though? Right? Like, are you gonna give her a better option, or are you just gonna criticize her for making the hard choices, you know?
Yeah.
So I feel like Zestial's kind of like, in that, like, scene, because he's not like, there's a better way, Carmilla. There's not. He's just like, you should stand on your principles. And I'm like, well, it's easy to say that when you have nothing to lose, but she has to think about her daughters, right?
Yes, I like that Vaggy's flying around. I like that we see her fly.
I don't think Vizzy Pop wants to do a commentary angle. I disagree with that. Everything's political. Maybe she didn't want to do that angle, but I think that's an interesting angle. So, okay, so Alistair's cannibalism has just been chilling, simmering on the stove this entire time. I really like how Cherry's decorated her room. I think it's really cute.
I like how she's also working on a bomb.
I mean, you know, you gotta do your bombs, you know?
Working 9 to 5.
So yeah, this is about the deal with Carmilla, which we already, you know, knew. We kind of get some insight on the, that's weird. Eyeballs again.
Another eyeball.
Yeah, so I guess they're probably melting down the old weapons and then making them into new ones. Like, they're kind of, you know, smelting them down to remake them into other things again. I have a theory about Zestial, but I'm gonna save it. Yeah, don't worry.
Sometimes I think Vizzy is more into character design over storytelling.
I think this season, though, kind of proves that wrong.
Yeah, like,
you know?
I think she was able to tell a compelling story, but you could tell she's very into making her OCs.
I loved this.
That's definitely a thing she likes doing.
And then we get the Scream Rain, which is apparently not usual, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I meant for Vox's phones, the way he teleports could have been used for spying if the lighting was... Oh, I see what you're saying.
Oh,
that would
man.
have been cool.
We're
right?
9 out of 10 and still like 2 hours to go. I'm gonna have to watch Wish.
Yeah, I know. We're actually hitting it this time, right? We're kind of over, right? You know, because I was saying I would count the last super chats too. Don't worry, it's gonna be fun, right? I think. Maybe.
I'm down. I'll do it.
Maybe we should get Arnold in here, too. When he comes over for Christmas, we should just pile everybody into the office and watch Wish.
Just film us, be like, this is stupid. Why are you making us do this?
Well, you know, it'll be like a watch-along. It'll be, fun. Yeah, so Vaggy and Charlie not talking to each other, right? If Carmilla refuses, Vox can't really hurt the angels. So if she refuses, his plan kind of crumbles. Well, I don't know. Does it, though? Because I feel like Vox could just pay someone else to do it. She doesn't have, like, how hard can it be to make angelic weapons now that they know how to, like, how they work, right? Has Arnold seen Hazbin? No. You know what I mean? Like, it can't be that hard, because now they have the extra weapons from, like, the season 1 attack, unless Carmilla, like, took them all back with her again. We had that, like, oh, did we just, like, recoup the basketballs after recess? Unless it was like that, like, somebody has a piece of angelic steel, like, I don't know. Vox could, like, pay all of the employees to, like, turn against Carmilla. Like, I feel like there were other ways. But thank you, Lux. We appreciate the super chats. We really do, because, like, sometimes these streams aren't monetized, and then I cry myself to sleep.
Yes.
But we did reach the wish goal, so we will, for sure, subject Hunter. And maybe Arnold will drag him in here, too. I don't know. We'll see. Do you think that Carmilla will betray Vox at the last minute? I don't think so, though, because she has no other options. But you know what I keep thinking about? Like,
they are with each other.
Vaggie has the angelic steel, like, in her house. And, like, she pointed that right at Vox, but she didn't kill him.
I do
and I'm
like that.
Imagine how easy everything would be.
I do like that we're getting some... I don't know. I feel like Charlie doesn't have really, like, room to stand on with getting that angry at Vaggie. I guess other than the stuff about her dad, you should probably be more angry at your dad.
Yeah, because, like, Lucifer didn't have to agree.
Yeah.
Vaggie asking wasn't the crime. The crime wasn't asking. But I guess it depends, like, how susceptible we think Lucifer is, like, in terms of his mental state.
I mean, when it comes to Charlie, he can be easily convinced.
Yeah. But I just mean, like, was it more of a, you know, my dad's not in his right mind, like, you exploited his... you know, mental instability. Like, is it that sort of thing?
Ideas
well, like,
react. I've
literally
heard I've only heard negative things about Wish. It's like a complete nothing burger. It is a void of culture. It has not left a mark. If a wish plays in a forest and no one's around to hear it, does it even make a noise?
The Calxiyn videos are the only thing we got out of it. But yeah, I like Husk leaving. Yeah. Right?
That's good, because it's like, oh, there's actual consequences for you and your bullshit.
And
Charlie.
He's still, you know, fighting with Angel. Like, they didn't entirely resolve. I don't know what's happening over here, by the way. Oh, yeah, right. Winter wrap-up? Oh my gosh, we were thinking about that last week. We had a goal for watching the first 2 episodes of My Little Pony, but we didn't hit it. We tried, though. We did try.
Next time?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we need something else to do, I guess. Well, you know, we also, this is just, again, not to, you know, say to take your money, but you guys know that we also do commissions, right? So if you ever want us to, like, watch something, you can pay us to watch something. And I would say it's pretty affordable. It's not like, oh, $200, like, you know, I usually try to do it so it's like, for me and Hunter, it'd be like $40 for an hour of whatever. So if you want us to watch 2 episodes of an anime, right, like...
There we go.
There you go. It depends on the editing, obviously. You know, if it's a time sink and you don't want us to put it on YouTube and, like, I don't need to do that stupid thing where I show, like, little bits of the footage and then have to take them away and change the opacity, it's a different price. But yeah, we do
Charlie would be a My Little Pony fan.
Yeah, more eyeballs, Lilith's dream. Yeah, I do feel like that there is some, like, revisionist history in Charlie's mind about Lilith, because, like, she's like, my mom wouldn't want it violence, and I'm like, what? Where do you take commissions? On Ko-fi, we take them. That's how I reacted to the first 11 episodes of Free Run. It was a commission. I'm gonna be entering my pro pitch era. Oh, no. But yeah, we did Free Run, we did Princess Principal, we did Symphogear. We've done a lot of, like, reaction commissions like that.
I forgot Princess.
I know, I have to re-upload it on the Calxiyn channel.
Oh, that was
sometimes.
such a good show. Oh, I
It
forgot
was
about
$80, that's very tempting. But yeah, I loved this fight. I loved the girls fighting. I'm glad Charlie was finally called out on her bullshit, thank God. I love Nifty being in charge, and her first thought is, like, making a roach band, like, jazz band. Look at Baxter. Baxter's like, I kind of ship them, honestly. Like, not in, like, I'm gonna be reading fan fiction about them kind of way, but I just support this. I support, like, putting this chaos together and, like, putting it into the world and such things. Okay, so, are you gonna continue Centaur World? The commissioner, I had to tell the commissioner that Hunter and I were just, like, too overwhelmed to keep going. Maybe if they, like, are still interested in us reacting to it when we're finished, but, like, we've been so busy, and I've been so sad, because it's been crazy, and I'm so tired. This used to be Husk's gambling house. What do you call it? Casino.
Casino.
Sorry.
Gambling house?
I didn't know what to call it.
Mary, you see, a house of ill repute where they serve liquor. Women show off their gams, and you can play...
Yeah, they would also have to pay me to watch
into the
shitty
wee
anime.
hours of the morning.
Do you guys remember? Oh God, you guys wouldn't remember because this was probably before most of you. We got commissions for Food Wars, and I hated that show.
I
hated
Food
it
Wars.
so much.
I watched
I was such a hater. I was like, I don't care how much money you give me. I am never watching this again. I hated it so much. Anyway, Casino. This, I'm pretty sure, I might be wrong, this is the homeless guy that Angel gave a dime to in another episode.
I see.
Maybe in Speedrun to Redemption, so we see that this homeless man is gambling away his money, maybe? I don't know if it's the same guy or if it's just another, like, bunny-looking character.
That was my fucking hell mortgage on my
I do
house.
like that, like, he has cards for ears, and he has, like,
right.
a card tail. Like, that's kind of fun that,
He also
again,
looks like either Ren or Stimpy. I can't remember which one's supposed to be the Chihuahua.
It, what am I trying to say? Some of the Sinners forms do reflect, like, whatever their beef in life was. Yeah, I definitely think that this is one of the best songs in the show. But yeah, I really liked, yeah, so Lucky Sevens, that's also, like, the only reason why I know what that means is because in the Gatsby musical, they say the same thing, like, Lucky Sevens.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're playing.
I mean, it's not roulette. I think they're just playing dice.
But it's something, because Gatsby, the same thing happens.
I will say, this feels like, they're like, let's see if we can have, like, a kind of, no, this is, do you think this is them, like, let's try and spin back on, Loser Baby and try to do it again? Because they reference Loser Baby here, but, like, oh, it's a song about being down on your luck. It's a different song. It's distinct. It's bluesier.
You know what I think that this is more supposed to be? I think that, like,
Thank you.
The difference is of what we were getting here is that Husk thinks like that he can just use this as a substitute for real human connection, right? I think so it's different than Loser Baby because this is giving us insight into why Husk had this vice, right? Some people gamble kind of like for the thrill of gambling because it makes them feel powerful, I think. So I don't think for Husk it was about the power. It was about
it's a process addiction.
Like, this is about, like, I don't know. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but, like, I don't want to say romantic. That's not the right word. But, like, oh, I have fan fiction, so I don't need a real romantic relationship. Like, that sort of thing. I think that that's this taken to, like, the most extreme thing, right?
I love the design of all the cat people.
But he sung it so...
Look at the Sagwa!
Little Sagwas. I like how every cat's just Sagwa.
Well, a Sagwa cat is a Sagwa.
Don't need love when it comes in a bottle, right? So he's saying, like, here's what I think it is. It's the, romance wasn't the right word. Endorphins that you get from being in love. Like, the feeling,
rush,
right? The adrenaline, almost. So I think it's, like, the rush of the gamble in this case is a substitute for the rush of being in a romantic relationship, right? Strut when you're bluffing, double or nothing. Nice. Lap it up, lap it up, laugh it up. Ah, nice. Very good. Get the top shelf double rotch, pour the scotch. I missed the tune of Tumblr's clinkin'. Deal me in, kick the sin, right? So sin, in, very nice. Up a notch. Diving in quicksands faster than sinking, right? So it's like, if this is gonna happen anyway, I might as well just, embrace it.
Because that's not anybody more familiar. I was in a casino.
Are you saying, like, this isn't an accurate game? Is that what you're...
Because it's like, I don't know what that's supposed to... Is it just dice? Because that's not roulette. I don't know what that is.
I don't know.
Baccarat? Like, I'm just not... No, because it's not a card game. It's just dice. And I don't know, like... I don't know if people just play dice.
I don't know. I'm not the person to ask.
At casinos, I don't know if I've been in a casino once, and it was literally for my grandmother's birthday, and I did not gamble. I know nothing about casinos and gambling. It's craps. Oh, it's a craps table. Yes, that's what it is. Shooting craps. Okay, yeah, my bad. My bad. I remember craps
I'm leaving behind. Very nice. All my cares that I've been overthinking. So in this scene, we get, Angel, Charlie, and Alistair.
Correct. Shoot craps.
Right? Find friends in my wine, right? So again, not a perfect rhyme, but very nice. I really like that. Stay unawares just as long as I'm drinking, right? So, like, this is different than Loser Baby.
You know what I'm just realizing? I think I thought craps, shoot craps, was crabs.
Oh.
I thought that's what that game was called. My bad. Can you tell I'm not familiar?
But yeah, this is just the course again, that's fine. Love is in the eyes of the beholder. I liked that. I thought that was cute.
Gambling is no good, kids, and you can learn that from Husker.
Gin never lies or fucks you over, right?
Gin can absolutely fuck you over. Also, you're definitely not drinking gin. Gin is not a
Love
brown
is
liquor.
in. Oh yeah, gin in again, kind of a nice little like thing. Right there. It goes down the same every time. You need someone to hand your chips, go all in, and abandon ship. So it's kind of interesting how we're getting more like ship discussion, if that makes sense, because Vox also said like, you know, what did he say? He said man the ship or like find a crewmate that you can hunker down. I don't know what he said anymore. It's been a while. You're jumping in. Oh, you're jumping for the water and it's all 100 proof, so that's a alcohol reference, obviously. And we see him swimming in his little bottle. This was very like Alice in Wonderland when she's like shrunk down. That sequence. I thought that was really nice. But yeah, I really love how it gets more unhinged and we start to see him
the
losing,
house,
right? Because it's not like this didn't have like a bridge, I don't think, like a traditional bridge of like the aside and like here's like the thing that's completely different from what we heard before. But like I think that this was enough, you know, right? Because we see him like disoriented and home in a bottle, numb in a bottle. I don't need nothing that's not from a bottle. I thought the song was great. I thought the singing was great. I thought
Keith,
like the
Keith
thesis
David is really
was great. The trajectory of the song
brilliant.
was great. Like just the downfall, if you want to call it
Regrettably,
that, was great.
he does not have friends on the other side.
Yeah, no, because he sold his soul to Alistair, right? So, but yeah, I really like just the self-destructive behavior. Yeah, so them seeing Carmilla,
At
it's
the
not
same
that
time
serious.
is really funny.
The lesbian drama, obviously, you know, there's a workplace hazard in the background, but we caught that during our
someone
reaction.
just fucking got smushed, which is hilarious.
Carmilla, this is not what my mom wanted. Also, okay, so this person's definitely drilling into the cloth.
Unless, like, you can, like, the cloth is, like, pinned.
No, it's like this. It's on both sides.
Maybe? But it doesn't look like it go back if you look in that corner there.
But look, there's a, string.
Maybe there's a
going
panel.
this
Who
way.
knows?
There's a string this way and a string this way, right?
Sometimes you gotta drill sheets.
Look at these guys. They're so cute. Lots of people thought Love in a Bottle was gonna be about the love potions. Honestly, I did too, and that's why you don't look at song titles, even though we're gonna be doing that at the end of the stream. That's why you don't look at song titles before you see them, because you might have, like, a thought about what the thesis is gonna be and then get disappointed when it's not that thing, right? We don't know how the machinery works, I guess not. I wonder why Alistair let Husk live. I think because he's just more useful to him alive. I don't think it's that, like,
I love
mysterious.
I don't know if I've said this before. I really, really like Camilla's design. Is it Camilla or Carmilla?
Carmilla.
Carmilla,
Yeah,
my bad. I got it right the first time. Carmilla's design. I really like her design.
They trolled us with the voiceless? What do you mean by that? It was fake? Or thought they put out a fake one?
Oh.
Some people thought Abel was gonna be in bad with us because of that too. Oh no. Wait, so you guys are saying that, like, the voice list, does that mean that even though Vox is voice actors in the finale, he could be some random NPC? Is that what you're telling me?
Uh-oh.
I don't like that. Anyway, yeah, so Carmilla's logic is sound here. They do not convince her. That's okay. Right? Do you think we'll see Kane? I'm not sure. I thought maybe, but I think that's a season 3 sort of situation, if that's something that's gonna happen. But yeah, we do see, like, some flashes in, Vaggie's backstory here. So let me we have to reset our screenshots, and then, I feel like we're making good time, Hunter.
I feel we are as well.
Because there's no more there's no more
Vox.
Vox to talk about.
You're just like, who are these people? War, plot, who cares? Let's move.
I am hungry though, so I may go find a snack, but anyway. What was I saying? I'm choosing the winning side. Yay! But yeah, I thought this conversation was really good. I just don't have anything else to say about it, right? I think that, like, as long as Carmilla's daughters are protected, she doesn't give a fuck. So that's it. But yeah, so you can see the cat, right? A bit more clearly. So this was Husk's, bar, and then he lost it, I'm assuming. Not wasting my life.
Those are a lot of drinks.
Bar.
My God, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 whiskeys. 14 whiskeys is, I do believe, the record. My goodness.
But yeah, so Angel Dust is...
I think this is my favorite Angel Dust song. I don't know if there was another one from the last 2 episodes.
There was Poison, there was Loser Baby, and that's
No, this is my favorite solo.
Oh, no, there wasn't an Angel solo.
Okay, yeah, this is my favorite Angel solo. Well, Poison's.
Right. Well, I'm saying, yeah. I think that the reason why this is better, well, not better, well,
he doesn't use his angel voice.
For you.
Because I like the angel voice, and it works in a lot of songs, but when it's solo, like, what kind of hurt with Poison was that you had to, like, it had to still really sound like him.
Yeah.
And it's almost like, well, Vaggie doesn't fucking sound like Vaggie when she sings, so why do we have to keep that, like, honking accent of his?
I guess that's true.
But with this, you kind of lose it, and it becomes more sultry in his, like, drag queen performance, and it's really great.
I like the song better just because I feel like that Poison was a performance. Obviously, Angel's performing here, but somehow I think that this is more true to his character. Yeah. That's just my sense of it, right? Obviously, he's performing here too, but this isn't for Valentino, as far as we know. This is like Angel picking up maybe a side hustle or something, like, you know.
You know, Angel Dust just goes places, does things, knows people.
You know what I really want to know? I want to know if this is the actual sheet music. I would kill someone to figure it out. It seems like
It doesn't look like they have enough bars, do
No, they do. It's not written properly in terms of, like, you'd be able to read this because we have missing lines here, so there should be lines in the middle, right? Because the 5 notes need to be in there. But, like, there's, what is this, 6 flats, there's some time signature over here. So, like, technically, like, the sheet music is written mostly correctly. I'm assuming they just didn't do the lines up here because then it wouldn't be clear what was on the page, so they got a bit more creative with it.
I should specify, I know that, like, so is Cherry Bombs and Sir Pentious' voice comes out. It just, though they don't bother me, there's something about, I don't know, maybe it's also the songs he gets, but something about his voice, it doesn't always work the best.
I want an Anna Pantsu cover of this, though, I will say. I want to hear a girl sing it.
Angel,
just that's all I want in my life all the time.
Yeah,
so,
I really love Angel and drag. Like, that design's amazing.
Yeah, I think it's great. And it's great to see Angel doing something that, again,
I love
isn't
how
necessarily
big the hair is.
for Valentino. You're living for the rush of that royal that was great. I'm just so happy about that. I was trying to see if Husk was in the cards, but I don't see any meaning in there. Oh! I like the wings in the background. Is this foreshadowing to Angel dying this season? As some people are afraid because he's not in the final song. So it's not good, man. It's not good. But yeah, like, look at how the wings are framing him. Death flags. I don't know, though. There's still so much. Like, what about
You know
Angel's
what I was
sister?
gonna say, I thought Mr. Leaf Canary, I also thought that this was a reference to Jessica Rabbit. They have a similar kind of vibe. Big hair, sort of, is introduced doing a show. I like it.
Wasn't the V's on the cards? No, one of them was a dice head, not TV head. But yeah, I like flirting with the one that looks like Husk. I'm pretty sure this character was at the hotel in an earlier episode because I made a note of some kind saying that they were a repeated background character. Sorry, Bon Bell. I don't mean the drag stuff, I mean the Husk Angel thing. Explain. I don't know what you mean. But yeah, I'm just curious, like, do you have beef with the relationship? What's going on? But yeah, I really liked the song. I really liked, Angel, again, working, like, somewhere different. And I thought the lyrics were good. It was a nice little different, like, jazz sort of standard thing. We don't get a lot of these songs anymore, right? Like, in musical theater. It's mostly, like, you know, the situation calls for this, and so it's kind of a diegetic song that exists in universe, but it's also, like, of a particular era that we don't get a lot of anymore.
And also the line, losing streak. Like,
it's nice.
It's so nice.
I do wish on the soundtrack they didn't cut it off, but you could say, right, metaphorical, okay, that the reason why he doesn't sing Losing Streak is because the streak is broken. He's gonna go, talk to Husk, and the argument is over.
Pew, pew, pew.
Exactly. So I'm okay with that in the context of the show. I do wish on the soundtrack that they completed it. Wait, does that make me gay? I thought that was funny.
That was funny.
All right, so we can't show the bondage dancers in Valentino's office, so I'll try to skip past them. Maybe I do have even felt fan servicey. I think it Bonnie Bell, I will give you that if this doesn't go anywhere. However, I have a feeling that, like, we're in for some, like, angel dust death flags, like, or something. Like, I think something's gonna happen, and so I know what you mean. Like, I know what you mean by, like, oh, this seems fan servicey, but I felt that same way about some of the songs in season 1, and then clearly, right, like, some of them have come back, like, to haunt us.
Yeah.
So, I feel like that we may not see the significance now, but it could be like, just as Angel resolved to get better, he's gonna die. Like, it could be Angel leaves the hotel because he can't even trust himself in his own body anymore. So he leaves. Like, it could be like, there's gonna be a payoff to that, right?
Yeah. I do think certainly bad things, especially with how this episode ends.
Yes. I think he's gonna feel guilty and leave the hotel. I agree with you just because I can't see them killing off a fan favorite like that, but he's not in the finale song.
At the very least.
You think that they'd give him a line saying, I'm leaving, goodbye, I have no hope anymore, because it's called Hear My Hope or something, so you would think that they would contrast Angel being like, and I have no hope, basically, but he's not in there, and neither is Jeremy Jordan, so people be scared is what I'm saying.
At the very least, I think for Angel Dust, it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better.
Yes.
He will, I suspect, be in a perilous spot.
We have to talk about Vox killing himself later. He says he wants to make Charlie kill herself. He says Pencha should go kill himself. He had the rope line. We'll talk about that later.
Well, you know, cult leaders often want people to kill themselves, so gotta get to that Branch Davidian.
Go back to his family in hell? You think that his father's in hell, though? That's kind of crazy. Like, imagine you're seeing your son and he's like a celebrity, and you're like a mafia boss somewhere, like, you know. Okay, so, guys, this is not, I promise that this is not shipper brain. Actually, hold on. Let's talk about in business, right? He's not admitting that they have a romantic... So they just fuck around and they're business partners? They're not even in, like, a situation?
You
know what I mean? They're not even friends with benefits.
He's a fuck boy. Is this what you want for yourself?
No. I'm just wondering. Like, it means nothing in the long run. So that's about Angel, right? So here's my question, okay? By the way, this is getting so much more prominent. I rewatched season 1. Were the eyes there? Yes. Were they there this much? No. Clearly they've ramped them up because they're gonna do something with them, right?
Yes.
Okay, here's my hot take. And people are gonna get mad at me for this because somebody got mad at our discussion. So here, I'm gonna preface this by saying, I said that Vox doesn't care about the V's. What I meant by that isn't that he doesn't like them, or that he's not entertained by them, or that he doesn't think of them as, like, friends, per se. What I meant by that is that to me, to care about someone is putting their needs before your own, sacrificing for that person. I don't think Vox is willing to do that. So that's what I mean when I say that Vox doesn't care about the V's. And people in my the V apologists were in my comments and they were mad and they were like, no, their friendship's real and whatever. And I'm like, I'm not saying that their friendship isn't real, but you can be friends with someone and then that friendship is not, like, mutually, like, benefit, you know what I mean? Like, that person may be a good friend to you in the sense of, like, oh, you do stuff together and you like the same things, but would they, in a moment of crisis, actually sacrifice for you?
And, like, no. Because that's the thing with Vox, we've talked about this a lot, like, that's his, like, kind of objectivist sort of tendencies, right? Like, he's going to... Like he's only ever going to look after himself. He only keeps people around to the degree to which they help him.
Yeah,
and
so
I suspect that'll be his downfall.
I think that people, like, kind of get mad because they want to believe that, like, Vox cares about them and, like, that there's, you know, kind of a redeemable side, if that makes sense to Vox. But I think it's, like, people are, at the end of the day, complicated, you know. And so he can still feel for them. Like, if somebody else hurt Velvet, yeah, I think he'd be mad about it, you know? But if Velvet asked him to sacrifice something for her sake, I don't think he'd do it. He cares more about himself, right? I think. Yeah, like, it's a prime among equal. Like, exactly. It's something like that. Now, here's my question. That's probably... So the reason why I said that was because here's something else that's probably going to make some people mad, because I know that people want to believe that this relationship is real. I kind of get the sense that Vox does not care about sleeping with Valentino. I looked back at season 1, and I looked at Vox and Valentino's interactions, and they are very, like, they're not touchy like they are now, in the first season. It kind of just suddenly seemed to happen, almost, like, they touch each other in the same way that, like, Velvet, I think, touches Vox. But, like, this got, like, kind of suddenly sexual, almost out of, oh my god, sorry guys, my eyes are watering. Almost out of nowhere. I kind of feel like that Vox doesn't actually care about the sex. I kind of feel like that, like, he just uses the sex to manipulate Valentino. Does he, like, enjoy himself? Probably, because we're only we're all biologically, you know, whatever, right? So, you know, he probably finds it enjoyable and pleasant in sort of the, what am I trying to say?
In an immediate
endorphin,
capacity.
Hormonal way. I don't think that he cares about Valentino in a romantic or even like a sexual sense. I kind of just feel
I think he could take it or leave it.
Yeah, like, do you guys know how they say, like, cannibalism is like an erotic metaphor, you know?
Sure.
I kind of feel like that for Vox. Sex is just power in the same way that the cannibalism. Anyway, I'm just saying,
Everything is about sex.
This is
except
like
for Monopoly.
Legitimate. I don't think that they have a legitimate sort of like, even a friends with benefits or like a situationship. It wasn't until they were making out at the end of season 1, episode 8. Exactly. And you know what happens after that? Alistair comes back. So here's my headcanon. I kind of wonder if they weren't fucking until Alistair came back, and then he only got with Valentino because he wanted to piss off Alistair somehow, even though Alistair's ASAP, but whatever. Vox is clearly has a crush on him and clearly delusional, so I don't think, like, he might have done it to bother Alistair. Whether it actually does, clearly it's not going to, because Alistair doesn't give a fuck, right? But I kind of wonder if he only did that because it was like, oh, Alistair, this could have been me and you. See how we're going at it like rabbits? That could have been us.
Yeah.
Right? So I think that was like all the way back in season 1. I think that that's what it was supposed to be. Right? And so I kind of think that that's an interesting clue that their relationship was very professional before the reveal that Alistair had come back. Then suddenly when we see them again, they're like making out on the couch or whatever, watching Alistair get his shit kicked in right during the big fight scene in the finale. So I know people aren't gonna like it. People aren't gonna like the, you know, I'm I don't know what they're called, static moth shippers or whatever are gonna come for me on Twitter.com.
Moth to light, moth to a screen. I don't know.
But I don't think that, like, I legitimately think that it's just like, if I have sex with you, I have power over you, right? I don't know, man. I'm just saying. Yeah, I like how Velvet was just in here, by the way, and like you see him get embarrassed.
The realization, which is very funny.
I think I missed the screenshot where he was blushing, or maybe it happens later. Bestie. Val does genuinely want Vox, though. I think so. I think that he does, like in his own
And then when Alistair
way.
Spun around and he was tied up, I laughed out loud.
I know,
the humor is so good.
Apparently, they wanted Velvet to be giving Alistair a makeover or something, so they wanted like more interactions with them. But I think that this is hilarious. Like, I love this. I love this idea that they've been talking shit. Velvet had to put Alistair in that chair. Yeah, I know, right? That's what I'm saying. I think that that's awesome. I think it's so funny. I really wish that Hazbin did filler or like mini shorts, even like Twisted Wonderland. At the end of the Twisted Wonderland anime, they do vignettes where it's just like these flat 2D, like not complicated, you know, sort of animation. I would kill somebody to get like Alistair in V-Tower vignettes. So like he's in the pool with Velvet and Velvet's complaining about Valentino. He's getting his hair cut and Velvet's complaining about Vox, right? And oh, and he made me apologize to Carmilla. Can you believe that? And they're getting their nails done. Like, flash, flash, flash. And Alistair's just sitting there, like, listening to it the entire time. I think that would be so funny. I think it'd be hilarious. If you guys see any comics like that on Twitter, please tag me. I like this. I don't beg, right? This is so embarrassing. Like, this is so embarrassing that Alistair heard all this. Right? And this is crazy. This is diabolical. Here's
Like,
was
he
happening.
lashes out the second anyone challenges him.
Well, here's what I think. I think he was expecting Valentino to play along. Because they both know that the hypnotism doesn't work.
Yeah.
I think he was like, in his mind, Valentino will play along and I'll look good in front of Alistair.
I don't know. Maybe it's just he's slightly incompetent because he's just...
Like, unhinged right now?
Yeah.
I don't know, though. I think that it was supposed to be kind of a show, right? Put on a show for Alistair,
I don't
right?
interpret it that way.
No, you think it was just unhingedness?
Yeah, him
just,
being
like,
kind of
forgot?
dumb and desperate. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'll take either way. But yeah, he looks genuinely kind of like, again, I don't like Val. I have no sympathy for you.
I think it speaks to some of his carelessness. You know?
But it's kind of interesting that, like, he's upset about this. Like, you know, even though he's a terrible person, he still has feelings, right?
Yeah.
His feelings are still existing.
I always forget that his, like, coat is not a coat, it's his wings.
Yes. You just do whatever the fuck. Well, that's why he doesn't change his outfit, I guess,
Yeah.
as much as you want him to, right? All your stupid fucking plant. Look at this. I just love. What is this? Like an electrical cable?
Yeah.
It kind of. You know what would be crazy if that's how Vox went to the tree.
Huh.
Like he killed himself with the. I don't know why we're using.
Hung himself.
He
with
hung
an
himself with the electrical cord. Yeah. The eyes are just. We're gonna talk about that, guys. I have such a good theory. I know I've been hyping it up all stream. I don't know what he says here. If somebody could tell us. I know stupido, okay? K, I think it's supposed to be you, like, you know, in reference to Vox.
For K is Y.
Right.
We did
right.
French class, not Spanish
Yeah,
class
I
here
know.
in Canada.
Arnold took Latin. Isn't that cool?
Not terribly useful, but interesting.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, I was like, Arnold, what does this mean? It's a chanting in Latin at the end of this, like, in this song. And he's like, I don't know. And I'm like, well, what was the point?
Like, a good question about a lot of things you learn in
well,
high
it's because he
school.
wanted to be an EMT, and so I guess Latin's helpful for, like, medical stuff. So there's some Arnold lore for you guys if you guys were curious. But yeah. Cal, don't tell me your theory. Guys, don't worry about it, okay? I'm not gonna say anything. I don't know why you asked. You just do what you want anyway. Yes, that is true. That is true. Who is Rue? We'll talk about it. Yeah, so the Florida thing. He just got, oh man, I missed when his screen went all right. This is like, one frame at a time, so sometimes like the Photoshop misses stuff. Yeah. So his screen did go, all weird. Wait, did the eyes move? No, they're still looking at Velvet. I love how happy, I just want, again, he's so satisfied with himself.
He's having the most fun.
Yeah, so, somehow the simmering pot caught on fire in here. Baxter exploding. I'm pretty sure those are cigarettes, but you guys can tell me if they're like vials of something. Well, aren't they though? Because isn't this like the part where, isn't this the filter? And
cigarettes
then
aren't like colored like that generally.
Well, Hunter.
Cigarettes are just white
paper. It's a fun show, like, you know?
Also, the goop around its mouth implies that perhaps it's... So...
I mean, you guys can tell me if you know what they are, but it looked like a cigarette filter. Markers?
Yeah.
Just markers? That's kind of hilarious.
Makeup of some varietal.
Look at this. Look at the macaroni, like the little... Are they makeup? I don't know. Hunter, can you actually take over? Because I have to use the bathroom and I should probably go get, like, something to eat.
Sounds good.
And I know that, like, I'm pretty sure, hold on. I have to click back in.
Oh, no, I wasn't.
Yeah, I know.
A second there.
I have to move my writing thing so they can't see my ass. And
it's not, like, that's not they wouldn't see your ass.
I know, but I just...
That's like a slightly above the knee.
Somebody posted my legs on a subreddit, and they were like, man, Calxiyn has some sexy legs.
That's disturbing.
Like, I don't...
That's fair.
I was in shorts. Like, it wasn't a very sexy outfit, you know? So anyway.
People are weird on the internet. It's fine. I love how she did all that, but then didn't click back here so I could flip through. I love the little jazz band. That's so wonderful. I really hope we get, like, one silent tell us my theories? Oh my goodness. I mean, oh god, I don't want to tell because some of my theories is based off of the stuff Cal will be talking about later, so I don't want to like jump the queue a little bit. I love the little bugs. I want like a whole episode where it's just Nifty. Like, I want like a silent cartoon where it's just like a day in the life of Nifty where she runs around, and in the same way that like Amazon had did like specials for Invincible, the Atomic Eve special. If they did like the Nifty special, I'd be very down for that. I also love how she's so tired and so burnt out that she's not even like upset that Nifty has been neglecting her duties. Like, I don't know. She's sweet. I really liked Vaggie. Sometimes I think that like, I don't know, in the first season, and especially, maybe not so much the first season. No, in the first season and the trailer, I remember like Vaggie got into shit because like, or Vizzypop got into shit because Vaggie was like the steamy, fiery Latina archetype, stereotype or whatever. I never felt that way. I always thought that she was a fairly well-rounded character in the first little bit. I will say though, she's not very fiery this season. I feel like they did scale that back a considerable amount. Hunter, you and Cal should have your own podcast. I love hearing your rants. We did have a podcast for a time, but we just never stuck with it. I think if you look at, because this is a Calxiyn Cares Too Much channel, so I believe if you go to the Calxiyn channel, you can find it there. Some of the older ones. If not then through the Patreon. You definitely have that. Anyways, I am so glad that Vaggie's continuous, like, bedroom eyes are so, like, prominent in the last couple episodes. This poor girl just wants to get laid so bad. And she walks in, it's like, oh, my girlfriend's mopey and making tea. Like, this is not exactly what I was hoping for. Look at the sadness on that face. I love how we can still see at least, like, most of the screen. 2/3. I'll take it. At least at, like, Charlie's acknowledging that she was dumb and stupid and wrong. And how extreme Charlie's personality is. Yeah, because it was almost like Charlie was... But that was the thing, right? Charlie was also pretty extreme in the... That's a good point, Shockbite, that she's not on edge because she doesn't have her secret anymore. I agree with that. That was the thing. They kind of, like... They sort of countered, like... They balanced each other's out very nicely, because whereas Vaggie, I think, recognized that Charlie was naive and was very protective over her, which was a very cute dynamic. I really liked it. And regrettably, we have not seen that as much recently. I don't know. Oh, and they have the cake, and that's cute. That's not the cake she was wanting. Charlie, you were so close. Not a Shaggy fan. I am a Shaggy fan. Oh, thank you.
For you. This is for us. If we can figure out how to eat and do this at the same time. Here.
I believe in us.
Item ship for the cannon? What was going on in here? Oh, man. Okay.
Perhaps Vaggie might be too good for anybody, so Charlie's her best bet, right? We can't eat that. Oh.
We will have to cover up their towel visage.
These two?
Oh, they're not going anymore? Oh, there you go. Yeah, like when they're wearing the towels later.
I don't know. I don't think that was that suggestive.
I had to take it out of the reactions. So.
Really?
Yeah.
YouTube didn't like it?
No.
That's interesting.
But yeah, I thought that this conversation was, like, mostly okay. You know, like, it wasn't, like, I wish that we grilled her a little bit more. But you know what?
It's all going into, like, her sort of neuroses.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's kind of going into neuroses because it's not just Vox; it's everything coming all out at once, which I feel like is an accurate sort of description of like, for lack of a better word, I guess, as the kids say, crashing out to your romantic partner.
Yeah. Now I want Charlie to get roasted. I didn't say that. That's not true.
The contrast between Charlie being like, I'm gonna die, everything sucks, nobody loves me, everyone hates me, and shut up. Like, the contrast between the songs before that and how Vaggie changes her voice so dramatically when Stephanie Beatriz goes into her, I believe it's Beatriz, right?
Yeah.
Goes into her singing voice. It is so jarring. The song did also make me jump.
Okay. So some people are saying that this is like Arcane, Caitlyn and Vi sex scene. I don't think it's that bad.
Because they were. What do you mean?
Like in terms of like Vi, my sister's about to go to the tree, and I'm gonna have sex in the prison cell.
I don't know, man. I've boinked in questionable scenarios.
But we talked about this during our reaction. We were a bit harsh on them, right? I'm saying Vi and Caitlyn. So I think that this is okay because
when
no
they do
one's
it
dying.
in the prison cell.
Yeah, remember? We were like
I
your
recall,
sister's about to go kill herself and you're having sex in the prison?
I remember being sympathetic to it. I liked it.
You weren't that sympathetic.
At the time? Okay.
No.
I guess
maybe you changed your mind?
When we were watching this, I'm like, oh, are they just gonna fuck? And then everything goes down and it cuts to this?
I think it's okay, right? Because this is a less extreme situation. You know, the context is so different. I get why people brought up the comparison.
Do you want to go through the lyrics? I feel like I'm kind of
No, there's nothing here. There's like nothing here for
I will say,
really
I kind of, like,
it's okay, but it's such a
PG-13
generic
level sex scene.
Like,
they kind of went for vague Latin pop. I feel like if they did more like proper like bossa nova,
it's a good song. Like, it's not bad. It's just like, there's
like
nothing
Gravity,
special.
right? Where it's like, this isn't bad, but it's like, I could see a better version of it. And like, it's cute. I like that.
What's the cake? Sorry, you guys were saying that for so long and I was chewing and I was just staring into space. It's panettone. That person was right that said that it asked if it was panettone.
My heart's for filler.
I think that was okay. Because I thought that at first it was like, my heart's like
Lighting
filler,
silver?
like with you here. And I was like, that's not right, but for filler, that's okay.
I mean, the spiciness is, I don't know. It's just like when you consider how like gentle this was and how like they're very comfortable being very sexual with other characters.
That was the other discourse that
where
I
I'm like,
saw
okay, but it's, on the other hand, it's like, well, you know, Veggie, like, is Charlie really gonna fuck like that? I don't think she would. We could have
seen some like neck licking or something. Like they could have got it. We didn't need to see. I don't need to see bits. Like I don't need to see genitalia. But I think that like.
Here's the thing. That doesn't bother.
It could have been a little less PG. I guess.
It doesn't bother me that much because this strikes me as the type of sex representative of the type of sex that Charlie would have and Vaggie would have.
Are you saying that they have like vanilla?
No, just very like tender, right?
Okay.
Like it doesn't strike me as like all that crazy. I don't know. That's just me. If you want to imagine it differently, I could see it. I mean, fucking Lord knows, I could not imagine Charlie topping.
Ooh, panettone, my fave Christmas tree. Yeah, I think my mom brought this out because this was like from last.
Oh.
It's still good though. It's like moist. It's soft. It's very, very nice. But I'm just saying. She was like, "Uh-oh, we're gonna get more this year, so we gotta get rid of it."
I love the visuals. I love how glowy and cute it is. I wish it was a little more like bossa nova. I wish they did something a little less poppy with it, and it was a little more sensual to communicate that point. But like the point, it works. Same thing with Gravity, right? Like it works. I think this song's. I like this song better than.
Charlie is the top, though. I think.
Really?
Because there's there's a shot where she is thrusting Vaggie from behind. So.
What?
Yeah, I don't know if you missed
here?
it. Hold on, keep going. That one. You can't really tell because we don't have the motion.
I don't know. I watched it.
No, it was boom, boom. Like, you have to play it in fast speed. It's okay. They're hiding it. No. Like, forward.
I know, but I'm joking. I don't know. Like, it's... Like, okay, that's maybe more of a...
Right. You think...
Right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think it's so one-to-one. Like,
That's
I think
what the
it's
streets
all...
told me. That's what the lesbians told me. I don't know. I've never had...
I just... The idea of,
I'm
like...
not experienced having lesbian sex, so I don't know.
And then it cuts back, and then they're, like, all tuckered out, which was cute. I liked that a lot.
Good old double... Yeah, see, that's what I was trying to say.
I don't know. When I was watching it, I got the kind of the impression that it was just sort of...
That's your fork over there.
I don't know what you would call it.
I don't know what you're saying
more generally representative of it in a more abstract way of them touching each other and being sort of intimate with each other and nothing like that I don't know, Charlie with a strap, it just seems odd.
I don't know, though. She's the princess.
And she gets the princess treatment, you know? Hello, princess?
I meant more so in a commanding sort of way. It looks like they're switching. That's okay. See, guys, when I'm like, oh, are you a top or a bottom? I'm like, man, people be saying things so definitively. I think it depends, you know? Fair. Panettone? Yeah, that's what it is. I like the ones with chocolate in them more. This one has raisins. Which is fine. The royal strap. Yeah, that is kind of what I was saying. Guys, the stream's gonna get demonetized. I was doing so well, and then I said the kill yourself thing. Vox is gonna kill himself, and I said all that. Oh, man. Anyway. But thank you guys for the super chats because, well, it'll be okay. Solving the real mystery. Oh, man. Hey, folks, just came from a record sale. What did you get?
Left field.
I'm just curious.
I like that they're so cute together. I like that they love each other.
And they're finally, like, apologizing. You know, so that was nice. Like, because Angel did that thing where you, like, you have a fight and then you pretend you didn't have it and you just go on. Like, you know, I mean, it happens all the time, right? But that's a classic, like, oh, your parents are just gonna pretend like nothing happened when they see you next time. Stream dying? No, guys, don't worry.
Stream is not dying.
Hate to censor. I don't want y'all to lose money, oh no. He looks like Molly when he's dressed up. That's true. Are we gonna get anything about Molly? I don't know, man.
Who's Molly again?
Angel's sister. Who's in heaven, and we saw her in last season and this season.
Oh my goodness.
They keep showing her in the background. This was kind of a briefer episode. Yeah, that's what we predicted going into it that we thought it was gonna be, so I think that was good. Like, that was a good choice. I wish that we could get more breather episodes. Like, I just want, like, an episode. Do you guys know that episode in Murderers in the Building?
I don't think Charlie gave Veggie a breather. Ta-dum.
Where it's the death character and it's from their perspective. I want, like, that sort of similar vibe, but I want, like, what Nifty does all day, and it's just about Nifty.
Regrettably,
like,
we
Amazon
just too few
funding the show, but, like, they're giving this, like, this is the most popular indie animated cartoon probably in the world. Is that, like, valid to say, other than Digital Circus, I guess? And, like, the show sells merch. And, like, there's so many ways that they're making money. Are you telling me that we can't get 12 episodes? Like, I don't know, man. I feel like something's kind of rotten about that.
But
not
also,
like with Visby or anything. I'm saying with Amazon. Like, Amazon's kind of fucking them over.
Here's the thing, though. Like, it used to be, 12. It used to be 24, right? And then just the economics of streaming are such that, like, it does not pay to have
But
more.
they make merch and, like, you know, they sell merch. Amazon's not funding the show. A24 is? Oh, that's weird, though. But somebody said that Amazon told them that they could only have 8 episodes. That's what I read, that Visby was saying, oh, we couldn't do this because of Amazon. So I don't know. I saw her tweet something like that, so I don't know if it was like they'll only host 8 episodes. Like, but that's stupid. They wouldn't host more episodes. I read something about their contract with Amazon, and that confused me. Like, I feel very confused by that. So if you guys know anything about that, let us know, I guess. But I basically saw Visby say, yeah, Amazon is to blame. And I was like, oh no! What do you mean Amazon's to blame? Like, will they literally not? Is it how fast? Maybe it's that? Like, how fast the episodes come out so they can only manage to do 8 based on the schedule that Amazon wants? Like, is it something like that? But yeah, tell me if you know. Let me know. But I think that they should do more, and Amazon, if they're helping a little bit, they should do more. If they're not helping at all, I don't know who to talk to do more then. Oh, but I like this, like, no you won't, yes I will, and then Hus came back and Angel wasn't there!
Because Angel got kidnapped and brainwashed.
I like how he puts the full glass down, like, this was just so good. She took the kids. I thought that was so funny.
I love how with the Dutch angles, you already know something spooky's happening.
10 mystery records. I love that it's just like, what, a blind, like Pokemon blind box?
Shaft? Oh, wow. Imagine Dragons. Nah, David Bowie, good. Run to Jules, great. Jimi Hendrix. Ghostbusters 2, that's fun. Jackson 5, Richard Pryor, Aerosmithicus. Yeah, that's pretty great.
My credit card got paused. That may be a sign, Lo.
Oh, boy.
Oh, man. Or they're censoring and
What
they're like,
Bowie album?
silencing
Curiosity,
us.
what Bowie album? And which runs to Jules? This is just for my own
Oh,
benefit.
no, sorry. I was getting this back anyway. Yeah, so Valentino is acting fucking weird, right? Because he's not happy about this. And Angel knows that the vibes are rancid. Like, Angel knows that something... Yeah, that... You can eat from whichever one. It doesn't really matter, but yeah.
I guess.
But yeah, Archie was like, what's that? And I was like, these have raisins in it. It will kill you. And then I had to take them off the counter.
Raisins are bad for
cats, yeah. That's
bad.
and grapes, because grapes are... and raisins are right.
Yeah.
So that's why the other day when we were eating the grapes in here, like I was like, we gotta be careful not to drop any.
I don't know. I feel like cats are less precocious about food.
Something's rotten. Everything's rotten here. I mean, yeah. I mean, I just hope for more. They could even do like web comics, right? You know what's hilarious? Sorry. This is a crazy thing to bring up.
I'm sorry.
Right
did
now.
I totally miss when he said what? Oh, David Bowie Tonight. Oh, okay. Those are good records.
This is a crazy thing to bring up right now, but we're 3 hours and we're actually making pretty decent time because this episode's almost over, so I think it's fine. On Webtoon, the Beauty and the Beast Twisted Tale is getting, a comic version, and they have it labeled as, like, dark romance, and they've, like, kind of like they anime-ified Belle, but she kind of doesn't look, she's not like a traditional anime girl, like they yaoi-ified Belle's appearance a little bit.
Yaoi?
I don't know how to explain it. She has like a Lelouch sort of sharpness to her face.
They made her look more kind of androgynous?
Yeah, kinda. And I was like, ooh, what's going on over here? Like, it's very interesting, right? I don't know if all the art's like that, but I was like, huh, I wonder if they're trying to appeal to that, like, webtoon anime sort of
the yaoi
crowd,
bunch.
right? Like, I don't know, it was just interesting. Let me see if I can pull it up on my phone.
It's the yaoi bunch. Yeah, immediately I knew something bad was happening.
This may, is that an instrumental? Please don't copyright claim us, Twisted Wonderland. I didn't mean to do all that. Dysomnia, Dorm, let's do that. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I don't know if you guys noticed, I changed to Twisted Wonderland music because the Genshin music, like, some of the tracks are not very, like, some of the tracks are, like, kind of, like, they sound tired. I don't know how to explain it. So I was like, this is better. Twisted Wonderland usually has, like, consistent, what is this called? Tale as Old as Time? I swear that it was...
Are you looking at just yaoi webcomic?
Like, see what I mean? It's... Is the cake...
A little bit.
Like, I don't know. Like, it kinda...
Not really.
It's not like
I
that
think you might
sharp.
be pushing. I don't think that's really terribly androgynous.
But, I mean, I felt the gender. And she has, like, a little tie. She has, like, a little tie on her. Anyway. I felt the gender inside of my heart. Maybe that's just me projecting, so...
Perhaps.
You know, maybe that says more about me. But I just like her little, like, her dress has, like, a little bow, you know, on it. Anyway. But yeah, so Beauty and the Beast webtoon stuff, it's kind of interesting.
It's also so like, this scene was legitimately disturbing because it is just kind of, like, pushing pushing right up against, like, sexual violence and violence of sex workers. Like,
well, I don't think it was sexual for Vox, but
no,
definitely
I know it's
violence.
not, but it's like, it has the airs and aesthetics of that, right?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like,
of,
the
choking and
yeah.
the throwing around, like, it is, like, that's what it's meant to be evocative of, right? In a kind of, like, a very intense and perhaps fairly disturbing capacity.
I didn't get to that same extent, like, as you did, but it's definitely, I mean, it's just plain old violence,
yeah,
right, for sure.
I mean, it's violence.
Did you guys catch the POV? Yes, we're gonna have, don't worry, I got a whole document right now. But thank you guys for staying in the stream so long, by the way. I really appreciate it. We had 50 people here at one point, which is, you know, kind of nuts. But yeah, I don't know if we missed the POV already. But yeah, this is where we get, like, the scream every time. But yeah, I agree. Like, Hunter's right. Like, I agree. They're at a shady motel. Like, they didn't bring him to the V Tower, right? And so there's definitely, like, a parallel to how Angel is treated. But now it's, like, more for purely, like, power than, like, desire.
Yeah.
But then we also have, like, sexual assault is also mostly power and has nothing to do with desire most of the time. I think for Valentino, it's a mixture of those things, but, you know, like I'm
not saying it's about his sexual desires. I'm saying it's evocative of sexual violence.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I wanted to clarify myself because most sexual assault is about having power over people.
Yes.
But as we've seen it in the show, for Valentino, it's control, but it's also lust. So I wanted to clarify. So, okay. Again, I'm not gonna get into this. I rewatched the entire show last night. I saw no evidence of Angel Dust Season 1 activities.
I liked the twist when it was happening. I was like, oh shit. And I feel like they do... I'm not saying they do, like, an amazing job of it, but, like, they didn't, like, add more hints or whatever. But, I don't know. It works well enough in the moment, right? Where they're just, like, it's like he's explaining, it's like, how did I know that Lucifer, like, wouldn't go for me? It's like, well, he did know that. How did I know that the angels were coming? Well, he did know that.
I support the Vox foreshadowing.
Yes.
I have a problem with the angel foreshadowing, but it's not a big deal. It's like I said in the reaction, I'm not like, this is bad, and like, you know, and it's a serious, like, needs a serious rewrite. I just thought it was lame, and like I said, I haven't even checked the comments on our reaction, because obviously I posted it at, like, yes, Poison gets a 0.5 because Valentino and Vox were having a handshake, and I talked about this actually in my Poison, like, song analysis, I think, where I was like, why is Vox here, right? And I had that sort of joke of, like, who invited you, right? But yeah, like, oh, Mickey Mouse, no. Okay.
There's no place for you, Michael.
So low anyway, I don't think that it's gonna be that big of a deal. But yeah, like, people were mad. People were mad that we said it was lame, and I'm like, guys, like, it's okay to say that things are lame. I didn't think it was lame.
I really enjoyed it.
Well, I mean how it was executed. The idea of the concept, I'm like, oh, that's kind of interesting, right?
Even how it was executed, it was not executed at its highest level, but it wasn't bad either. I think they did a very good job. Because you're like, oh yeah, I guess Vox did know all those things. I guess Vox...
Michael Mouse.
Look,
sorry, I'm still on that. I was looking at the chat.
Mickey is a name for your friends, and I am no friend of Michael Mouse.
Yeah. Getting real tired of Angel Dust getting hurt and Charlie never doing anything about it. I mean, to be fair, she doesn't know that this is going on. What I will say is, like, I find that a little suspicious.
I mean, she tried and she made it worse.
That's true. I find that a little suspicious in the context of
Poison.
Alistair and how they're just like, ugh, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
not sure.
What am I trying to say? I forgot. I just forgot.
What was I saying? In terms of Alistair.
Oh, Alistair we're all family. And then Charlie doesn't go rescue Alistair.
Yeah.
Like, what were they doing? And what were we doing about all that? Oh, man. Sorry, you know why? It's because I heard Once Upon a Dream leitmotif in the Twisted Wonderland music, and I felt panic in my heart, and I was like, oh god, the stream's gonna get copyright claimed by Disney.
Can't you pick a different, like a Nintendo free?
I know, I guess.
Can't you just have,
the Twisted Wonderland's been keeping us going, like, this entire time. I need to, like, reorganize a Genshin playlist so it's just the songs I like. The problem is I don't have something like that now, so it's just the songs that it's just, like, the albums. But yeah, I'll go back to Genshin, because I'm gonna make some dank points soon, so we'll need the Fontaine songs. Because that's the song I use when I make my dank points. I don't know if you guys have noticed. Okay. Yeah, so the eyes are watching all this, by the way, in this room.
Do you get a lot of, like, hypno kink in the fan fiction?
I mean, no. I'm sure if you looked up Angel and Vox, you would, but I haven't seen that with Alistair at all, like, in my travels. But I also don't read, like, that much smut of them, because some of it is, like, okay, do we need to talk about, how do I say this? I like the fan fiction where Alistair being asexual is taken into account, and so he's like, I like to see you be satisfied, but I don't need participate, like, I don't need to, right? So, like, his shadow beings assist with the arrival. I'm thinking of reads with Rachel, by the way. These are a lot of, like, euphemisms that she would use. I'm making my way through all of Cal's content. You're crazy. You mean all of it, like, Ruby, too? Or were you around for Ruby and now you've pivoted over here? I want Vox to you. Guys, that's keep it to yourself. I'm joking. You can say whatever you want here. This is a safe space. It's okay. Yeah, not sex repulsed. Exactly. So you know, that's hard to come by, and people can write whatever they want, but I just want something a little tasteful. I don't know how to explain it.
For a second, I
thought
you
that
said
has
tasty.
cannibalism, right? Because Alistair's a cannibal, right? So cannibal as a metaphor for love, like, yeah, go for
nothing
it.
like, I want things that are tasteful. Like cannibalism.
I'm just saying,
the most
it's a metaphor.
normal woman in the world.
Artistic is all I'm saying.
God.
Like, artistic, you know? Like, so...
Artistic cannibalism.
Yeah.
Artistic erotic cannibalism.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want just, like, smut with no plot. It has to have a plot.
I agree with you on that.
You know, I mean, you know how I write my own whatever, right? So, it's about quality. Exactly.
It's about the build-up.
Anyway, nifty bit tasteful.
Oh,
anyway,
look at my girls.
I'm new? Oh, okay, been subscribed. Well, thank you. Thank you for joining us.
It would be funny if Charlie's hair was fucked up for the rest
I
of the...
stopped thinking and got lost. I'm lost too. We have to get out of here. Okay, so she calls her dad.
Yeah.
And we see the Duck, sitcom. I loved Nifty's little band, though. I loved, I think that this is like a metaphor for him and Lilith somehow.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he's just alone watching TV and crying.
In a void, which is funny.
In the void.
Did they ever explain the duck thing?
Maybe they know?
Anybody in the chat, do you understand? Is there any given reason why Lucifer likes ducks so much?
Maybe he just thinks that they're like the perfect creation.
Or is it just like a silly little thing about him?
I don't know. Okay, so here's the thing. This is not Charlie's contact picture.
Oh.
He has Charlie as a child for her contact picture.
Oh.
This is Vox taking fishing him, basically.
That's
like,
cute. I love that.
Spam fishing. Right? So that's kind of...
Watching two ducks make out is wild.
We kind of missed this when we watched our reaction. I rewatched our reaction.
Lucifer's true form is a golden duck, I think. I recall it being a snake, but okay.
But yeah, so that was not Charlie, as far as we know. That wasn't Charlie on the phone.
Lucifer kins Jimmy Neutron's dad.
What are you guys talking
That's
about?
insane. Jimmy Neutron's dad used to make wooden
Oh, yeah, because
ducks.
Lucifer would have a true form. Okay. But yeah, so...
Goddamn.
Lucifer was called by Vox, we think. And he got sister scammed.
Yeah.
Which we didn't pick up on in our reaction because we were busy.
Also, like, Charlie Vox is creepy.
We were deciding, I was like, what if they didn't hypnotize Angel the whole time, but they just said that he did, so he was more susceptible to the hypnotism, and I was like, trying to 4D chess the theory.
So they are definitely, yeah.
So they're gonna use Lucifer as a battery of some
They're
kind.
also getting, like, a dress for...
I think
like an
Angel's
outfit?
probably gonna, like, promote the cause. I don't think they're gonna do anything that bad to him, but I also wonder if it could be a, like, you know, this is the abuse that Angel... we think it's literally on stream, but Bonnie, it could be a red herring, though. It could be that, like, he picked up Charlie's call right after, and Charlie was like, no, Dad, that wasn't me, right? So that's why I'm saying, like, we think, because until Lucifer is in this building, there is no confirmation, right? Like, obviously Vox called him, but what if Charlie calls him right after, and it's like, no, Dad, that wasn't me. Oh, Vox is planning something. We should formulate a plan on our end to take him down, right? They could definitely do something like that, where Lucifer pretends, right, that he got scammed by Vox,
Yes.
and they send him in knowing, like, Lucifer will be a, what am I saying? Lucifer will think that he genuinely got scammed, but then we'll see that he wasn't truly scammed, right? They could do something like that. I'm not saying that they're going to, but I'm open-minded to that being an idea. We also see, again, the Scream Rain, right? Okay. It has been 3 hours and 22 minutes. Pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Pretty good this week.
Yeah.
Even though, like, I had so much simping for Vox and his songs.
Well, here's the thing. Vox kind of doesn't show up very much in the episode except for the two bits at the end, and then doesn't really in the second episode. So you didn't get to look at him too much.
No, that's true. That's true. Everything was pretty... He's too stupid to do that. You might be right. You might be right. But, guys, make your timestamps now if you're the person that said they had to go to work and they wanted to see the theory at the end of the stream. I came up with, I think, a genius theory. Is the theory going to actually happen? I don't know.
But lay it on me, mama.
I feel like you guys speedrun. Yeah, I feel like we did a good job. I feel like I said everything I wanted to, though, especially in combination with the
I didn't
reaction.
leave anything either.
I don't think we left anything behind, unless...
No.
Well, here's the
thing. That could go for another 6 hours.
That's
so let's
true.
like...
But let's give them...
Let's not
You
pat
guys
ourselves.
have 7 minutes to ask us any questions about these 2 episodes that you feel like we did not adequately answer, and then I will get into the theories.
I
don't remember which
I really
fork
enjoyed these 2. No, so that one is yours, that one's
okay.
mine, because it's the proximities you see
I see.
of forks.
So you guys have 7 minutes to ask us whatever you want. Sorry, I said that very hostily.
I really enjoyed these 2 episodes. It's the same thing. The music is, I don't know, yeah, like the Lucifer and Vox songs, especially in the first episode, they really, really, really stand out. The Husker and Angel songs are quite good. The music's wonderful. I feel bad for criticizing the first season as much as I did. It must have I mean, we kind of knew that at the time because it was like, what, 8 weeks to write 12 songs or something?
16.
Right. So, like, we all kind of knew that it was definitely a timing budget thing that caused Hazbin Hotel to sort of, or the first season at least, to suffer how it is. Given a budget, given room to operate, they really flourish so far. They're doing an excellent job.
I think so too.
The humor's a lot funnier, like
I definitely
a lot
think
more varied.
That the songwriters, this is my opinion.
Well, now I don't know which one is yours.
That's this one's yours.
Okay.
Mine's the triangle one. No, that's your fork.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my fork. This is my opinion. I don't know. Sam Half, call me if you want me to spread the word on what actually happened. I don't know. I think that the songwriters potentially were not as involved with the script as they were in season 2. I get the vibe, because Sam Half talked about going to story meetings, that possibly because of timing issues, the script was more done in season 1 compared to season 2. And because the script was, like, less done, maybe, this time, he got to be involved more, and that's why the songs are a bit more musically coherent, if that makes sense, with the story. Because instead of just stopping and starting, right, like sort of like the Disney thing where it's like, oh, we already wrote the script to Mufasa, Lin-Manuel Miranda, can you insert some songs here? That's the impression I get. I'm convinced he saw your videos. I don't think so. Here's what I'll say about that, right? You know, everybody says some variation of, oh, Visvi saw the fan criticism, or so-and-so saw this specific YouTuber's criticism. What I'll say is, what I think happened is that industry professionals are likely to have criticism that is similar to mine and similar to other people, right, that have whatever, you know, I'm not...
Discerning taste.
Discerning taste. I was gonna say credentials, but then I'm like, obviously I'm just starting.
Credentials and
right?
discerning taste.
So,
Bit of
you know,
both, right?
not all YouTubers have, like, the writing background, but some of them do, right? So I think that it is mostly, like, it's a coincidence. Yes, like, my criticism was addressed, but I don't think that they listened to me personally. I think it's just, that kind of reinforces, like, why, how do I explain this? I'm glad that that's the case, because that means that my criticism was thorough, that I'm not the only one that has it, and that I'm not just grifting and talking out of my ass, that there is a kind of methodology and a reason why I say these things. And so, of course, other people, if they were giving Visvi feedback and stuff, would also say those same things. So I'm glad that it was addressed. Oh, we shouldn't. stay on this frame because of the swear words. I'm glad it was addressed. I don't think they watch my videos. But I think that just, again, reinforces to me that the stuff that I said in my videos was founded in good research and, like, it's just that you're objectively correct. Well, I wasn't gonna say it.
I didn't say it.
I didn't say it, you guys did. But yeah, I feel like that, you know, other people, if they were giving feedback, would probably give similar feedback because the way that I give feedback is how I was taught to give feedback in school. That's basically what I'm saying. Sorry. That was a lot of words to try to get, but I don't want people to think that I have, like, a big head about it or anything, you know, like, or anything, you know what I mean? Because that's silly.
Super fan. I feel like you'd be more likely to watch our videos because we are also RWBY super fans. Loving.
Oh man.
Emotional support Labubu.
I love that.
Oh
I thought that
God.
was so funny. Okay, I'm gonna drink up my water. I don't know if it's been 7 minutes, by the way.
Oh, you're
I
not
just
driving.
made that shit up. Oh man.
It's okay. Like, we can just. We know you want to. You've been.
I know. I'm so
You-
excited
you
though. I think it's so right.
You finished your dinner. You can have dessert.
Okay. Here it is. Okay, guys. This is my theory about where we're going with this. This is a theory I haven't seen anyone else say, which kind of makes me scared because when you're the only one thinking something, it could mean that there's not enough evidence and I'm delusional. But this is not what I think the most likely scenario is, if that makes sense. But this is my scenario.
Yeah.
This is a wholly Calxiyn original, if that makes sense. So other people have other theories, okay? You know, Vox is gonna enter into a contract with Alistair. Something of that sort of nature. That Vox is not going to die, but he is going to be kicked down from his pedestal in some capacity. Some people don't even think that that's gonna happen. Some people think that, like, Vox is still gonna be kind of a powerful force going into season 3, right? Because that would be kind of crazy if they got rid of the person leading the war effort and then the angels came for war and nobody was fucking ready and it was this whole, like, catastrophe. So I'm hoping Vox isn't gonna die. Delusional? I don't know, he's in the final song. So unless somebody stabs him in the middle of, like, the ending song. Anyway, but this is a Calxiyn original theory. Okay. This is from my rewatch. So at the beginning of the show, we see good and evil personified, right? That heaven worships good and shielded them from all evil. And people will tell you that the root of all evil is supposed to be Rue. As far as we know, we don't know if those are the same characters. I'm gonna go ahead and call her Rue.
And
just
Rue
for the
is a character
sake.
that showed up on Vizzy's, like, Tumblr back in the day.
Or something.
Big
But I
creepy
think
eyeball monster out of a woman's mouth.
all evil is real. Like, I think the root of all evil as a person, whether they're Rue or not, I think that's... Do you know what I mean?
I have an understanding. Although I do believe in the Bible the love of money is the root of all evil.
Well, okay. So, the tree is red, right? Obviously apples are red, but the tree and the roots
or
are
sometimes
red.
green.
So it's not just the apples. The entire tree and the roots are red, right? So I think it is literally the root of all evil. Like, she is the tree, right? She's the spirit of the tree. She's the nymph. She's the Lorax. She speaks for the trees, right? So when Adam took the apple,
I am
Eve
the Rue.
took the
I
apple,
speaks for the
whatever,
evil tree. You should pollute more.
right? She was created, right? And this kind of, you know, goes back to, like, how are overlords and things created and where do they get their power? And is it like a Genshin thing where it's the power of belief or whatever? Like, suddenly evil as a concept was created, so now there has to be a deity that is personified as that anyway. Okay? So walk with me about Rue existing.
I'm walking.
Okay?
Hopefully I don't trip over roots.
Maybe Rue took root into Eve, right? They could do that, where the idea of Rue possessed Eve. And then we see a new realm sort of just manifests suddenly because there's sin in the world, right? And that realm has Rue's eyes. So it doesn't seem like God made hell. Like, it doesn't seem like God was like, ah, shit, we gotta take care of this bestie. And yes, evil did exist before, but the apples gave it to humans, basically. So, like, her presence, you could say, her energy. I don't know. Yeah, so in the storybook, exactly, that's what we're talking about. Lilith empowered demonkind with her song. Okay, so here's where things are getting a little delulu, okay? Alistair has an eye in his staff. Alistair's camera has a big, creepy eye on it. Eyes are watching Alistair go to the tailor. There are, oh my god, sorry guys. This is why I said I can't sing today, or possibly ever. Right, so Lucifer's staff has a big eye, or Alistair's staff has a giant eye in it, right? Segue, sidebar. What if Alistair captured Lilith's voice and is keeping it for safekeeping? Because the deal was, you can live in heaven and we'll keep you as a political prisoner and we'll take your voice so you can't empower the sinners anymore. But then Alistair took Lilith's voice, again, for safekeeping to make sure that, like, one day she could, Alistair could give Lilith the voice back. And that could also be why we see Charlie holding Alistair's staff and then Alistair, in the cannibal town, the singing works. Now, Hunter said, that was just a joke. The singing works on the cannibals because they're in a sort of musical theater, old-timey land, or whatever. I kind of though, but she's holding Alistair's staff, and it works for the first time ever. Holding Alistair's staff, that's when her singing is actually effective. Sussy. That's another situation, okay? Yeah. So forget about Alistair, though. He's not important right now. He is, but, like, he's not. Why are there eyes in Alistair's fucking shield? And I sent a very grainy picture to Hunter. I never noticed this before. Like I said, I rewatched the entire show last night. Let me see if I can, pull this up and just show you guys. It's gonna be on my phone, though. It's not gonna be very, very nice.
A little bit.
So yeah, this is Alistair's shield, and there is a huge eyeball in it. Here's the sense I'm getting, okay? I think Alistair's magic is the green one, and the shadow magic is suspicious.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's like Rosie is Rue, and this is her power, and she's the root of all evil. Because, like, when you think about it, cannibalism, like, eating another human being is kind of like a big, disturbing sin. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you could say that's the most sinful,
something of a universal taboo, or a near universal taboo.
Right. Rosie has no eyes. Okay, well, I didn't, yeah. You guys are, anyway, I don't know if it's, like, separate from Rosie, or if it's from Rosie, like, if it's a whole other situation. But either way, let's keep all of this in mind, okay? He looks at his staff when he says, you should know better than anyone what a soul can accomplish when they take charge of their own fate. So he says that in the conversation with Adam, who was obviously, right, there when this happened.
Was around for it.
The cracks of Alistair's shadows look like the cracks that went through the earth with Rue in the opening prologue. In the rubble, there are eyes watching Alistair around his radio tower that were not around before. What if the shadow is Rue was another note I made. There are more eyes at the beginning of season 1. Obviously, season 2, the eyes, they're everywhere, right? All of the time. This is where we get delusional, though, because I haven't actually talked about the theory yet. Okay? Vox talks about wanting to be a god. Obviously, I don't know if Rue would be god like God, right? But to be the embodiment, like, you are kind of a deity when you're the embodiment of, it's like Genshin, right? Like the Archons, kind of, in my imagination. I would say, like, even the demon lords, like the greed demon and stuff, those are like lowercase gods in this world, right? So I kind of wonder if what they will do is have the monkey's paw thing happen, where, like, Vox gets what he wants, and Rue is going to eat him. Or rather, the other way around. So in RWBY, if you guys have seen RWBY Volume 9, the cat goes inside of Neo's mouth and possesses her. I kinda wonder if what Rue is looking around for is a new host, right?
Yeah,
I don't know if, like, it's like, Alistair, you're not doing it, and I'm bored of you. I don't know if it's gonna be that. I don't know if it's like, they both can have it, because Rue is, like, more of a essence or, like, a spirit, rather. Like, I don't think that Rue is possessing Alistair. You know what I mean? I think she's connected to Alistair, or some of her power is drawn from her and goes into Alistair, I think that Rue is going to crawl into Vox's mouth and possess him. Like, low-key possess him, basically. And there's a couple reasons why I think this, right? He cracks the earth similar to what Rue did in the prologue when he's like, everyone who doubted me, your doubting days are done, right? You'll be corner trapped and tortured and I'll end you just for fun. So that is very similar imagery to the opening prologue. Yes, I agree that I think she's gonna be an actual person, but I don't think it's gonna be like, and Vox suddenly talks in a female voice and like he's possessed in like that sort of way. I think it's gonna be like more her essence. But yeah, like there are these eyes everywhere, right? And you can actually see, so somebody did post a picture on Reddit, the only person I found talking about this in relation to Alistair. I know, sorry, you guys can't see. But the roots look a lot like Alistair's tentacles. So I kind of wonder if it could be one or two things, right? It's Rue gets bored of Alistair, he's not doing it for her, and he's like, or Rue, I should say, is like, this is a better host, it's a more powerful person. And Vox will be a puppet for Rue and take evil into heaven, right? Because that's, she wants to corrupt, right? Root of all evil, right? They're keeping heaven locked down because of the sinners, but presumably, I do wonder if that's another thing that they're trying to protect heaven from, right? Being contaminated with Rue juice, if we want to call it that. Rue essence. Now, somebody did bring up that Visby said before that the eyes in the walls are the essence of sinners, but that was in a live stream, and that was a long time ago. We don't know if that's still true, and even if that is true, that doesn't mean that the power still doesn't go to Rue, right? Because if those sinners are dead, and it's just sort of their, you know, darkness-filled souls, like, it might empower her, and that's why she's getting stronger. That's why there are more eyes. Rue Cthulhu, yes.
I would like her if she was Cthulhu. That would be fun.
So I think she is literally going to, like, come off of the wall and climb into Vox's mouth. And that this is going to be problematic. Other pieces of foreshadowing towards this, Vox has mimicked Alistair's fighting style, right? His cables are a lot like Alistair's tentacles. What else was I,
slurp up that roof.
I have notes. Copium, but I feel like we can't just kill Vox, is what I said.
Yeah.
Right? And Vox, the eyes are watching him. It's weird, right? The eyes are in that scene with Angel, right? Obviously, could that be Rue taking a little looky-poo at Angel Dust, right? And seeing what's going on? Sure, right? But I think that Rue has been fed by the amount of dead sinners since the extermination, and she's gonna basically make her power play right now. And that could be a very interesting parallel to Alistair, because Alistair is what? He is on someone's string, right? Rosie's. He sold his soul away for a stronger contract, and here's Vox saying, I have no chains on me, right? You're the one, like, I'm holding the strings now, right? And so it would be thematically fitting if at the end of the season, Vox becomes a puppet, right? This is what he basically, like, criticized Alistair for the entire time. And so it'd be fitting if there were chains on him. Now, whether it's like Rue literally comes out and just takes over his body, or he makes a deal with Rue, I'm not sure. But I kind of like the angle where it's like, you got what you wanted, but you lost your individuality and your agency to get it, and like that's what Alistair's been warning about. You know what I mean? Like, Alistair's been warning you, you're too dependent on other people. So wouldn't the ultimate punishment be like to be a god? You literally like get body snatched by the actual god. Good connection?
I can see
yeah.
that.
And like obviously, so the other thing about Vox, right? That's kind of a separate thing, is I do think he killed himself. I have a feeling what they're gonna do is that he wasn't the cult leader, he was the second in command, and he was jealous, so he killed the cult leader, and then he killed himself.
We've had that.
We've had that talk, right? Some people are like, but Cal, you're just tricked because, you know, cult leaders are charismatic, and just because he's cute doesn't mean he wasn't leading the cult or whatever. But I think that's
cute.
Gonna be his sin, is jealousy, and then that plays into like he's still like, to be redeemed, he would have to let the thing with Alistair go. I think is like how you solve that in the sense of like what Penchus did to redeem himself. So I think that Vox is going to deep throat Vox with evil. Yeah,
literal
kinda.
evil.
And this solves a couple problems, right? Because Vox is a threat, but you kind of have this thing where you have to rescue him from the worst thing, right? Like from the more bad thing going on, right? And so that kind of solves a problem of like, well, not a problem, but in my head, I don't think that they want to have Vox get torn down a peg, but they don't want to just kill him because he's a fun character and he's still like, clearly somebody has to leave the army, bestie, and like there's all of this stuff, right? So it'd be interesting if like Rue kind of took over, like, thank you for doing all this work for me, buddy. I'll take it from here, right? And he became a right hand again,
Rue to
right? Like he became a second in command to another cult leader, like this bigger, badder person. Like, could that be Lilith? I don't know, but I'm just saying, I think that that would be super cool if he basically got taken over. Like, if
was
he
that
gets
all of
taken
your
over.
theory, or was that just your this was your kind of your aside here?
No. The Rue's gonna eat him. That's the theory, and I think I haven't heard anyone say that, and I think. Again, maybe I'm huffing my own supply or whatever. I kind of think it's kind of genius, you know?
I like that. I think that's a good one. I definitely think, because we've seen, like, photos of Rue, and Rue, like the eyeballs spit out of them. And we don't know if that woman there is Rue or the eyeballs are Rue. Like, just the essence of evil. Like, that's what I think maybe...
Oh, I see what you're saying. That maybe she's already in somebody else's body, almost.
Or, like, yeah, she just enters in people. But not even necessarily that. Like, what if Rue is just kind of in the world here?
Yes,
Like, she is not, like, she was never created. She just occurred almost via evil evolution.
Yeah.
Like, by, like, sort of forces and malevolence. Almost like a big bang of evil. And that maybe when they use that weapon, what if, like, the weapon backfires? What if it crashes back into hell and it rips open hell and then
she
suddenly
just
Rue comes out?
It's like in, like, sorry to bring up Ruby, but in Ruby when Atlas cracks open and there's the Grim pools.
Yeah, because I also feel like that sets up Loot, right? Because if Loot's like, look at that, the root of all evil is out. That's something no one has experienced before. Like, we have to go down and kill them all.
So now it's not just Vox. It's like there's like something.
The miasma of evil. Exactly.
So like I haven't seen
them.
anyone say this, because mostly the reason why I thought of this was because I was like, wouldn't it be crazy if what happened to Neo happened to Vox? But then now that I was cooking with it a little longer, I feel like there's enough evidence for it. You also have, you know, like some cannibalism adjacent sort of like eat or be eaten, right? Vox like has like this shark, like blood in the water, like all those sort of like imagery that we have. So it'd be kind of interesting if like he's the one who in the end like is eaten, right? Oh, also, Vox is like, I guess he's hackable, right? Because he's a TV head, but somehow he blue screens like a computer. Don't ask me. Don't ask me how all of that works out, but I was thinking it could be like, you know, being hacked, right? And then he doesn't have control anymore. And how dangerous would that be? Because Rue already has eyes everywhere, and so if she gets into the technology, they're kind of fucked, right?
Yeah.
And so that's the other thing I was thinking about, that because Vox is technological, the idea of him being hacked is so like, it's like Penny, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Penny's gonna get hacked because she's a robot.
Character.
It's like ripe for the taking, right? Like it's right there, you know, for us to grab. Now, I do have other things I wanted to talk about, but that was like my golden theory of like this is gonna be so satisfying. And then again, that's kind of how we solve the problem of like not killing off Vox, but like we also kind of have to save him because you can't leave your enemy like that, bestie, and like that's not great, right? You know, kind of like what they did with Neo. And so, you know, Alistair probably would be like, this isn't fun anymore, Vincent. I miss, like, you know, when we were just beating the shit out of each other on equal levels, right? Like, so you could kind of have, like, in a fucked up way. This is more of a fan fiction thing.
Nifty is Rue.
Like,
if Nifty is Rue, I'll fucking,
in
that's
a
amazing.
fucked up way, like,
Angel.
Alistair wants his rival back.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they could do something fun with that.
There's no fun when you win. Like, you're a dog chasing a car. You wouldn't know what happened if you actually caught it.
Would Rue want someone stronger like Lucifer? But that's the thing, though. Lucifer's not susceptible, right? I think that Vox is. I think that, you know, that's kind of how the deals work to some extent. Like, there has to be an element of consent, which, you know, it's kind of funny, like, for hell or whatever. But
the Team Rocket status after V's lose, as funny as that will be, I feel like you kind of keeping big bad villains around as just losers really diminishes them in a way that I don't think is terribly compelling, you know? Like, Team Rocket works because they're sort of silly, right? They're ne'er-do-wells. They're not evil.
I think they will go into the background eventually. Because, like, what does Valentino have to do when they're doing war? You know what I mean? I don't, like, they can still be bad in, like, the sinner type way, but they probably won't be plot relevant. But I think Vox, again, maybe it's Delulu, but I feel like this Vox situation is not over. Like, I feel like that it's gonna bleed into the beginning, at least, of season 3, right? Whether he's just the henchman for Rue and it's a full circle sort of moment or something. Obviously we had theories about, like, oh, Vox's own shark is gonna eat him and all of that stuff. There's definitely, like, more likely theories about Vox's fate going around. I really want him to get eaten by Rue.
You're just gunning for him getting eaten.
I mean, I just think it's interesting. Like, I think it's an interesting idea. So some other things that I wanted to talk about in my, okay, so Vox backstory, I think we covered that, right? Oh, I was gonna say that also, like, I do think it's interesting if Vox would have, like, a speaker of God come to Jesus moment, just because he was religious, and I think it's, like, that's an interesting sort of, like, the cognitive dissonance of all of that is interesting, but I don't know if they're gonna do all that in this season. Again, that could be a sort of, like, oh, we're gonna liberate you from Rue somehow.
I mean, being a cult leader does not necessarily mean you really believed. I don't know.
Well,
like, I'm still kind of whatever about it. He just seems so cynical.
Sin makes you more susceptible to demonic. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, Vox is, like, has the most toxic energy coming out of him, basically, right now. 7 years ago, Lilith tried to liberate hell from heaven, but heaven wasn't doing the exorcisms, so what were they liberating them from?
I don't know, because it just kind of stinks down there. It's fucking red everywhere. No fun, right?
Is that your answer?
Do they have pengolas down here?
Do you think we're gonna find out about that next episode?
A Ho3 search for Vox Vord by Rue. Thank you.
Do you think that that's gonna, like, come up? Not the Vor, the 7 years, like, what Lilith was trying to do this
I mean,
season.
whatever the Lilith...
Or do you think that's a next
Part
season?
of me wonders if, I don't know, man. Part of me wonders that, like, because they kind of revealed a lot of, I know you have plans for Alistair's backstory, but, like, the reveal, you have hopes and dreams, but the reveal we did get was not, like, didn't blow me away, but they were really good at building up the hype.
Right,
you look at Lilith, like, they're building up the hype a lot as well. I don't know if we get answers by this season. I'm personally okay with not getting answers at the end of the season.
How does a clump of eyes eat someone?
They better fucking have a great... My best guess is that Lilith was just, like, given an opportunity to, like, hey, instead of doing that, like, maybe Lilith knew about Rue, knew Rue could destroy heaven, and knew how to release it. So instead of, like, hey, instead of, like, you doing that and destroying everything, what if we let you into heaven? And so that's what she's doing. And
like a long con?
Yeah, and the stipulation is that you can't talk to anyone back.
Right.
Right? So heaven's, like, let her in to protect their interests, because Lilith knew about Rue.
Oh, I see.
And maybe
what
that's
saying.
what happened 7 years ago. She's like, I knew about Rue, I knew this, and then... like, I decided that, like, well...
Because some people think she's, like, a political prisoner, like, that she can't, like...
What if she just, like, negotiated her way into the good
Maybe.
life?
I think that's definitely possible. I don't know, though. I don't know.
Well, that was my point, right? Like, because, like, they've been building it up so much, and they've been building it up well.
Yeah.
Right? I just hope it's not disappointing. Something like that, I don't think would be disappointing, even if I did guess it. Like,
it'd be interesting if, like, Lilith took the opportunity to escape, because, like, if she is trapped and she's a prisoner, that's what I think that this is going. If Lilith is trapped, she will use the chaos to leave. If she's not trapped and she stays there, that's very telling about her character, I'd say, right? There were some other things I wanted to clean up in this stream. So for Alistair, a soul like yours is unlike any I've ever seen. That was Rosie. Could it have been boosting Alistair's ego, flattering him to make him more likely to do the deal? Maybe. But, like, Alistair was already already
other
ready.
things
He
too.
tried so many ways. I kind of think that Rosie was telling the truth. And so if Alistair's soul was like tainted by, because here's the thing that they say about Rue. Rue isn't just in hell. She's on Earth. She's spread to Earth. So is it possible that Rue exists?
Is Rue on Earth?
That's what they said in the prologue.
Interesting.
So basically, like, her roots spread around the Earth, right? And she's in hell. So is it possible that, like, this is gonna sound kind of weird, but, like, could Alistair be, like, unknowingly a disciple, like he was baptized by Rue, baptized by the darkness,
yeah.
you know, and that's why he's a unique soul when we Rosie says that basically because like, it's almost like Mark of Rue, which actually, I did see, apparently Rue has some sort of symbol, and it's in Hell of a Boss. That's what the streets told me. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I saw. So I wonder, and apparently the Mark of Rue was in Alistair's, voodoo hut thingy situation, like in his house, like hanging from the thing. So I don't know if that's like a headcanon, like I don't know if that's from a fan fiction, but I swear I saw that was like true, that there's some sort of Mark of Rue sign. But yeah, so maybe he was more connected. Yeah, like I think Kajol, what you're sort of saying, like what if he already had a susceptibility to Rue because he had been doing the evil darkness stuff, like, you know? So I think that's kind of an interesting idea, that, like, it's not, like, again, I don't want Rue possessing Alistair, because I feel like that takes away Alistair's strength as a character, but, like, there are people on Earth that are so bad that Rue is like, you're gonna make a, like, for a good little snack later, right? And she kind of empowers their, like, devotees, right? Rosie's an agent of Rue. Exactly, it could be something like that if we don't want them to be the same person, right? I think Rosie's also connected to Lilith somehow. I think that she might be a fallen angel and related to Lucifer, and she's just kind of incognito. Lilith can't be prisoner because Lute wanted her to go back to hell and stop Charlie, but wouldn't they let her out though? I feel like that doesn't say
which is why I feel like Lilith negotiated her way into heaven by not, like, destroying it.
But you could put a prisoner on a leash and say, go handle your business, right? Yeah. So I don't know about, I agree with you, Iskra, but I'm not sure about that. Rosie may be Lilith's familiar. That's interesting. What was that else? I can grant you power beyond what your mortal mind can imagine. So that's Rosie, right? So what if Rosie is like, here, like, we'll spread a little, like, here, we'll give you a little segment of some of Rue's power, like, Rosie's the arbiter of that. I'm banking on Rosie being Lilith. Every villain for each season represents part of the devil's downfall in the Bible. Oh gosh, okay. We'll be ready. I'm assuming this is gonna take you multiple comments.
Oh my god, I can't. I know that they mention the war in heaven and stuff like that in Revelations, but other than that, I don't know how much they really go into the weeds about, like, Satan and his origin story.
This may have just been a lie, but Alistair also says something interesting. He says, it's making it harder to do what I have to do, him and Vox going back and forth. And I'm like, what do you have to do, bestie? Right? Alistair says, we're still no closer to blank, right? Who knows? You know what? Actually, hold on a second. Here's what they might be doing if this is what if what they were trying to do, and the reason why Alistair is at the hotel, and the reason why they say you can't hurt Charlie Morningstar and all that stuff, what if, like, sorry, these stupid flies. My mom has a trap upstairs. We've killed so many.
Oh dear.
Because they came because of the apples. Like, we have an apple tree in the backyard, and we picked them, and anyway, we're trying to exterminate them. What if Alistair and Rosie are trying to find a host for Rue? And that was the idea, right? Because Charlie has Lucifer's, you know, angel blood. Clearly she can go into heaven and it's not that big of a problem, right? She has heaven access, but she's also Lilith, right? So she clearly has demon powers, right? That we see her display sometimes. So what if the idea was, we're gonna make Charlie the perfect host for Rue, but she has to be more susceptible to it first. So Alistair's there to guide her, right? And they keep talking about that, like, she has so much potential that I could guide, right? Alistair says that. And Alistair's saying, it's been a year at the hotel and we're no more closer to blank, right? So it could have been, we're no more, like, Charlie's not cracking, bestie.
Yeah.
We're no more closer to making Charlie evil. Like, she literally is never going to be the perfect host for Rue to rise or whatever, right? Because that could be what Rosie wants. Maybe it needs to be an angel.
Right? Maybe they'll kidnap Lute. Maybe.
Well, I was thinking that they'd like Charlie because she's half angel.
Yeah.
But if Vox is gonna break into heaven with his machine anyway, suddenly Rue's like, we don't need an angel. We just need someone powerful, and Vox is the most powerful person at the moment anyway. So that's like my crack theory about the whole thing, that Alistair has to complete, that's the deal that Alistair has to complete, find a host for Rue, right? And so at first, right, he did this just to get his power back, but maybe next episode he'll be like, Vox is looking pretty tasty right now. He's gonna break into heaven, exactly what Rue wanted. We don't need Charlie's heaven access anymore. He can just go up there, so Rue should possess him instead. And so maybe it's gonna be like, that breaks Alistair of his contract permanently at the end of the season. So Alistair gets this big win, takes down 2 birds with 1 stone, and then Vox becomes the host. And then in season 3, maybe Alistair's like, this wasn't fun anymore. And maybe he's like, kind of like, but Rue, like, that's not great. Because I think that Lilith would be the ultimate host, really, if we're being realistic. But maybe what happened 7 years ago is that Lilith was, like, damaged in some way, and that, like, she couldn't be the Rue host anymore. Yeah, grooming Charlie to be a Rue host would be incredible. We're cooking, guys. Imagine none of this happened. we cooked a beautiful 5-star dish.
By the way, this whole time
I've
been talking about Rue, the character from Winnie the Pooh.
Oh my god.
So.
But yeah, guys, what do you guys think? Because I've been so excited. I was like, I need to tell the people about my Rue theory. I feel like it's so good. So yeah, let me know. Adam represents pride and ego, and fear to the point where he sees others lower to himself while trying not to see others' POV. Oh, okay, so we're talking about, like, season 1 villains. Do you think Alistair would be the antagonist? No, I think Alistair's always gonna be in it for himself. I feel like Heaven's gonna be the antagonist in terms of, like, a character that is pit against Charlie, right? I feel like it's gonna be Lute. I feel like next season is the Lute season. It's Lute revenge time.
Yeah, because, like, that'll be a fun, I don't know. Lute's
Imagine Rue is not real, but she might not be real in that way, Mew, but there is a depiction of a woman at the beginning of the show. And it's funny, she smiles the same way Alistair does, and she has these big, or his shadow, I should say, and has these big soulless eyes. It's very suspicious. Vox represents pride, takes action to start a rebellion.
And then I guess, I don't know, maybe Adam represents wrath.
Well, they said Adam represents pride and ego with some, fear, where he sees others lower while not trying to see others' point of view. I don't know my Bible well enough to understand how this all contributed to the downfall of the devil, but I think Alistair's, like later. That makes Gravity so premature? No, really. Like, they set her up for season 3. Like, they literally did the same thing as Stayed Gone, where they were like, we're gonna do this and we're not gonna address it again
in a while.
Until later. But guys, I'm not gonna be sad if it doesn't happen, but, like, I feel so good. I feel so good about it, because I feel like no one else has said it. It makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense for what Alistair, because I'm like, 7 years ago, the exterminations weren't happening. And so that's what's confusing about this timeline, is Alistair disappeared 7 years ago, but he was in Rosie's service long before that. So clearly, the goal wasn't, like, anything to do with the extermination, because Rosie had a plan all the way 70 years ago, right? Before the exterminations even started. So they must have been trying to do something else that has nothing to do with the exterminations at all, right? So...
one must presume.
Exactly, right? I mean, we don't know how old Charlie is. Apparently, somebody said she's 200 years old, so Charlie would exist. But, like, yeah, like, I feel like that this makes a lot of sense, because Alistair, whatever deal Alistair and Rosie made is very much before any of the exorcism stuff. So there must have been some other plot. Lute is gonna be Wrath.
When I said that, I was like, now Lute's also kind of Wrath.
I see. Rue's gonna do something with Adam's corpse, but wouldn't it be so much better if it was Vox?
Is vanity a deadly sin?
Why would he stop his radio show? I think...
Not vanity.
Well, it could be for a couple reasons, right? Like, it could... how do I explain this? It could have been, because he wanted, like, people to think that he had been weakened for a moment like this, right? Or it could have been because the exorcisms had started and Rosie wanted to protect him. So, like, that, you know, is the other thing. He was just hiding the whole time. But, yeah, like, raises the question of where the book came from. Maybe Lucifer wrote it for Charlie. Like, you know, and here's the history of hell, except it was only 7 years ago, which that's a little, suspicious, but... Where is the body? I don't know. Maybe Lilith took it back.
Who's asking?
We know something's gonna happen to Adam's corpse. He couldn't tell us what happened to the corpse because it's a spoiler. I bet Nifty just has it in her room and it has a roach hat on it.
That's funny.
I bet it's not like...
Nifty is,
I get the impression it was written by Lilith for Charlie, but that doesn't work now. You love Vox, but want him to suffer, you're so real. I mean, I just think it's thematically interesting, and that's how I'll defend myself. Guys, like, it's not Vox obsession, it's thematically relevant. But yeah, that's basically, so now, that's my theory, like, in a more general way. Do you want to talk about what we think is gonna happen for the last 2 episodes?
I mean, oh my god, it could be so many things. It could be
Well, I'm
like...
gonna give you context.
Yeah.
Okay? So the songs for next week, let me change my music, sorry. Do you believe the theory that Adam's gonna, I guess not anymore, because he was killed with angelic steel, so I don't know. Has anyone pointed out Vox doesn't try to recruit Rosie? I'm pretty sure it's probably because, like, he knows him, he knows Alistair and Rosie are friends, but yeah, it's sussy. It is sussy, guys. That's what I'm saying, right? Okay, so we have Brighter, that's Hazbin Hotel, so cast, ensemble, and Vox is singing that one. Then we have Live to Live, which is allegedly Pentious and Sarah get their own duet, which kind of seems crazy at this late date, but you know what? That's fine. Some people, okay, apparently Alex Brightman voices Pentious and Adam. I didn't know that. So some people were like, maybe it's Adam's spirit, but I don't know.
I can kind of see it.
Then we have When I Think About the Future, and that is Charlie, Vaggie, I'm not sure who that is, Keith David, so that's Husk, Nifty, Vox, Alistair, Jeremy Jordan, so Lucifer's in that song, Jessica's Lute, Patrick Stump, so that's Abel, but he might be voicing some rando, so we don't know about that. But yeah, there's a bunch of people when I think about the future.
Big ensemble
and then, but Angel's not there.
Yes.
And then Hear My Hope is a voice actor who I'm not sure who that is, Charlie, Vaggie, Husk again, Nifty, Lute, actually Christina might be Emily, maybe that's who that is.
Maybe,
Vox, Alistair, Leslie, who I'm not sure who that is either, Alex Brightman, so that's probably going to be Pentious. You have Zestiel in that song, so I'm assuming Carmilla is one of these voice actors too. So yeah, so the streets be saying that Angel and Lucifer are not in the final number, but Vox is. Now, usually, guys, I hate looking at song titles, but because this is the finale, I will make an exception. I'm assuming that Brighter is going to be literally shooting off the laser, and it's gonna be Vox, possibly, like, you know, the future's brighter, or whatever's brighter. Maybe we'll get some flashbacks to his past when he first saw the light, when he killed himself. Who knows? I think that that's pretty self-explanatory for, like, Vox executes plan. We see in the trailer that the laser shoots across the sky, right? Live to Live, I don't know why Pentious and Sarah would be singing right now when they're under attack. I honestly couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
But I think that that's also pretty self-explanatory, that Pentious, I don't know what they'd be singing about with that as like a thesis statement though. Like, is it like, Pentious, you have to keep living, or is he telling that to Sarah, that Sarah has to keep living? It's a very odd pairing to like put them together, right? So, I don't know if it's gonna be that, like, Pentious needs to learn how to live in heaven now, and he needs to, like, give up the sin. Like, is he gonna help the people in heaven? So, I don't know about that. But if we're doing 2 songs per episode, let's assume that that's episode 7. So, I think episode 7 is execute the plan. Vox has his cape on. He's going up the stairs, all of that stuff that we saw in the trailer, right? And he's going, wee! and he's shooting off the gun. And apparently that song's only 2 minutes, so we don't have a lot of time in there. I don't know why Penchus and Sarah are singing. I honestly don't know. Penchus has to teach Sarah how to, ooh. Nice, right?
Maybe,
He's the only person that's ever been redeemed.
That's true.
Crazy. I love that.
Makes her feel better about herself.
When I think about the future, I'm pretty sure that's gonna be like, everyone has their own little thing, and like we're doing Les Mis, and like Vox is like, when I think about the future, it's killing people or whatever, like,
Which was kind of one of the last songs of season 1, right?
Yeah, like you had the big like finale song, right? And then we have Hear My Hope. So I'm assuming that this is like the denouement, like this is the fall of it, right? Maybe it's not. Maybe it's like we're literally going to war now. But everybody, like, what would be interesting if the laser works a little bit, but they don't actually like get into heaven, they just blow a hole that lets them get in, and so maybe we see some people are flying towards the hole, you know, other people are like, right? But I'm assuming what this thesis is gonna be, like based off of this title, I'm thinking, you know, this is going to start as a Charlie song, like, let's rally up against Vox, right? But then Vox is gonna have, here, my hope, this is my hope. Then Lute's like, my hope is that you all fucking die, right? So we get everybody sort of, right? Like, it's the Les Mis, do you hear the people sing, but Vox is also appropriating Charlie's own song back at her, that sort of thing. And I think when I think about the future is gonna be like that too. I think it's gonna be a sort of like, you know, Vox and Alistair have their thoughts for the future, and so does everybody else. But yeah, what do you guys think is gonna happen? Because that's my, episode 7, we attack heaven. Episode 8, consequences.
Oh, do we attack? I don't know. Here's the thing, there's just so many plates in the air. You have Lilith, you have Rue, you have Vox, you have Camilla, you have Alistair, you have Veggie and Charlie, you have like all the other contingent of heaven, Sarah, The Voice, Emily. Like,
I also should have said plates. They need to storm Vox Tower and rescue Angel Dust and Lucifer. So maybe what it is storm Vox Tower, and then the heaven attack consequences are for season 3.
Yeah.
So like episode 7 is in Vox Tower, and like Lucifer's been hooked up to the battery and we shoot heaven, but then Charlie's like, we gotta go get my dad back, and we go storm heaven. So that's episode 8.
I have to agree with Pastel Jellyfish here. I think we will get a cliffhanger.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, I guess I forgot about that they have to go save Lucifer, so I'm stupid. So I'll revise a little bit. I don't think heaven's gonna like, oh, and we're going to war. Like, I don't think that it's gonna be that until season 3, but I think we definitely need storming Vox Tower, right? Like, this isn't gonna be like the Atlas Ball, is it? Where it's like, guys, the Atlas Ball is definitely happening. Like,
it's gonna be a big thing.
Do you think V Tower will fall? Like a Tower of Babel sort of thing? Like, you won the battle, but not the war. Like, the thing still shot out, like, maybe? Shot the thing, but the tower falls. Episode 7, Vox Tower. Episode 8, Fallout Vox, like, attack Vox Tower, kinda. Let Abel sing, yeah. They cast this singer, and they haven't
Poor Patrick Stone.
He might next season, right? But yeah, any thoughts, Hunter? I know there's a lot, but do you have
so many
any
in the air.
thoughts?
I do. I think it's like, oh god, I think Charlie, death flags for Angel Dust, maybe? I don't want it. I feel like maybe Lucifer dies? I think
Lucifer is going to die. The permanency of his death, I call that into question, just because, like, he's being punished, right? I don't think God would let him get out of this that easily. Or, like, I know, obviously, he still has things to live for, but, like, if I were Lucifer, and I was being eternally tormented, and I found out there's now something that, like angelic steel that'll snuff out my existence, like, I'm just saying, right? So, like, I know Lucifer still has his daughter or whatever, but I kind of think that Lucifer may work differently than the other angels, that, like, even if he's killed with angelic steel, because he's not a mortal winner, right? Abel was a mortal soul that had been given angel-adjacent status, right? But Lucifer's like an archangel. Like, he was created by God. He's not human. So I feel like that Lucifer has different conditions. I think that Lucifer is gonna, like his wings are gonna get torn off. He'll have to put himself back together. He'll be knocked out in a coma, or like, you know how the model got ripped apart apart, and Velvet was like, it'll take hours for her to put herself back together. I think Lucifer is going to get ripped apart to the point where Charlie, like, oh my god, I never told my dad that I was sorry, and there's gonna be, like, that angst and that problem, because it's not gonna be easy for Lucifer to put himself back together, but we are gonna see Lucifer goop just sort of, like, you know, goop across the floor, and he's gonna reform like Salem, you know?
I know you want to see Vox goop on the floor.
Oh my gosh.
I feel like if I want it to be vague, I think there's going to be some kind of move on Heaven. There's going to be some kind of move with Vox. Either Vox, they get knocked down, or something worse is revealed. Oh my goodness. I don't know. I don't know when we're getting the Hunter Wish reaction. Probably when
probably
this is
Christmas.
Over.
Yeah, something
Around
like that.
Next
Don't
month.
worry, I'll remember.
But yeah, I don't know. There's just so many plates because it's like there are so many like, do we see the attack in Heaven or don't we? I almost feel like we should make betting ads for individual things.
We should make a bingo card?
Yeah, it's just like, almost kind of like, will the V's get knocked over? Will we learn more about
Maybe we should.
Lilith? Will
I mean, we
Rue
did that
appear?
for Ruby at the beginning. We'll do that for season 3 of Hazbin. We'll make a bingo card for that too. But I really like my theory, guys. I love it.
I like the idea of Rue showing up in some capacity. I don't know.
Yeah. I had something to say and I forgot. Yes, I have seen the shots that haven't been, oh my god, haven't been used yet. Which is where I got like the laser thing from, because apparently that shot was in the parts that we haven't seen. But, I mean, I guess we'll just leave it there, guys, because we got through this a lot quicker than I thought that we would.
Was it 5 hours last time?
Yeah,
okay.
But maybe we were just dicking around. I don't know.
We might have been dicking around.
Well, you know what? But we had a rant about something at the beginning of the stream, didn't we? Oh, because Charlie was stupid, right? So I was like, guys, as a content creator, I understand. Like, I had to dot my I's and my T's or whatever.
We were doing the classic YouTuber over-explaining your point so no one could possibly
so maybe that took a long time at the beginning of last stream, so. Watch Fizby do something, it makes your theory wrong. I mean, that happens all the time. Like, you guys have to remember, like, we used to make weekly theories for Ruby.
Yeah.
We made a theory that Oscar was Neo and poisoned the casserole. Like, you guys have to understand where we were raised in the Ruby mines, all right? And, like, we had a lot of theories. Crimson, do you remember Crimson, Adam's White Fang brother that Robin was talking to?
Yeah.
On the, right?
Oh, I remember that. My favorite that I came up with was that Cinder grew up on a pirate ship.
Oh, yeah,
that
was awesome.
Piracy.
Right? You saw her, like,
frankly, kind of better than the version we got in some ways.
Right? So Pirate Cinder,
I like other ways, too.
right? The portraits of those women at the bar, we thought, they'd be important, and then Miles and Carrie and Eddie were doing a stream, and they were like, guys, it's just a fake. And Eddie was like, poor Cal, right? So, like, you guys have to understand, we've been here before, and when the writers are saying poor Cal on Twitter, like, that's not comparable.
Except for the one time you were right with a long shot with Jin and all that stuff.
If you guys don't know the lore, there was a statue in Ruby, and I was like, that statue is gonna be the being in the relic. Like, that particular statue.
At the time, we had no notion that there were beings in relics. There's
like,
no
Hunter
idea.
thought that the relic just kind of worked like,
like a machine, right? But then it happens, and I remember you were jumping up and down, and you were hitting me. You're like, Hunter, I was right, and I was just slack-jawed.
Yeah, I know. That's okay. I talk to Eddie Rivas sometimes, who's one of the writers for Ruby, and he's like, Cal, that's like your magnum opus.
Yeah.
Like, that's like, nothing will ever, like, compare to that. Like, even I was happy for you when that happened. Like, we were cheering for you too when that happened, right? So, like, you know, even the writers were, like, saw it happen and they were kind of in on it. So that's my, like, favorite moment. Other ones, like, smaller ones were like, oh, Watts has a Grim in his bag, right? Like, just kind of littler things. But that Jin one, like,
the fact that you guessed it,
in the crucible of
the
Ruby
fact that you guessed something that happened in the next season was
because we didn't get payoff for that forever, and Hunter was just like, Cal, you're delusional, lol. But yeah, like, I think we'll get an answer to this sooner rather than later about Vox getting eaten by Rue. But like, yeah, you guys have to understand, I'm no stranger to being delusional. It's my favorite pastime. We were, like I said, we were making theories every week, and they were individual videos. If you go look on the Calxiyn channel and look up Ruby theories, you will see the most insane shit that you've ever seen in your life.
Didn't I have a good one? But it was only from something that happened. It was in the beginning of the season. I predicted something that happened later in the season, but I can't remember what it was.
Maybe it was Hacked Penny?
Maybe
that sounds like
Penny.
a Hunter thing.
Maybe
yeah.
Penny.
I think that would
Not
make
sure.
sense. But yeah, I'm gonna give you
Pales
guys
in comparison to yours.
6 minutes now to ask us anything else that you want that you felt like. Hunter, tell us your theory. I mean, I'll try to find it. She doesn't remember.
I mean,
I thought they meant the Ruby one.
Oh, the Ruby. I don't remember it. As for my theories for this, I don't really, because there's just so many spinning plates. Like, there are so many eventualities. Like, I feel like I used to make this joke about you when we would do those theories. You would, like, come up with every possible permutation of a thing that happened.
Yeah.
Which was just like, oh no, you're not like, if you were right, it was like, yeah, you're not right. You're just, we
did a lot.
Yeah, you were just like proximity bombing, you were carpet bombing it with your theories.
Which, it's kind of funny because game theory does that now. They give you option A and option B, and then like they've been like, click on this video if you like option A, click on this video if you like option B, and then it goes to another video, so it's like, we started it first.
Yeah.
Hee. But yeah, I think it was Penny getting hacked now that I'm looking at this. So Penny is definitely getting hacked, right? I think that this is a Hunter. This, for some reason, I'm like, This was a Hunter video. It's gonna happen, Hunter, it's gonna happen. Okay, so it was yours.
Okay,
yeah,
fair enough.
So that was your win.
Not nearly as impressive as yours, frankly.
Well, we'll see.
But, would this be the ideals? I don't know, I kind of don't want them to.
They are, though. We know there's gonna be one.
There is?
Yeah, crossover.
Really? Huh.
Yeah, they confirmed it, didn't
they
you?
Just feel, I have not been looking at the
you didn't know?
VisiPop news?
Yeah,
no.
when they made an announcement that Hazbin's coming to Prime, and they're gonna do a crossover special.
That's funny.
Or sorry, Hell of a Boss.
That's funny.
Hunter's like, oh no.
That's the thing, well, I wouldn't want them to, here's the thing, a crossover special, one episode, sure. But like, them being too related, I don't know, because like it feels like they're kind of too. I mean, I guess this is like hell where the sinners exist.
Yeah.
And then there's hell where the hellborn exist, which might as well be two entirely different worlds. Like they don't give a shit that like.
Wasn't Lucifer supposed to show up to Solis's trial and then he didn't?
Yes.
I think somebody said that, and so I'm like, Lucifer. Meanwhile, that's happening. Stolas is on trial. Meanwhile, war. Right? You know what's crazy though?
And like that's the thing that blows. It's like as much as like there are darker moments in Hell of a Boss. This one feels like it has a bigger, more overarching story that has greater ramifications for the world, whereas Hell of the Boss feels like a much smaller story. So having that smaller story in the bigger world, you're like, wait, you mean when you're just dicking around like the end times are happening?
What I will say though, is that not that I want them to bring Blizz into like season 3. However, what you said there, Hunter, like, isn't that kind of fucked up that whatever's happening here will impact everybody in some way, right? Because even though Hellborn don't live here, they still, like, Mimsy's getting chased by Hellborn loan sharks, like, from the Greed Ring, apparently, in the first season. So, like, even though, how do I explain this? Even though they're separate rings, and the rings, I guess they're all underneath each other, and they take a big elevator, right? Like, this is still going to fuck up the rest of Hell, and the Hellborns don't really have a say in what's happening in the Pride Ring at all. So I do think that even though I don't want to see Blizz in the actual show, something like Manon and, like, the other guys coming up here and being like, so, by the way, why are we doing all this? Like, you know what I mean? Confronting Lucifer about, like, your actions influence us. We make deals with sinners. Sinners work for us. We need this, like, kind of commerce industry, like, all of that stuff.
Does Blitzo and them live with us? Because, like, sinners, like, human go down to where, like, Imp is. Because in the opening in the first episode, right? It's the lady that killed her husband.
Right. I see what you're saying, but...
Right? It's just a little bit mushy there, you know?
Yeah.
In my head, they're too distinct.
But Blizz does go, like, get business from sinners, though. So there must be a way. It's just all of the sinners live here in terms of their permanent homes.
They
can't live in the other rings.
To, like,
yeah,
comment.
Exactly. They're driving in the Greed and they're going to the concerts and, like, whatever. I think
I don't
that's
know.
how
It's
it
just
works.
like, no one mentions all this crazy shit happening up there. No, like, I don't know. It just strikes me
Well, that's
as...
what I'm saying. It'd be really funny if suddenly... Right?
And I'm okay with that.
I can't leave the pride
I'm okay
ring.
with that. It's just that I feel like the separation's nice, personally.
How does that work with the lady that killed her husband? Was that over the phone, or does Blizz have a headquarters here?
Which is like, it's a plot incongruity. Not whole, but incongruity.
But yeah, I know what you guys are saying, because I heard that too. Like, sinners can't leave the pride ring, but I don't know
if Blitz
like...
is in the pride ring, or has the offices in the pride ring, but he lives in another ring.
But yeah, I don't know how those loan sharks went to go get Mimsy, but Imp is situated in the pride ring for that exact reason.
Well, then why did none of those guys ever mention, hey, do you remember every once in a while when the fucking angels come down and kill us all?
Well,
like, it just strikes me as like, keep them separated. It's okay, you know?
I agree with you. I agree. But I'm saying I would like the show to address that without Blizz. Does that make sense?
Sure.
I think that's
Unless,
fair.
like, Hellborn, like, you don't get whacked if you're Hellborn. Like, they don't come after you.
Well, they probably...
But
I don't know.
if you live there, then you're contributing to the overpopulation problem, so...
I guess. But
yeah.
there's probably more people dying than there are babies being born. I don't know. But yeah, I want to see them address that, but just not with Blizz. Does that make sense? Like, the other sins come here, and they're like, you're fucking our business
What if
over.
it's like Charlie fell asleep and then had a dream she was at, Hell of a Blossom, and wakes up, it's like, oh my god, it's the craziest dream.
But
there were owl people that, like, ruled the world, and there were a bunch of help, etc., etc.,
It would be interesting if, like, sinners got, like, a day pass or something, and they could, like, go to another ring on, like, vacation, but then they had to come home.
I don't know.
Hellborns don't get killed in the purges, but if they're running around outside, how would you know? Do the angels just have vision to be able to tell them apart?
Kind of fucking hard to tell the difference, right?
Hellborn were off limits. Yeah, like, so I'm like,
but they don't explain that in the show at all, of course. I'm sure Vizzy Pop, like, whispered into the winds, and we all heard it through the trees. I don't know.
I would like to see them address that in season 3, but again, not with Blizz, but just like, hey, so whatever you're doing up here is trickling down to our business, like, you know, like, oh, you killed the people that, like, the loan sharks, like, Mimsy, people like Mimsy own the Greed Ring people money, right? Like, that sort of stuff. Yeah, we did talk about the Sin's presence. That's why I'm bringing it up. I would love to see them next season and be like, Lucifer, you guys were doing whatever you want before, but, like, now it's like, eh. Okay, well, here's my question, though. Adam says that the Hellborns are immune, but then we have all this stuff like, don't hurt Charlie, right? Like, you're not allowed to kill Charlie. So can Charlie even be killed then? Because isn't she technically, because... Okay,
like, why pick a fight against Charlie, someone you can't kill?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Well, yes, but
I mean, fair point as well.
Can't reproduce.
Sure.
Right? So, Charlie isn't a sinner.
No.
Right? She has to be Hellborn. So why are they all like, oh, you know, if you don't want us to go kill your daughter or whatever, I'm like, well, wouldn't Charlie be exempt from that anyway? Because she's Hellborn? Or is it like, if you're half angel, you're not Hellborn, so you're still... Because we know angels are targeted by angelic steel. I don't know, guys.
I feel like they kind of created the shows separately, with separate identities, and now we're sort of tying them in
Hellborns are distinctive species, I know that, but why did Lilith get to reproduce? Unless that's gonna be something...
Unless she's special because she was one of the first women, I don't know.
I guess.
Maybe Adam's special too.
Sussy, that's all I'm saying.
I don't know.
Vox could kill Charlie. Well, I don't know. Could he? That's what I'm asking. But anyway, I think that we've done enough. I gave you guys more than 6 minutes, I think. I had a great time, Hunter.
As did I.
I love doing this with you. I'm so glad that we have a nice little show that we can talk about and do reactions to on
I hope
Calxiyn
next
Cares
season
Too
they
Much.
do it episode by episode so we can
I know, this sucks. Like, I hate that they... And you know what? Arnold was like, well, maybe they did it to keep everyone's attention. But no, I'm like, wouldn't you keep everyone's attention longer?
You'd still keep people's attention.
Like, and you would make more money as a platform if you did one a week. I kind of get what Arnold was saying, though, in terms of social media fanfare, and like maybe episode 3 isn't good enough to hold people's attention
I
for a whole week.
though.
But I don't think people are that fickle.
Because I feel like when you release them all at once, people go crazy for like a week and then they kind of like peel back.
And this is definitely better. Like, this is better.
It's better, but I still like episode a week.
Remember when we had to do 4? Half of the season came out at the same time. So this is definitely better.
Yeah.
But
or like Netflix
unless
shows.
Lucifer gave birth to Charlie. Okay, guys. We're gonna see you later. Thank you guys all for the super chats. I love talking about the
Lucifer and Greg. You see, when you read more Omegaverse, that'll make more sense.
All right. Join the Discord server if you want to talk more. Yeah, like, I have the Discord link in my description. I welcome, people talking about, I have a Radio Static art showcase in case anyone
I've seen
is interested.
it. It's exhaustive.
There's a lot of, but yeah, we will, we'll be here again next week. I don't know if it's gonna be Saturday. It might be Sunday. I might give us an extra day because it's the finale anyway, so we can kind of do it, whenever. I have some auditions to go to and that sort of stuff, so I'm gonna be pretty busy and overwhelmed and depressed, a little depressed. Because, okay, here's the crazy part. We have to get together to record Hazbin. I don't think we're gonna record Twisted Wonderland. We'll leave it for another day. Okay. This Wednesday. We have to get together, record Hazbin. I have to try to edit some of Hazbin, okay? Hunter has to go home, have dinner. I need to have dinner.
I have to make dinner.
We have to go see Wicked.
Yes.
And then we have to come home and do a Wicked review.
When is that?
On Wednesday.
Okay, but how late is the Wicked thing?
I don't know. We might just save it till Thursday if you want, but we did Moana right after, right?
That's
so
true.
we might be, it depends.
Moana was inspiring in the fact that it was like, I was like, oh, I'm just going to watch it. I'm not going to do a thing. And then halfway through, Cal leans over, is like, I'm going to need your help for this. This is dog shit.
Whether we do it right after, like Wicked right after that same night when we're already all dressed up, or we do it the next day, it doesn't matter, because then Thursday we'll have to do it anyway, and then I'll have to edit that, and then I'll have to edit these.
It's okay, sweetie.
Oh my god.
Say a prayer, everyone.
It just takes me so long. It just takes so long to edit So yeah, if you don't see our reactions right away, don't panic. It's just, like, they take a long time to edit, and now I'm gonna have more. But if we do a review together, I barely had to edit that Moana thing. Like, I just made a couple cuts, and we were there. Like, we were out the door, right? So hopefully that'll be okay. Yeah, I know. But anyway, we will see you guys in the next one. It's okay, Cal? Thank you. If you want to see our reactions early, check out the Patreon. But yeah, that's where we'll keep it. All right, go spread the good word of Calxiyn's Rue theory. And we'll see you guys later. Bye, guys.
Rue.